Chapter 201, Demon Mask.
Kaido has always been unscrupulous and will do anything to achieve his goals. His appearance is definitely not just to join in the fun.
Sengoku paced back and forth in the room, each step seeming heavy and anxious.
Is it to fight for territory, or for some purpose? Or does he want to take this opportunity to break the balance on the sea and establish his own hegemony?
One guess after another flashed through Zhang Guo's mind, but he could not get a definite answer.
No matter what, we can't take it lightly. We must prepare for the worst and formulate the most rigorous defense plan.
Zhang Guo stopped and looked at the sea outside the window again, his eyes full of determination and resoluteness. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo took a deep breath and moved his eyes to another document on the table. He stretched out his hand and picked up the document with a slightly tired look, a hint of uneasiness and anxiety in his eyes. The content on the document was, not only Kaido, but even the great pirate Buggy the Clown, known as the Fifth Emperor of the Sea, seemed to be taking action.
Baki!
When Sengoku saw the name, he was stunned at first, as if this name was a completely unexpected existence. Then he covered his head with a headache, his face showing helplessness and irritability.
This guy always appears at the most critical moment.
Zhang Guo complained in a low voice, his voice full of annoyance. Sengoku closed his eyes, his thoughts involuntarily recalling all the information he had about Buggy. Those ridiculous and unexpected experiences flashed through his mind one by one. Baki's seemingly funny but always dangerous ability, as well as his mysterious luck, made Zhang Guo feel extremely difficult. Thinking of this, Zhang Guo felt even more headache. He frowned, and the wrinkles on his forehead became deeper, like deep ravines. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic sound, revealing his inner restlessness. This Warring States period was not surprising, because according to intelligence, Buggy and Kaido had a special relationship, as if they were brothers, so since Kaido had gathered his troops, how could Buggy not take action?
It's really troublesome. These pirates are more difficult than each other.
Zhang Guo couldn't help but sigh, his voice full of helplessness and fatigue. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his temple, trying to relieve the increasingly severe headache.
Buggy the Clown is now known as the Fifth Emperor of the Sea, and his strength should not be underestimated.
There was a hint of solemnity in Zhang Guo's tone. He knew very well that in this sea, any pirate who could obtain the title was by no means an ordinary person.
Baki seems absurd, but his influence is gradually expanding unknowingly.
Zhang Guo recalled Buggy's seemingly accidental yet strange rise, and his worries deepened.
Although his ability of the split fruit may seem funny, it also has unique uses in combat, and his followers are loyal to him and are a force that cannot be ignored.
Zhang Guo stood up and paced back and forth in the room, thinking about how to deal with the threat that Buggy might bring.
At this time, Buggy's actions will undoubtedly add fuel to the already complicated situation.
His steps were heavy, and every step seemed to carry a heavy pressure.
But no matter what, the Navy must be fully prepared to face the coming storm.
Zhang Guo slowly sat back down on the chair, and the chair seemed to groan slightly due to his weight. He leaned back slightly and crossed his hands in front of his chest, forming a solid line of defense, as if this could provide more security for his thinking. His eyes became deep and focused, and his mind seemed to be in a storm as he thought about strategies to deal with these pirates.
Whitebeard's powerful attack power, the overwhelming force when he swings his sword, every attack seems to be able to tear the sky apart. Kaido's terrifying defense, his indestructible body like steel, no matter how powerful the attack is, it is difficult to hurt him. Coupled with Buggy's powerful strength, although it seems ridiculous, it can always play an unexpected role at critical moments.
Sengoku murmured to himself, his voice full of solemnity and caution. His brows were tightly knitted together, forming a deep Chuan character. The sweat on his forehead slowly flowed down the wrinkles, but he was unaware of it, and his entire mind was immersed in analyzing the situation and planning strategies.
The Navy must be fully prepared for this battle.
Zhang Guo's voice was deep and powerful, as if it was an oath squeezed out of his chest. His eyes became firm, without any hesitation or confusion. In that determined gaze, there seemed to be a flame that would never go out, representing his determination to protect the Navy and defend justice. In this moment full of crises and challenges, Zhang Yu knew that retreat and hesitation would only lead to failure. Only by firm belief and going all out could he hope to defeat the powerful enemy.
What's wrong, Marshal Zhang Guo? You seem to have a headache.
Just as Zhang Yu was thinking about what to do next, a voice came from outside the window. The voice was a little teasing but steady. When Zhang Yu heard the voice, his brows frowned even more tightly, but he didn't even turn around. His eyes were still fixed on the documents and maps on the table, as if trying to find a way to deal with the crisis. There was only one person who could suddenly appear in the Navy headquarters, and that was the CP's top commander, Tsui. He was not surprised by Tsui's sudden appearance, but he was already irritable at the moment and was even more dissatisfied with the CP's intervention.
What are you CP people doing here?
Zhang Yu's voice was cold and stern, full of questioning tone. His hands were still crossed in front of his chest and his body was tense, revealing his inner vigilance and resistance.
I'm here to help you.
Jiu didn't get angry when he heard Zhang Yu's impatient words. His face still maintained a calm expression, as if he had expected Zhang Yu's attitude. As a person in a high position, he was used to his subordinates having bad tempers. He knew the pressure Zhang Guo was facing at the moment and understood his worries and anxieties.
Help us.
Zhang Guo raised his head when he heard Eagle's words, his eyes full of confusion and suspicion. He looked at Eagle sharply, trying to find out his true intentions from his expression and eyes.
You CP have always only cared about the interests of the world government. Why are you suddenly kind enough to help the Navy?
Chapter 202, Killing Machine. Seeing the masked man coming out, Zhang Guo couldn't help but be startled. At that moment, his originally tense nerves seemed to be pulled hard, and all the muscles in his body tensed up unconsciously. He stood up from the chair suddenly, and his movement was so fast that it caused a gust of wind. The chair behind him shook violently due to the sudden force, as if protesting against its owner's rude treatment. His hands unconsciously clenched into fists, the joints turned white from the force, and blue veins stood out on the back of his hands like winding earthworms. Zhang Guo's eyes were fixed on the masked man. His eyes were like two blazing torches, as if he could see through every inch of the masked man's skin and every subtle movement. His pupils contracted, and his eyes were full of vigilance and inquiry.
This breath.
Zhang Guo muttered to himself, his voice low and hoarse, as if squeezed out from the depths of his throat. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, and those beads sparkled in the dim light of the room like crystal pearls. But Zhang Guo had no time to care about them, as all his attention was focused on the mysterious masked man in front of him.
What a powerful force!
He exclaimed again, with a hint of barely perceptible fear in his voice. He could feel the power emanating from the masked man in front of him, like an invisible giant net, tightly covering the entire room. He tried to analyze the source and nature of this power, but found himself as if trapped in a bottomless vortex. This was the keen perception of a strong man, an intuition honed through countless battles and crises. That power was like a surging wave, hidden deep within the masked man's body. Every breath and every subtle movement of the masked man seemed to cause this power to tremble slightly. It is like a sleeping giant. Although it is quiet for the time being, it may explode with devastating energy at any time. Zhang Guo's heartbeat was getting faster and faster, and he could clearly hear his own heartbeat echoing in his ears. He swallowed unconsciously, trying to relieve the dryness in his throat, but the tension and pressure were still there, making it difficult for him to breathe. Eagle at the side saw Zhang Guo's alert look and couldn't help but chuckle. He raised his head slightly, and the laughter sounded particularly harsh in the silent room. Eagle folded his hands in front of his chest, as if he was a condescending judge with a smug look on his face and his eyes revealing disdain for Warring States' reaction.
Marshal Zhang Guo, there is no need to be so nervous.
Jiu's voice was neither fast nor slow, like a slowly flowing stream, but it carried an irresistible sense of oppression. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Guo, and every word he spoke was clearly and powerfully transmitted to everyone's ears.
This is a killing machine developed by the world government. It is a fighting machine with no emotions at all. It will only obey the orders of the person who gave the order.
Zhang Yu was even more shocked when he heard what Eagle said. His eyes, which were already wide open, widened even wider, and his eyes were full of disbelief and deep shock. His eyes shot towards Eagle like a sharp sword, as if he wanted to pierce Eagle.
What? The world government has actually developed this kind of thing.
Warring State's voice rose a few notches, filled with anger and shock, as if rolling thunder exploding in the room. His body trembled slightly, his hands clenched into fists, and his knuckles turned white due to the force.
This is simply inhumane.
He shouted loudly, his voice full of condemnation and anger at this behavior.
Humanity.
Eagle sneered. He took a step forward and looked directly at Sengoku.
Marshal Sengoku, on this sea, power is the key to everything. The world government needs such weapons to maintain its rule and ensure peace and order.
Zhang Yu was furious, his chest heaving violently, and he retorted loudly.
Peace and order, to achieve it with this emotionless, soulless killing machine. This is a blasphemy against humanity and a distortion of justice. Marshal, you are still too naive.
Eagle still had that disgusting smile on his face.
This world is cruel. Only with absolute power can you control everything. This kind of fighting machine is the embodiment of the powerful force of the world government.
Zhang Yu gritted his teeth and said,
But this kind of inhumane method will eventually be spurned and resisted by the world.
Eagle shrugged and said,
Resist, in the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile. Marshal Sengoku, you should face reality.
Eagle sneered, his laughter was full of sarcasm and indifference, and said,
Marshal, this is not something you should worry about. The decision of the world government has its own profound meaning. You just need to obey the arrangements and do your part.
There was a kind of condescending arrogance in his eyes, as if he was looking down on an insignificant being. Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, his face flushed with anger, and said,
Even CP0, which is known as the strongest shield of the world government, is not completely an emotionless killing machine. You are so reckless in creating such a thing that goes against human nature. Aren't you afraid of arousing public anger? Do you really think you can maintain your so-called rule by such cruel means?
His voice was filled with anger and accusation, and every word seemed like a burning cannonball. Eagle shrugged, his face still indifferent, and said,
Marshal, this is the decision of the top leaders. We are all part of this huge machine, and you and your navy are no exception. How can we easily guess the wisdom of the top leaders? You are just executors and have no right to question or resist.
His tone was nonchalant, as if all this was taken for granted. Hearing Eagle's words, Zhang Yu could not help but glare at him. His eyes seemed to be burning with raging fire, and asked,
Then, what exactly do you want to do with this thing? Is it just to show the so-called supreme power of the world government? Or are you crazy enough to use this inhumane tool to eliminate all obstacles?
His body trembled slightly with anger, and his voice became a little hoarse.
Marshal Sengoku, you think too much.
Eagle responded lightly.
This is just to maintain the order of the world more effectively. Those pirates and those rebellious forces need to be completely eliminated, and this killing machine will become our most powerful weapon.
Eagle smiled slightly, with a barely perceptible cunning in that smile, and said,
The world government handed this killing machine to the Navy, requiring you to kill Kaido before executing Fire Fist Ace. This is a mission that must be completed, and there is no room for negotiation.
Chapter 203, Target Kaido. After saying that, without caring about Sengoku's feelings, Eagle turned around and walked towards the door without hesitation. His steps were firm and swift, and his black cloak fluttered behind him, as if announcing with him the majesty and inviolability of the world government.
Humph!
Zhang Yu snorted coldly. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from it.
Your world government is always so arbitrary. You never consider the actual situation and only know how to issue such orders that are almost impossible to complete.
His voice was full of anger and dissatisfaction, and his hands were shaking slightly with excitement. The eagle stopped, and at that moment the air around it seemed to freeze. He slowly turned his head to look at Zhang Guo, his eyes clear of any disturbance, and said,
Marshal, this is an order, I hope you understand. The decision of the world government cannot be questioned or disobeyed. As the Admiral of the Navy, you should be aware of the consequences of disobeying orders.
Sengoku glared at Eagle, his chest heaving violently, and said,
Consequences? Does the world government think that our Navy is omnipotent? At such an important moment as the execution of Fire Fist Ace, we have to divide our forces to deal with Kaido. This is simply pushing the Navy into a desperate situation.
Eagle's face remained expressionless, and he just said coldly,
Marshal, this is not a problem you should consider. The world government has a long-term vision, and everything it does is to maintain the balance and stability of the world. You only need to follow orders and complete the task. Balance, stability.
Zhang Guo sneered.
Using such an unreasonable method, this will only make more people lose trust and respect for the world government.
Eagle narrowed his eyes slightly and said,
Marshal, you should be clear about your position. The authority of the world government cannot be challenged. If you fail to complete the mission, I am afraid that the Navy will not be able to withstand the wrath of the world government.
Zhang Guo took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said,
I will do my duty, but that doesn't mean I agree with the ridiculous decision of the world government.
When Jiu heard what Zhang Guo said, he left the room without stopping and without looking back. His figure quickly disappeared at the door, as if he had never appeared, leaving only the half-open door, which made a creaking sound as it shook slightly, as if telling of the tense atmosphere just now. Zhang Guo ignored the eagle who left and withdrew his gaze from the door, falling into deep thought. He frowned, his eyes revealed a complex emotion, and he thought to himself,
What on earth is the world government planning?
Zhang Guo paced back and forth, his steps heavy and anxious. Every step seemed to carry with it inner entanglement and confusion. There was a depressing atmosphere in the room, and his figure looked lonely and anxious under the dim light.
Can this killing machine really deal with Kaido?
He muttered to himself, his voice full of doubt and uneasiness. He stopped, folded his hands in front of his chest, and stared into the distance, as if he wanted to see the future situation through the wall. Various thoughts kept flashing through Zhang Guo's mind, and those thoughts were like surging tides, hitting his thoughts one after another. He remembered Kaido's immense power, his devil-like figure, and his terrifying aura. Although this suddenly appearing killing machine exuded a powerful aura, could it really gain the upper hand in the confrontation with Kaido? He thought again of the usual means and purposes of the world government, and how their decisions often hid deeper intentions. Was this mysterious killing machine sent out this time with such a difficult mission just to eliminate Kaido? Or is there a more complicated political conspiracy and power struggle behind it? Zhang Guo's heart was filled with worries and doubts. He felt as if he was in a huge mystery, every clue was vague and every answer was out of reach. He knew that this mission not only concerned the reputation and strength of the Navy, but was also likely to affect the pattern and balance of the entire world. He began to pace again, his steps becoming more rapid, beads of sweat on his forehead sliding down his cheeks. He tried to find a clue from his chaotic thoughts and work out a strategy to deal with it, but every idea seemed full of loopholes and uncertainties, which made him feel extremely frustrated.
No, we can't just let the world government lead us by the nose.
Sengoku muttered to himself, his eyes gradually becoming firm.
We must be fully prepared. No matter what the outcome, we must do our best to protect the dignity and justice of the Navy.
However, even though he thought so, the worry in his heart still followed him like a shadow and could not be shaken off. After thinking for a while, Zhang Guo stopped and his boots made a slight sound as they rubbed against the ground. His chest rose and fell violently, as if the turmoil in his heart had not yet subsided. Zhang Guo took a deep breath, and that breath seemed to suck all the surrounding air into his lungs. Then he shouted loudly,
Someone go and call Kizaru.
His voice echoed in the room with unquestionable majesty. Not long after, Kizaru hurried into the room. His figure was as light as the wind, yet with a hint of haste.
Marshal, are you looking for me?
Kizaru had his usual lazy smile on his face. That smile was like a mask, making it difficult to guess his true thoughts. He bowed his body slightly, looking respectful yet somewhat casual. Sengoku looked at Kizaru with scrutiny and expectation in his eyes. He said,
Kizaru, I have an important task for you.
His voice was deep and powerful, and it was particularly clear in this small room. Kizaru raised his eyebrows, a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and asked.
Oh, what mission?
His tone was relaxed, as if he didn't care about any mission. Zhang Guo pointed at the masked man standing nearby. The masked man's figure looked particularly mysterious under the dim light. Zhang Guo said,
This is a killing machine sent by the world government. It is said to be very powerful. I guess you also participated in the research of this killing machine, right?
His eyes were fixed on Kizaru, not missing any slight changes in expression on his face. Huang Yuan was slightly stunned, and the momentary surprise flashed across his face. Then he smiled and said,
How terrible, Marshal Sengoku. How could I study such things?
His smile was still lazy, trying to use this attitude to cover up the turmoil in his heart. Sengoku ignored Kizaru's denial and looked at the masked man in front of him. He walked slowly around the masked man, his eyes like a sharp hawk, trying to penetrate the mask and see the secrets hidden behind it. Zhang Guo's eyes were focused and deep, as if he was having a silent conversation with the masked man. He carefully observed the masked man's figure. The tall and straight figure seemed to contain endless power, yet was shrouded in a mysterious aura. The masked man's clothing was simple and practical, and every detail revealed the careful consideration of designing for combat. Zhang Guo's eyes moved to the masked man's hands, which were clenched into fists, as if ready to attack at any time. Sengoku stopped and stood in front of the masked man. After thinking for a moment, he said,
Kizaru, whether you participated in the research or not, you must take on this mission.
Chapter 204, The Yellow Ape Attacks. After listening to Sengoku's words, Kizaru embarked on a journey to Wano country with the masked man. Along the way, Kizaru seemed nonchalant. His steps were neither fast nor slow, his hands casually placed in his trouser pockets. From time to time, he looked up at the floating clouds in the sky or glanced at the scenery on the roadside as if this was just an ordinary trip. However, only he himself knew that he was actually constantly considering the various possibilities of this mission. He simulated possible battle scenarios over and over in his mind, thinking about how the masked man's abilities would perform in actual combat and how to deal with those powerful yet elusive guys in the Beast's pirates. The outline of Wano country gradually became clear before his eyes, and Kizaru's expression became more and more solemn. He knew very well that this was Kaido's territory, full of unknown dangers and challenges. As soon as he stepped into Wano country, Kizaru was immediately surrounded by the Beast's pirates. The pirates rushed in from all directions. All of them were ferocious, holding weapons, and their eyes were full of hostility. Kaido's huge figure stood in front of them like an unshakable mountain. His burly body almost blocked out the sunlight, casting a huge shadow. Kaido looked down at Kizaru and the masked man, his eyes full of disdain and provocation. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a contemptuous smile, as if he was mocking Kizaru's arrogance.
HMPH, Kizaru, you, a lackey of the Navy, actually dare to come to my territory.
Kaido's voice sounded like thunder, shaking the surrounding air as if to tremble. Kizaru raised his head, still with that signature lazy smile on his face, but with a hint of vigilance in his eyes.
Kaido, I'm not here to argue with you today.
His voice was unhurried, as if he didn't care about the situation at all. When the minions of the Beast's pirates heard what Kaido said, they all shouted that they wanted to rush up and teach Kizaru a lesson.
Boss, let's take care of this navy. You dare to come to Wano country and act wildly. You are simply courting death.
They waved their weapons, bared their teeth and claws, looking impatient. Lingtian was also watching the conversation between Kaido and Kizaru. Although Lingtian and Kizaru are the same kind of people, there are CP members in the Beast's pirates, so Lingtian cannot act too familiar with Kizaru openly. Kaido raised a hand to stop his men from acting impulsively. He stared at Kizaru and the masked man as if trying to see a hint of fear or retreat from their expressions.
HMPH, let me see what you can do.
Kaido crossed his hands over his chest, his thick arm muscles bulging, full of power. Kizaru turned slightly and said to the silent masked man beside him,
It's time to show your strength.
His voice was so low that only the masked man could hear it. The masked man did not respond but moved his body slightly, emitting an invisible pressure. This pressure made the surrounding pirates unconsciously take a small step back. Seeing this, Kaido laughed up to the sky. His laughter was like thunder, shaking the entire space.
Just relying on this unknown guy.
His words were full of contempt and disdain for the masked man, and his eyes revealed absolute confidence and arrogance. The masked man heard Kaido's ridicule without any words in response. His eyes instantly became as cold as ice, and the aura on his body suddenly exploded. He flashed in an instant and rushed towards Kaido like a bolt of lightning. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch him, leaving only a blurry afterimage. Kaido was not to be outdone. Facing the masked man's fierce attack, his huge body showed no sign of retreating. He roared, tensed his muscles, and raised his huge fist to meet the masked man. The fist was as big as a small mountain with overwhelming force. When the two collided, time seemed to stand still at this moment. Then there was a huge noise. The sound was like a mountain collapsing and the earth splitting, deafening. A strong impact force spread out from the two of them, and the surrounding pirates were all forced to take a few steps back. Some pirates even lost their balance and fell to the ground. Dust was flying all over the sky, blocking out the sun, making it difficult to see the specific situation at the center of the collision. However, from the energy fluctuations that kept coming out, one could feel that the battle between the two sides was extremely fierce. Kizaru was waiting for an opportunity to make his move on the sidelines. His eyes were always fixed on the battlefield. He looked relaxed, but he was actually extremely nervous inside. His body leaned forward slightly, his toes touching the ground, ready to explode at any time. His hands were shining with light, energy gathering in them, ready to provide support at any time.
How strong is this masked man? Can he compete with Kaido?
Kizaru thought to himself, but his expression remained as lazy as usual, not letting others see his true thoughts. Although he participated in this research, Kizaru himself did not know the true strength of this masked man. On the battlefield, the battle between Kaido and the masked man became more and more intense. Every attack of Kaido carried the power of destroying the world, while the masked man relied on his flexible body and strange moves to deal with him.
This guy is quite interesting.
Chapter 205, The Masked Man and -039's Abilities. On the battlefield of Wano country, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Kaido and the masked man were fighting fiercely, and their eyes met as if sparks could be created in the air. Kaido roared, and his hands were quickly covered with a layer of dark armament color domineering. The domineering was like hard armor, flashing a cold light. The masked man was not to be outdone. He also covered his hands with armament domineering, ready to meet Kaido's attack.
Come on, boy, let me see how strong you are.
Kaido roared and swung his huge fist at the masked man. The masked man dodged Kaido's blow by moving sideways, and at the same time responded with a powerful straight punch. The two men exchanged blows, each time punching each other, making a dull sound. The aftermath of their battle continued to impact the surroundings, shaking the ground and cracking the earth and rocks. Kizaru stood aside, his arms folded across his chest, watching the fierce battle with a relaxed expression.
This is such a wonderful duel.
Kizaru muttered to himself. Lingtian, who was not far away, was also watching the battle quietly, without any expression on his face. When Kaido and the masked man were fighting fiercely, a piece of sand suddenly emerged from the ground and quickly entangled Kaido's arm. Kaido was startled and wanted to break free but couldn't get rid of it for a while. The masked man seized this opportunity and kicked Kaido hard in the chest. The powerful force knocked Kaido away, and he drew an arc in the air. Lingtian, who was watching the battle on the side, recognized at a glance that it was the ability of the sand fruit.
Humph, it seems that the world government is really unscrupulous and actually obtained the ability of the sand fruit.
Lingtian secretly guessed in his heart.
However, this should be just their little trick.
Lingtian's expression was calm because he knew Kaido had not yet used his full strength. On the battlefield, Kaido, who was knocked flying, quickly regained his balance. His feet landed heavily on the ground, splashing a cloud of dust.
Damn it!
Kaido's eyes widened in anger.
You guys, do you think you can defeat me like this? I am Kaido the Beast.
Kaido steadied his body and immediately used the
Bad wind.
move. He swung the mace in his hand, creating a strong gust of wind pressure and hit the masked man. The masked man saw this scene and had no intention of dodging. He waved his hands quickly, and a tall sand wall instantly formed in front of him. Boom!
Bad wind.
Move. He swung the mace in his hand, creating a strong gust of wind pressure and hit the masked man. The masked man saw this scene and had no intention of dodging. He waved his hands quickly, and a tall sand wall instantly formed in front of him. Boom! Kaido's attack hit the sand wall, making a loud noise. The sand wall shook violently, but it finally blocked Kaido's bad wind.
Haha, Kaido, your attack is nothing but this.
The masked man laughed. Kaido gritted his teeth and rushed forward again.
I want you to know how powerful I am.
The two men were once again caught in a fierce battle, their figures intertwined on the battlefield, and every attack was carried with the determination to kill. Huang Yuan looked at them, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised.
It's really interesting. I wonder who will win in the end.
As the battle continued, Kaido and the masked man's physical strength was gradually depleted, but their fighting spirit became higher and higher. Kaido launched another powerful attack, swinging his mace with great force. The masked man responded skillfully with his agility and the power of the sand fruit.
I wonder how long you can last.
Kaido said, panting. The masked man snorted coldly.
It's not certain who will fall first.
Kaido was like a demon descended from the earth. Every time he punched, he carried the momentum of destroying everything. His thick arm muscles bulged like small hills surging.
Take it!
He roared and pounced on the masked man. The masked man did not flinch either. He moved as nimbly as a ghost, skillfully avoiding Kaido's attacks and quickly counterattacking.
Taste my power!
He shouted, exerting force with his legs, and kicked Kaido in the face. The two men attacked each other with their own moves, and it was difficult to tell who was fighting. Their figures crossed on the battlefield, and the winds of fists and the shadows of legs intertwined into a dazzling scene. Just as the battle between the two was in full swing, an ice spike shot out from a distance like lightning, bringing with it a biting chill and fierce, murderous intent. Kaido reacted quickly, with a fierce look in his eyes.
HMPH, such a petty trick.
He roared and kicked the masked man away. The masked man's body flew out like a cannonball, hitting the ground heavily, raising a cloud of dust. Then, Kaido swung the huge mace in his hand without hesitation, and the mace, with a mighty force, fiercely smashed at the attacking ice spikes. With a loud bang, the ice spikes shattered instantly, turning into countless ice chips that flew everywhere. Lingtian stood not far away, his eyes fixed on the direction where the ice spikes were coming from. He saw a man with his hands in his pockets walking slowly towards him. His steps were steady and calm, and there was a hint of coldness on his face. This person is Aokiji, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy. Earlier at the Marine headquarters, after Sengoku sent Kizaru to attack and kill Kaido, he still felt uneasy after thinking about it. Kaido's strength is too strong. Kizaru may not be able to deal with it alone. Sengoku frowned and paced back and forth in the command room. In the end, Sengoku decided to send Aokiji as well.
Aokiji, this mission is crucial. You must assist Kizaru and eliminate Kaido.
Sengoku said with a serious expression. Aokiji nodded slightly and said,
Don't worry, Marshal, I will not fail my mission.
After that, he embarked on the journey to Wano country. Back to the present. At this moment, Lingtian saw this, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He bent his legs slightly, then suddenly exerted force, and the whole person jumped directly in front of Aokiji and Kizaru like a cannonball.
Your opponent is me.
Lingtian shouted loudly, his voice full of determination. Kizaru still looked lazy. Lingtian ignored Kizaru's ridicule and turned to signal Kaido.
Kaido, continue fighting. Leave Kizaru and Aokiji to me.
Kaido nodded after hearing Ling Tian's words. He turned around again and launched a violent attack on the masked man. Ling Tian faced Aokiji and Kizaru, his momentum gradually rising.
Come on, boy, let me see the strength of the Admiral of the Navy.
Aokiji couldn't help but become serious when facing Lingtian, but Kizaru had no intention of taking action at all. He said while cutting his fingernails,
It's so scary, I don't want to fight him.
Chapter 206, Chapter 206 Fierce Battle. Chapter 206 Fierce Battle. After watching Kizaru and Aokiji move away from the spot, the already heavy atmosphere of the battlefield seemed to fall into a deeper silence. However, this silence was only a brief peace before the storm. Kaido's mountain-like body suddenly burst out with astonishing momentum, as if a sleeping beast suddenly awakened. Every muscle in his body began to tremble violently, as if countless forces were surging inside him and were about to burst out.
HMPH, boy, let me show you my true power.
Kaido roared. The sound was like rolling thunder, shaking the surrounding air so much that ripples were visible to the naked eye. The muscles in his body swelled instantly, and the muscles that were already as solid as iron became even larger, as if they were about to burst his skin. The bones made a crackling sound. The sound was crisp and loud, as if it was the sound of chains breaking coming from the depths of hell. Then, Kaido's body began to undergo amazing changes. His head gradually lengthened, and sharp dragon horns grew out, so sharp that they seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. His back bulged and his vertebrae protruded one by one, turning into a hard dragon spine. His arms and legs also quickly deformed, covered with a layer of hard scales that shone with a cold metallic luster. Kaido directly transformed into beast form, his huge dragon body stretched out and covered the sky and the sun. His body was like a winding mountain range, huge and majestic. Each scale was the size of a shield, gleaming with a faint blue light emitting a chilling pressure. Facing such a terrifying Kaido, the masked man was not moved at all. He stood quietly, his feet rooted in the ground, as steady as a rock. He stared firmly at the behemoth in front of him, without any retreat or fear. The eyes under the mask burned with an unyielding fire, as if announcing his determination to Kaido. The armed colored domineering aura on the masked man's hands was looming, and the black light was like lightning in the dark night, appearing and disappearing from time to time.
Come on, Kaido!
The masked man shouted just as loudly. His voice was particularly loud in this tense battlefield, full of determination and courage to never retreat. The battle broke out again in an instant, like an ignited powder keg, instantly bursting out with endless violent power. Kaido took the lead in attacking. His ferocious face became even more distorted with anger, and his huge dragon eyes flashed with a fierce light. He opened his bloody mouth and roared.
Hot breath!
This roar seemed to shatter the mountains and rivers and was terrifying. A hot breath gushed out of his mouth. At first, it was just a thin line of fire, but in an instant it spread out like an explosion, forming a surging torrent. This torrent, carrying a high temperature that was enough to destroy everything, rushed towards the masked man like an out-of-control beast. Wherever the hot breath passed, the air was burned and distorted, as if the space was melted by the extremely high temperature. The originally calm air suddenly became extremely hot, forming streams of scorching air that made the surrounding scene blurry. The ground instantly turned charred, the soil cracked, and thick smoke billowed out. The originally hard rocks instantly turned into magma, flowing on the earth, forming terrifying gullies. Seeing this, the masked man's pupils contracted slightly, but his reaction was extremely quick. Without any hesitation or timidity, He pushed the ground hard with his feet, leaped backwards, waved his hands, and shouted.
Wall of sand!
His voice was full of strength and conviction. As he shouted, the surrounding sand surged rapidly. A large amount of sand instantly gathered in front of him, piling up at an astonishing speed. The sand squeezed and merged with each other, forming a thick wall. This wall is composed of countless tiny grains of sand, but it is as solid as a rock, exuding a calm and powerful aura. The wall of sand continued to grow thicker and taller, like an insurmountable fortress. Under the control of the masked man, the sand was tightly combined together without any gaps, forming a solid line of defense. The hot breath violently hit the sand wall, making a dull sound, like a huge hammer hitting a heavy shield. The powerful impact caused the sand wall to tremble violently. The friction and heat generated by the collision between the sand and the hot breath made the surface of the sand wall become boiling hot in an instant. Although the sand wall was somewhat reddened by the high temperature, and even some of the sand began to show signs of melting, it still stood there tenaciously, successfully resisting Kaido's attack.
Not bad, kid.
Kaido sneered, his voice full of disdain and provocation. His huge dragon eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an even more ferocious light. Then he shouted again.
Bad wind.
He opened his terrifying mouth, and a powerful airflow gushed out instantly. The airflow quickly condensed into countless sharp wind blades, like a group of flying sickles, flashing with cold light, cutting towards the masked man. Wherever the wind blades passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound as if it was the prelude to death. The masked man kicked his feet and leaped back like an arrow. His movements were swift and decisive, and he created some distance between himself and the wind blade in an instant. At the same time, he waved his hands quickly and shouted.
Sand thorns!
As he shouted, the ground began to shake violently. Sharp sand thorns quickly rose from the ground, like bamboo shoots sprouting out of the ground. These sand thorns are slender and sharp, with golden light flashing at the tips, which is the blessing of the armed color domineering. The sand spikes and wind blades collided in the air, making a series of metal collision sounds, crisp and loud. Sparks flew everywhere, like gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky. Each collision produced a powerful reaction force that made the surrounding space tremble. The wind blade tried to break through the sandthorn's defenses, while the sandthorns did not flinch and met the wind blade's attacks. Kaido moved, and his huge dragon body was like a moving mountain, rushing towards the masked man with overwhelming momentum. Every step he took made the earth tremble and raised dust all over the sky. The scales on the dragon's body sparkled with a faint blue light, as if it was a curse from hell. The masked man was not afraid of Kaido's fierce attack, but his eyes ignited a stronger fighting spirit. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward. His muscles were tense, and the armed color domineering covered the surface of his body, forming a layer of black armor.
Tornado!
Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Fierce Battle 2. Chapter 207, Fierce Battle 2. As he spun, the surrounding air was rapidly stirred, and several huge tornadoes formed in an instant. The wind howled like countless angry beasts, sand and rocks flew everywhere, and the entire space was sucked into this violent vortex. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the raging wind, as fragile as dead grass. Thick tree trunks flew in the air, and branches and leaves were torn to pieces. Houses collapsed in an instant, and bricks and rubble were swept into the tornado, turning into deadly weapons. These tornadoes intertwined, forming a huge vortex of destruction that swept towards the masked man. Wherever they passed, there was a mess, and deep gullies were scraped out on the ground, as if the earth was shaking and crying under this terrifying force. The masked man was in the violent tornado, trying to keep his body steady. His clothes fluttered in the wind, his hair was messy, but his eyes remained firm. He shouted loudly.
Cage of sand!
He saw his hands dancing quickly, and the armed color domineering aura in his body surged out. The surrounding sand was pulled together by his power and quickly gathered together. The sand seemed to have life, tightly arranged together, blending with the armed color domineering. A square cage gradually took shape around the masked man. This cage is made up of densely packed sand, and each grain of sand is strengthened by the armament haki, making it extremely solid. The tornado hit the cage, making a deafening sound. The sound was like a landslide, almost breaking the eardrums. The huge impact force caused the cage to tremble continuously, as if it might collapse at any time. Although the tornado continued to hit the cage, trying to destroy it, the cage remained motionless, stubbornly resisting the destructive force.
You're capable.
Kaido roared, his voice full of anger and unwillingness. His huge dragon eyes widened, flashing an even more violent light. He launched another attack.
Tornado.
Kaido first released a thunderous roar through his dragon roar. The thunder was deafening, as if it would shatter a person's soul. The strong sound waves stirred in the air, forming an invisible pressure, trying to restrain the actions of the masked man. Then, he once again made the dragon's body spin in a circle like a top, and released even stronger bad winds. This bad wind was more ferocious than the previous tornado, with endless destructive power and cutting force. Wherever the bad wind passed, tiny cracks were cut into the space, as if the whole world was about to be shattered by this force. The masked man's eyes were fixed, revealing determination and firmness, as if he wanted to completely crush all obstacles in front of him. He shouted loudly.
Sand beast.
These two words exploded like thunder in this chaotic battlefield. I saw him push hard with both hands, pouring all his strength into this push. Instantly, the surrounding sand seemed to be attracted by an invisible and powerful suction force and gathered towards his hands frantically. The sand gathered more and more, forming a huge sand ball. The sand ball kept rolling and surging, and there seemed to be endless energy inside. Then, the sand ball began to change shape. From a vague shape, it gradually became clear, and a huge salon gradually took shape. The salon's body was winding and huge, like a giant beast awakened from ancient times. Its head was hideous and terrifying, its sharp teeth flashing with cold light, and its huge eyes burning with angry flames, as if it wanted to devour all the enemies in front of it. Salon's body is covered with sharp spikes, each of which sparkles with a metallic luster. It is the blessing of the armed color domineering, making it even more indestructible. It pounced towards Kaido with its fangs and claws bared, leaving cracks in the air wherever it passed. The sand and the tornado collided with each other in an instant, and the entire space seemed to be torn apart by this powerful force. The intersection of the two forces was radiant, and the collision of energy produced dazzling sparks and blinding light that made it impossible to look directly at it. At the moment of collision, a devastating force erupted. A huge shock wave spread wildly in all directions like ripples on a calm lake. Everything was ruthlessly destroyed wherever it went. Deep gullies appeared on the ground, as if the earth was split open by a giant with a huge axe. The rocks broke apart, flew into the air, and then fell like a meteorite. The already dilapidated battlefield looked like the end of the world. Kaido and the masked man were both knocked back by the force. Kaido's huge dragon body dragged a long trail on the ground, and his claws dug deep into the ground, trying to stabilize his body. The masked man slid on the ground for a distance, raising a cloud of dust behind him.
Come again.
Kaido's eyes were burning with fighting enthusiasm. His voice was like a huge bell, full of endless fighting spirit. At this moment, Kaido's scales were shining more brightly, and his aura became more violent. It was as if this fierce battle had just made him truly excited. The masked man panted slightly, but there was no sign of retreat in his eyes. He adjusted his breathing, gathered his strength again, and prepared to face Kaido's next round of attack. The two rushed towards each other again and started a more intense confrontation. Kaido waved his huge dragon claw, which was like a mountain covering the sky and the sun. Every attack carried an overwhelming force. His movements were swift and violent, as if he was going to tear the entire space apart. The dragon claws slashed through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, bringing up a gust of wind and flying sand and rocks. Every swing contains the power to destroy everything, as if it is the claw of judgment at the end of the world, which makes people terrified. The masked man dodged nimbly, his figure as erratic as a ghost. Under Kaido's powerful attacks, he moved around with extreme agility, and each time he managed to avoid them at the critical moment. His steps were light and quick, as if dancing on the edge of a knife, demonstrating extraordinary reaction ability and fighting skills. From time to time, the masked man would launch a counterattack. He would seize the gap between Kaido's attacks and attack instantly, using the power of sand to hinder Kaido. He waved his hands, controlling the sand like a group of agile spirits, sweeping towards Kaido. Under his command, the sand sometimes condensed into a solid sand shield to resist Kaido's attack. Sometimes it turned into a sharp sand blade to pierce Kaido's body.
Look at this move of mine.
Chapter 208, Both Sides Suffer. The masked man dodged sideways, his movements were smooth and without any delay. While dodging, he shouted loudly.
Sand thorns!
As he shouted, countless sharp sand thorns suddenly emerged from the ground. These sand thorns grew rapidly like bamboo shoots and stabbed at Kaido at an alarming speed. The sand thorns flashed with cold light, with great power and speed, as if they were going to pierce Kaido. The battle became more intense, both sides were merciless and vowed to defeat the other. Kaido's attack became more and more fierce, and his every move was full of determination to kill. The huge dragon body raged on the battlefield, setting off storms. The masked man was not to be outdone. He fully utilized his wisdom and strength, using various forms of sand for defense and attack, and started a thrilling life-and-death battle with Kaido. The land of Wano country has been devastated by their fighting, but there is still no sign of their fighting stopping. Kaido stared at the masked man with eyes burning with anger. He swung his tail violently. The thick tail covered with hard scales was like a huge steel whip drawing a sharp arc in the air. At the same time, he shouted loudly.
Bad wind!
The sound was like thunder, shaking the air around him. As he roared, a powerful airflow gushed out from his tail, instantly condensing into countless sharp wind blades. These wind blades were like a pack of hungry wolves, howling sharply as they swept towards the masked man with overwhelming force. Wherever they passed, deep marks were cut into the ground and dust flew up, covering the sky and the sun. The masked man did not panic at all in the face of this fierce attack.
Wall of sand!
He shouted. The sand piled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, forming a tall and thick wall. The surface of the sand wall shone with golden light, which was the blessing of the armed color domineering, making it even more indestructible. The wind blades and the sand wall collided fiercely, making a loud bang. The sound seemed to be able to shatter a person's soul, and the huge impact force caused the surrounding space to be temporarily distorted. The sand wall was shaking constantly under the fierce impact of the wind blade, and the sand on the surface was falling off, but it still stubbornly held its defense line.
Boy, you can hold on until now, good.
Kaido said while panting. His huge body rose and fell slightly, and sweat slid down his scales, dripping onto the hot ground and evaporating instantly. But his eyes were still full of fighting spirit and majesty, without the slightest sign of fatigue or retreat. The masked man was equally exhausted, his clothes were tattered, his body was covered with wounds of varying sizes, and blood was constantly oozing out. But his eyes remained firm, like a burning flame that would never go out.
You're not bad either, Kaido.
The masked man gritted his teeth and said, his voice weak but full of unyielding will. At this time, the sky was covered with dark clouds, as if it was also changing color because of the fierce battle. The heavy dark clouds pressed very low, as if they were going to swallow up the entire battlefield. The wind was howling, making it impossible to open one's eyes. Raindrops as big as beans began to fall, hitting the ground and splashing water. However, Kaido and the masked man did not stop fighting because of the bad weather. Kaido charged again, his huge dragon body like a moving mountain, with unparalleled momentum and power.
Tornado!
He roared again. As he shouted, his body began to spin rapidly, and the surrounding air was instantly stirred, forming a huge tornado. The tornado was hundreds of meters high and tens of meters in diameter. It was like a giant dragon that reached the sky and the earth, sweeping towards the masked man with the power to destroy everything. Wherever the tornado passed, houses were razed to the ground, trees were uprooted, and the entire battlefield was instantly turned into ruins. The masked man gritted his teeth and responded. His eyes were bloodshot and veins popped out on his forehead.
Sand beast!
He shouted with all his strength. The surrounding sand instantly began to boil, surging and gathering. A huge sand dragon slowly rose from the sand again, its body even larger and more majestic than before. Sharon opened his bloody mouth, let out an earth-shaking roar, and then rushed towards the tornado. The sandstorm and the tornado met in midair and collided violently again. With a loud bang, the whole world seemed to stop turning at this moment. The huge energy impact spread out in all directions, forming a powerful shock wave. The ground instantly sank, forming a huge circular pit. Under the impact of this force, the surrounding mountains also experienced landslides, huge rocks rolled down, and loud rumbling noises were made. Under this powerful impact, Kaido and the masked man were thrown far away. Their bodies drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground.
It looks like both sides are hurt.
Kizaru looked at Kaido and the masked man lying on the messy battlefield and couldn't help but tease. His voice came slowly, with his signature laziness and carelessness. Kizaru folded his hands in front of his chest, leaning back slightly, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth and a hint of teasing and amusement in his eyes. At this moment, Kizaru's golden light seemed particularly dazzling under the gloomy sky, but it could not conceal the frivolousness in his tone. He glanced at Kaido and the masked man casually, as if he didn't care too much about the fierce battle in front of him, as if it was just an insignificant farce. Aokiji stood aside, still silent. His cold face had no expression at all, like an iceberg that had not melted for thousands of years. His eyes were fixed on Kaido and the masked man like sharp swords. No emotion could be seen in his deep eyes, but in his heart he was calmly analyzing the situation. Because he could see that Kaido and the masked man were not seriously injured. Although their clothes were torn and there were many scratches and bloodstains on their bodies, for strong men like them, those were just insignificant skin injuries. Aokiji observed Kaido. Although his huge body was lying on the ground, his breathing was steady and powerful, his muscles were still tense, and he exuded a powerful force that could explode at any time. Although the masked man's body looked a little tired, his eyes were still firm and his aura showed no signs of weakening. Moreover, Aokiji knew that Kaido had not yet used his full strength. He was well aware of the terrifying strength of this
Beast!
Chapter 209, Riot. On the smoke-filled battlefield of Wano country, Kaido and the masked man experienced a thrilling battle, and finally both of them were exhausted and fell to the ground. At this moment, Lingtian jumped in front of Kaido as fast as lightning. His movements were swift and resolute, his posture was as straight as a pine tree, like an unshakable mountain. His eyes were firm, revealing a majesty and determination that could not be ignored. He faced Kizaru and Aokiji and said loudly,
Let's end the battle here.
When Aokiji heard Lingtian's words, he turned his head slightly and looked at Kizaru. Yellow Monkey looked nonchalant, seemingly unconcerned about the situation. His hands were still in his trouser pockets, his body swaying slightly, his leisurely posture formed a sharp contrast with the tense battlefield. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes showed a playful and indifferent look, as if this fierce battle was just a boring performance in his eyes. Aokiji's heart trembled, and his usually calm face now looked a little more solemn. He knew very well that it was not advisable to stay here for long. The situation of this battle had exceeded their initial expectations. Staying here would only make the situation more complicated and dangerous. So, Aokiji narrowed his eyes slightly and winked at Kizaru. The look contained decisiveness and determination, indicating that Kizaru should leave this troubled place with him as soon as possible. However, at this moment, the masked man who had fallen to the ground and seemed to have been exhausted suddenly stood up. His body was like an ignited gunpowder barrel, and he instantly burst out with amazing power. The masked man's eyes were red, and that red seemed like a burning flame, filled with endless anger and unwillingness. His eyeballs were covered with bloodshot, and his eyes revealed an almost crazy obsession.
Go to hell!
The masked man roared, his voice hoarse and shrill, as if it was a curse coming from the depths of hell. He danced his hands quickly, his movements were as fast as lightning, and it was almost impossible to see his gestures. As he moved, the surrounding sand seemed to be attracted by some powerful gravitational force and gathered madly towards his hands. The sand quickly condensed and compressed in his hands, forming a huge sand spear in the blink of an eye. This sand spear was huge and heavy, with an extremely sharp tip that flashed a chilling light. Every grain of sand on the sand spear seemed to contain the anger and power of the masked man, giving people an irresistible sense of oppression. The masked man gripped the sand spear tightly with both hands, tensed all the muscles in his body, and poured all his strength into this attack. Then, without hesitation, he thrust the sand spear directly at Lingtian. The sand spear cut through the air, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound, as if it was going to pierce and shatter everything in front of it. Lingtian saw this, his expression remained unchanged, still as calm and composed. There was no panic or fear in his eyes, only determination and composure. Facing the huge sand spear coming towards him, Lingtian raised his left hand calmly and waved it gently. Instantly, a huge gust of wind gushed out from his hand, and the gust of wind was like a roaring dragon, bearing its fangs and claws with the momentum to destroy everything. The strong wind and the sand spear collided instantly, and a loud bang sound broke out in the air. The sound was like thunder that shook the earth, deafening, and made people around them cover their ears. Under this powerful impact, the sand spears were instantly destroyed and turned into dust all over the sky. The dust filled the sky and blocked out the sun, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. But Lingtian stood firmly in place. The strong wind surrounded him and his clothes fluttered in the wind, but they were not damaged at all. He was like an invincible god of war. When the masked man saw this, his rage grew even stronger, as if there was a volcano burning in his chest that was about to erupt. His eyes were wide open, his eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets, and there seemed to be only endless anger and hatred in those bloodshot eyes. He gritted his teeth, and they chattered, as if he wanted to crush all his anger between his teeth.
I won't give up.
The masked man squeezed out these words from between his teeth. His voice was low and hoarse, like a curse coming from the depths of hell. All the muscles in his body tensed up again, every muscle was trembling and every vein was throbbing, showing that he was trying his best to gather strength. The masked man's hands began to tremble, and the surrounding sand was once again pulled by his power and slowly floated. His breathing became rapid and heavy, like an old bellows working hard. He had only one thought in his mind, that was to defeat Lingtian, even at any cost. However, just as the masked man was about to launch an attack, Kizaru and Aokiji immediately came in front of the masked man and stopped him. Kizaru's figure appeared instantly like a ghost, and his golden light was particularly dazzling in the dim battlefield.
Enough!
Kizaru said loudly, with a hint of majesty in his voice. Huang Yuan's face was gloomy, and his eyes revealed an unquestionable determination. His voice echoed in the air like a thunderclap, making people's hearts tremble. Aokiji also arrived at the same time. He exuded a cold aura, and the temperature around him seemed to drop a few degrees. Aokiji said coldly,
Don't be impulsive, now is not the time.
His voice seemed to come from an extremely cold place without a trace of emotion, but it had the power to calm people down. The masked man was extremely angry at their obstruction. He yelled at Kizaru and Aokiji.
Get out of the way.
The masked man ignored the advice. He seemed to have fallen into a state of madness, with his reason completely devoured by anger. He kept roaring, the sound seemed to come from hell, full of endless pain and anger. Every roar was filled with deep resentment, making people shudder.
Get out of the way.
Chapter 210, The Violent Killing Machine. But Kizaru and Aokiji are not ordinary people. They have been through hundreds of battles and have rich combat experience. Their observation Haki sensed the attack of the masked man and prepared to deal with it in advance. Just as the masked man's attack was about to reach him, Kizaru's body turned into a beam of light and instantly became an element. His entire body seemed to have turned into a beam of golden light, and the masked man's attack passed through the light without touching him at all. At the same time, Aokiji instantly turned his body into ice. His body became crystal clear, and a cold aura filled the air. The masked man's attack passed through the ice as if it passed through a layer of illusion without causing any damage. There was not even a trace left on the ice, as if the powerful attack was just a gentle breeze.
Calm down.
Kizaru shouted again. His voice rose several decibels with obvious urgency and anger. Kizaru's face was no longer careless but now more serious and solemn. However, the masked man still ignored it and continued to attack frantically, as if he didn't hear Kizaru's shouts. There was only madness and determination in his eyes. He used up all his strength in every attack, and the attacks became more and more fierce. The masked man's moves became chaotic, and he was just venting his inner anger and impulse. He waved his hands continuously, and weapons made of sand rained down on all sides like raindrops. The surrounding air was stirred into chaos by his attacks. The masked man's breathing was rapid and heavy, and he kept letting out low roars, as if he had lost his mind and was completely immersed in his own world of battle. Kizaru and Aokiji looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Kizaru shook his head slightly, sighed, and said,
This guy is completely out of control. There is no way to reason with him.
Aokiji frowned and responded.
Avoid him first, don't confront him head-on.
The two reached a tacit understanding and decided to stay away from the masked man. Their figures moved quickly, retreating backwards like two lightning bolts. Kizaru's body turned into golden rays of light, instantly increasing the distance between him and the masked man. Aokiji's feet formed ice, and he slid on the ice, quickly moving away from the masked man's attack range. As Kizaru and Aokiji moved away from the masked man did not stop attacking because of their departure. He turned his eyes and attacked Lingtian in front of him again. The masked man roared and rushed towards Lingtian. The sand weapon in his hand kept changing shape, sometimes turning into a spear, sometimes into a giant axe trying to break through Lingtian's defense. His footsteps were heavy and rapid, and each step left deep footprints on the ground. Looking at the crazy masked man in front of him, Lingtian's eyes fixed, and his gaze was as sharp as a cold star, as if it could penetrate all the fog and illusion. His body was slightly tense, and all the muscles in his body were in a state of readiness. The next second, Lingtian disappeared in an instant, as if he had merged into the air, leaving no trace. While everyone was still in shock, he had already appeared beside the masked man. The speed of this teleportation is so fast that people have no time to react. Lingtian kicked out without hesitation, and that kick brought with it a fierce gust of wind. His leg muscles instantly exploded, and his strength poured into this attack like a surging tide. The air around the legs seemed to be squeezed by this powerful force, making a sharp whistling sound, as if cheering for this powerful kick. He kicked the masked man hard in the abdomen. The power of this kick was so great that it seemed to be able to split mountains and crush rocks.
What?
The masked man screamed. The sound was full of pain and astonishment. His body flew backwards like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that it was shocking. The masked man's body drew an arc in the air, bringing up a gust of wind. However, the masked man did not stop after flying backwards. His body showed amazing flexibility and responsiveness. In the air, he clenched his teeth, his eyes flashing with an unyielding light. The masked man twisted his body forcefully, his muscles tensed and his bones made a creaking sound. He waved his hands vigorously, trying to use the air resistance to change his flight trajectory. At the same time, he twisted his waist and kicked his legs hard, as if he was fighting a desperate battle with an invisible force. Finally, the masked man succeeded in gaining momentum in the air, and his body instantly stopped flying backwards. Then he flew back again at an even faster speed. The masked man's figure flashed across the sky like lightning, and with unstoppable determination and crazy murderous intent, he pounced on Lingtian again.
I won't fall down easily.
The masked man roared, and the sound seemed to break through the clouds and shatter the sky. His eyes were wide open, and his eye sockets were full of bloodshot, as if burning with a raging fire. At the same time, he danced his hands quickly, and his movements were as fast as a phantom. As his hands moved, the surrounding sand was pulled by an invisible force and quickly gathered in front of him. The sand continued to spin and condense, forming several extremely sharp sand thorns in the air. These sand thorns flashed with strange light, and each one was extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through everything in the world. The air around the sand thorns was cut by their sharp edges, making a hissing sound. The masked man waved his arm, and the sand thorns flew towards Lingtian like arrows. Wherever the sand thorns passed, they left tiny cracks in space, showing their powerful power. Seeing this, Lingtian snorted coldly, his eyes revealing disdain and contempt. His right hand quickly grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist, and his movements were smooth and flowing without any hesitation. The moment the flowing blade was unsheathed, the sword flashed with dazzling light, and that light was like a scorching sun, illuminating the entire battlefield.
One blade style, wind slash.
Chapter 211, No Pain. However, in this fierce collision, Lingtian's sword energy showed overwhelming advantage and instantly offset the masked man's sand thorns. The masked man did not slow down after seeing this but became even crazier. His eyes became even redder, as if he had lost his mind. He roared, and the sound seemed to be able to shatter a person's soul.
What?
The masked man screamed crazily, his voice filled with endless anger and despair. His facial muscles trembled violently, his teeth clenched, and his eyes were bloodshot as if they were about to bleed. In his hands, the sand gathered frantically again and condensed into a spear at a speed visible to the naked eye. This spear was thicker and sharper than the previous sand thorn, and the tip of the spear flashed a chilling cold light. The masked man held the spear tightly, and the veins on his arm bulged, as if he wanted to embed the spear into his body. Like a wild beast out of control, the masked man rushed towards Lingtian recklessly. His footsteps were heavy and rapid, leaving deep footprints on the ground with every step. His body leaned forward slightly, as if he wanted to put all his strength into this charge. The wind whistled behind him, blowing up the corners of his clothes, making him look even more crazy and determined. When Lingtian saw this, a hint of solemnity flashed across his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He knew that retreat was impossible at this moment, and the only option was to fight.
Come on!
Lingtian shouted, holding the hilt tightly with both hands, the power in his body continuously flowing into the sword, and he used his sword skills to fight the masked man.
Ding 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 ding.
The sword and the spear kept colliding, making a series of crisp sounds. Every collision splashed countless sparks like gorgeous fireworks blooming in the night sky. Lingtian's swordsmanship was sharp and exquisite, his sword stabbed, chopped, and swept like a storm. Each attack was powerful and at a precise angle, trying to break through the masked man's defense. The masked man's spear was like a violent dragon, flying up and down, blocking left and right, not giving Lingtian any chance to breathe.
Watch out for the sword.
Lingtian roared, and the sword's force was as powerful as thunder, piercing the masked man's throat. The masked man dodged to the side and the spear swept across, hitting Lingtian's waist. Lingtian quickly jumped away and the sword danced in front of him, blocking the masked man's attack.
HMPH, is this all you've got?
The masked man sneered, attacking even more fiercely with the spear in his hand. Lingtian remained unmoved, concentrating on dealing with every attack from the masked man. His breathing became increasingly rapid, but his eyes became more determined.
Take it!
Chapter 212, The Clash of Sword and Spear. The masked man's attack came towards Lingtian like a violent storm. His figure was like a black whirlwind, carrying with it endless murderous intent. Each move carried a deadly threat. The masked man waved his arms like a phantom, and the spear in his hand flashed with a cold light, stabbing at Lingtian's vitals at a tricky angle and at a swift speed. Wherever the spear passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. The masked man's eyes were full of madness and determination, as if he wanted to kill Lingtian in an instant. His steps were heavy and powerful, and each step left deep footprints on the ground, as if the earth was shaking under his anger. However, Lingtian's figure was as agile as a ghost. His figure was as light as a swallow, and he moved freely among the attacks of the masked man. Lingtian's footsteps seemed to glide on the water, and every move was just right to avoid the fatal blow of the masked man. The sword in his hand seemed to have life, accurately blocking the masked man's attacks time and time again. The collision of sword and spear splashed countless sparks, and each collision was as deafening as thunder. Lingtian's eyes were focused and calm, and his breathing was steady and rhythmic, not disturbed at all by the fierce attack of the masked man.
HMPH, is this all you're capable of?
The masked man roared. His voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with endless anger and unwillingness. The masked man's facial muscles were twisted with anger, making him look particularly ferocious. He swung the spear in his hand even more fiercely, like a raging dragon, trying to break through Lingtian's defense with the momentum of destroying everything. The spear drew arcs in the air, causing a gust of wind and sweeping the surrounding dust into the air. The masked man stared at Lingtian intently, as if he wanted to pierce through him with his gaze. Lingtian's eyes shone, and he shot back.
This is just the beginning.
His voice was not loud but full of determination and confidence. Lingtian's eyes flashed with determination, his body leaned forward slightly, and he held the sword in his hand tighter. Under the strong pressure from the masked man, Lingtian's aura not only did not weaken but became even stronger. His breath was like a burning flame, hot and violent. Every breath he took seemed to ignite the surrounding air. Lingtian's figure instantly became blurred, as if he had merged into the wind, and he launched a counterattack against the masked man at an elusive speed and angle. The sword in his hand stabbed, chopped, and swept like a storm. Every movement was clean and neat, full of resolute momentum. The sword swept through the air, bringing up sharp air currents that seemed to tear apart the surrounding space. Each attack was powerful, as if it came from an endless abyss containing the power to destroy everything. His arm muscles were tense, veins bulged, and he poured all his strength into each strike. At the same time, each attack had a precise angle, as if it had been carefully calculated, accurately targeting the masked man's flaws and weaknesses. Swords and spears kept colliding, and the sound of ding-dong-dong was endless. The crisp collision sound intertwined into a fierce battle movement on the battlefield, and every note was full of tension and danger. Every collision created countless sparks, which bloomed between the two people like bright stars, instantly illuminating their faces covered with sweat and determination. Lingtian's swordsmanship was sharp and exquisite, and each move contained profound martial arts attainments and combat wisdom. His sword moves were like endless waves, one after another, leaving the masked man no chance to breathe. Each sword was like a surging wave, rushing towards the masked man with unstoppable momentum. His figure was like catkins in the wind, light and agile, perfectly integrated with the sword in his hand, making it difficult to grasp. The masked man seemed a little flustered under Lingtian's fierce attack. Although he tried his best to resist, he still couldn't completely avoid every attack of Lingtian. Sword marks continued to appear on the masked man's body, some deep, some shallow, crisscrossing. Each sword mark was like a ruthless carving knife, leaving a mark of battle on his body. The blood instantly dyed his clothes red, like blooming blood flowers. The bright red spread over his body, shocking. Blood flowed down his body and dripped onto the ground, forming small pools of blood. However, the masked man did not retreat because of his injuries. His eyes were still burning with an indomitable fighting spirit. He held the spear tightly and continued to stubbornly resist Lingtian's attack. Although there was almost no intact place on the masked man's body, crisscrossing wounds covered his body like a broken spider web. Blood gushed out from the deep wound, flowing down his body like a flood, forming pools of blood at his feet. Every drop of blood seemed to be a countdown to the passing of life. However, he seemed to feel no pain at all. His face, which should have been distorted by severe pain, now only showed endless madness and determination. The masked man's eyes seemed to be burning with two balls of raging fire, hot and violent. His crazy gaze was fixed on Lingtian, as if he wanted to imprint his figure in the depths of his soul. He continued to attack Lingtian, but his movements were no longer as sharp and orderly as at the beginning. Each attack seemed so hasty and weak. But his fearless aura became stronger and stronger, as if he had already put life and death aside with only one thought in his mind, which was to defeat Lingtian in front of him.
What's wrong with this guy?
Chapter 213, Heaven and Earth One Sword Solution. After the fierce and brutal competition just now, the entire battlefield seemed to be drenched in blood, filled with a suffocating bloody smell. The masked man's figure looked particularly miserable in the bloody scene. His originally tall and mighty body now became shaky, and every step he took seemed extremely difficult. His entire body had turned red. The bright red was no longer a symbol of mystery, but a true portrayal of blood. Every inch of his skin was covered in blood, without any gaps, as if he had just crawled out of a pool of blood. The thick blood continued to flow, gathering into thin streams, dripping onto the charred land and being swallowed up by the dry ground in an instant. His clothes had long been soaked with blood and stuck tightly to his body. The originally tough fabric had now become soft and weak, sticking to his broken body. The rips on the clothes were jagged and looked even more hideous after being clotted with blood, as if telling of the fierceness of the battle just now. The masked man's hair was also soaked with blood, sticking messily to his forehead and cheeks, covering his eyes, but it could not hide the crazy, murderous intent in his eyes. However, the masked man did not give up the attack. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and every breath seemed to have exhausted all his strength, but the weapon in his hand was still tightly held, without any looseness. Each attack seemed to be his last struggle, with a desperate determination. His movements were no longer agile, even a little slow, but his unstoppable momentum did not weaken in the slightest. The initial calmness and rationality were no longer in the masked man's eyes, only endless madness and obsession remained. His eyes were fixed on Lingtian, as if in his world, only by defeating the enemy in front of him could he be freed. With every attack, he used all his strength and let out an inarticulate roar that was filled with pain and unwillingness. Looking at the masked man in front of him, who was tireless, had no sense of pain, and was attacking madly, Lingtian frowned, his eyes full of confusion and vigilance. Lingtian thought for a while and decided to change his tactics. His eyes became firm, and he secretly thought of a countermeasure. He knew that facing such an opponent who had lost his mind but had amazing fighting power, conventional tactics would no longer work. He had to figure out a way to quickly subdue the masked man while minimizing damage to himself. His eyes were firm and calm as he slowly put the blazing sword in his hand back into the scabbard. The blade of Ryujin Jaka rubbed against the scabbard, making a slight, swishing sound, as if telling of the fierceness of the battle just now. His movements were slow and steady, and every subtle movement carried a sense of determination. Then, he stretched his right hand to his waist and tightly grasped the hilt of the lightning sword. The scabbard of the lightning sword was engraved with mysterious runes, flashing a faint light. After pulling out the lightning, Lingtian muttered to himself,
The sixth seal, the sword of heaven and earth, release it.
Chapter 214, Kaido and -039's Adoration. Lingtian, who had unlocked the sixth seal of lightning, was surrounded by a brilliant light, like a god of war descending to the earth. His tall and straight figure seemed to be able to support the entire world, emitting an irresistible majesty and oppression. Particle effects of various elements continued to emerge around him, and colorful lights flickered, surrounding him, as if placing him in a mysterious and fantastic elemental world. The flame particles were like lively elves, jumping happily, and every jump emitted a scorching heat, as if they could ignite the surrounding air. The blazing flames caused the surrounding space to slightly distort, as if showing its endless power and passion to the world. The frost particles are like quiet snowflakes, condensing quietly. They emit a hint of chill, and wherever they go, a thin layer of frost condenses in the air. Those frost particles are like dreamy ice crystals, flashing with cold light, making people feel a biting cold. The lightning particles are even more eye-catching. They crackle like a violent dragon, releasing powerful energy that is terrifying. Every flash of lightning could illuminate the entire battlefield. The dazzling light and deafening roar made people tremble with fear, as if they would be swallowed up by this violent force in the next second. Lingtian was seen walking towards the masked man step by step. His steps were steady and powerful. Every step he took was like a heavy hammer hitting the ground, making a dull and powerful sound. Those firm steps seemed to carry an irresistible force, and every step seemed to step on everyone's heart, making people's hearts beat with the rhythm of his steps. His eyes were cold and firm, staring straight at the masked man in front of him, as if in his eyes the masked man was already a doomed loser. Ling Tian's face was as strong as iron, with clear lines, and every muscle was tense, showing his inner determination and focus. His hair fluttered in the wind under the illumination of the elements, like burning flames or dancing ice crystals, adding a mysterious and inviolable aura to him. The masked man looked at Ling Tian, who was gradually approaching. His figure was like a demon descending, and every step he took carried a devastating pressure. The masked man stared at Ling Tian intently, his body shaking uncontrollably as he felt the suffocating breath, as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping his throat. Cold sweat kept coming out of his forehead, and beads of sweat as big as beans slid down his cheeks and dripped onto the blood-stained ground under his feet. His eyes were filled with fear and despair, fear of unknown forces and despair of impending destruction. But a trace of stubbornness and unwillingness deep in his heart made him still hold the weapon tightly in his hand, and the weapon seemed shaky in his trembling hands.
This power!
The masked man muttered to himself, trembling. His voice was so low that only he could hear it, and it was full of helplessness and trembling. His lips turned pale with fear, and his teeth could not help but chatter. The masked man seemed to be able to feel that the power in Ling Tian was like a surging wave that was about to drown him completely. Not only the masked man, but even Kizaru and Aokiji, who were far away, had solemn expressions when they sensed Ling Tian's breath. Yellow Monkey's nonchalant expression had long since disappeared, replaced by deep vigilance and worry. His golden eyes narrowed slightly, and the light flickered in them, as if he was thinking about a countermeasure.
How terrifying! I didn't expect Ling Tian to possess such power.
Kizaru said nonchalantly. As for why Kizaru doesn't care, it's because he is Lingtian's man OVO. Aokiji pursed his lips tightly, and the muscles on his face twitched slightly. His cold breath seemed to be suppressed by Ling Tian's momentum and became less cold.
We must be careful and not be careless.
Aokiji stared at Ling Tian and clenched his hands into fists unconsciously. The soldiers behind them also felt this unusual pressure. The originally noisy team became silent, and everyone's face was filled with tension and fear. The atmosphere on the entire battlefield became extremely heavy because of Ling Tian's appearance, as if a storm was about to come. Kaido is a huge man, standing like a mountain. His sturdy body and ferocious face always make people feel scared. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the majestic Ling Tian, with an expression of undisguised admiration on his face. His eyes were wide open, flashing with excitement, and his face, which was originally full of domineering and majesty, now looked like a fanatical fan who had seen his idol. Kaido was so excited that his face turned red, and even his breathing became rapid. He also shouted,
You are worthy of being Brother Lingtian. This is a true strong man.
His voice was like a loud bell, resounding throughout the battlefield, filled with endless respect and admiration. Kaido's behavior left the crew of the Beast's pirates standing nearby stunned. They stared with wide eyes, looking in disbelief at their usually majestic, domineering and arrogant Admiral Kaido. In their memory, Kaido has always been high and mighty, looking down on everyone and ruling the Beast's pirates with absolute power and majesty.
Admiral, this is...
A crew member stammered, his face full of shock and confusion. He was completely unable to understand what was happening before his eyes.
I've never seen the Admiral look at anyone like this.
Chapter 215, One Sword. The masked man waved his hands nonstop, muttered something, veins bulged on his forehead, and he injected all his strength into these sand walls. The sand wall sparkles with golden light in the sun, and every grain of sand seems to be endowed with life, tightly attached to each other and indestructible. The masked man's eyes were full of expectation and prayer, hoping that these sand walls could withstand the fatal blow. However, he also knew in his heart that this might just be his wishful thinking. Facing Lingtian's powerful strength, his heart was filled with a deep sense of powerlessness.
Stop it!
The masked man roared. His voice was like the roar of a trapped beast, filled with endless anger and unwillingness. The masked man's throat became hoarse from the roar he made with all his might. His facial muscles were distorted beyond recognition. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were full of desire for survival and hatred for the blow. However, when Lingtian's slash touched the sand wall, a shocking scene occurred. The sand wall disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. The slash was like a hot knife cutting through butter, penetrating the sand wall without any hindrance. The originally solid and thick sand wall was so vulnerable to the slash, as if it was just an illusory bubble. The slashing blow was unstoppable and continued forward without any hindrance, with an unstoppable momentum, as if nothing could stop its pace. Wherever it passed, the air was cut into pieces, forming air vortices that were visible to the naked eye. The masked man's eyes widened in horror, his eyeballs almost bulging out of their sockets. He never expected that the sand wall he had built with all his effort would be so vulnerable. That was the defense he had poured all his strength and hope into. His lips trembled, and he murmured indistinctly,
Impossible!
The slash that broke through the sand wall quickly hit the masked man. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The slash and the armed color domineering on the masked man were in a stalemate for a while, and a layer of black light appeared around the masked man's body. It was his armed color domineering making the final resistance. The light flickered like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. The masked man clenched his teeth, and all the muscles in his body were tense to the extreme. He tried desperately to block the attack. The veins on his forehead bulged and sweat fell like rain. His body was trembling slightly, and every inch of his skin was under tremendous pressure. But the force of the slash was so strong, it was an overwhelming force that made the masked man's resistance seem so insignificant. The stalemate did not last long. The slashing attacks gradually gained the upper hand and began to break through the masked man's armament, domineering little by little. The masked man could clearly feel his defenses collapsing, and his heart was filled with despair and fear. He knew that he was about to face a catastrophe, but he was powerless. During this brief stalemate, the masked man tried desperately to resist this powerful force. His body was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring, and every muscle was contracted to the limit, trying to withstand the ruthless blow. His eyes were bloodshot, and his eyeballs seemed about to pop out of their sockets. His teeth were clenched, his lips were bitten, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. The masked man held his weapon tightly in both hands. The blue veins on his arms were like twisting earthworms, highlighting his posture of exerting all his strength. His breathing was rapid and heavy, and every breath was like a life-and-death struggle.
How could I fall down like this?
The masked man screamed frantically in his heart. He gathered all his will and strength and made a final struggle. But it was all in vain. The power contained in that slash was too strong, far beyond the masked man's tolerance. Although he had tried his best in the face of absolute power, his resistance seemed so small and powerless.
Oh!
Chapter 216, End of Chapter 216. Chapter 216, End of Chapter 216. Lingtian had just cut the masked man in half with his sword. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. The masked man's body was split in half by the sharp sword energy. Blood spurted out like a fountain, splashing on the surrounding land, forming shocking bloodstains. His body split into two halves and slowly fell to both sides. The weapons in his hands also fell with a dull sound. The tragic scene made everyone present gasp. Some people even took a few steps back unconsciously, as if they were afraid that the bloody smell would contaminate them. Their originally tense nerves almost broke at this moment, and they let out suppressed screams in their throats. Aokiji looked at the masked man who was cut in half and Lingtian who was still standing, and his expression couldn't help but become solemn. His eyes were fixed on Lingtian, and there was now a hint of worry in his eyes that were originally as calm as water. His brows were slightly furrowed, forming a deep groove, as if he was thinking about some difficult problem. Aokiji pursed his lips tightly, and the muscles on his face twitched involuntarily. In his heart, he was secretly amazed at Lingtian's terrifying strength, which he had never expected before. He originally thought that the masked man's strength was enough to compete with Lingtian for a while, but he didn't expect that Lingtian's sword was so decisive and powerful that it instantly decided the outcome of the battle. Yellow Monkey, on the other hand, didn't care at all and continued to do his own thing, still with the same lazy expression as always. He stood there casually, seemingly unaware of the tense situation around him. His slightly narrowed eyes, half-drooped mouth, and nonchalant posture all revealed that he did not care about the current situation. After all, he and the other side are in the same group, so nothing will happen to him. Kizaru thought so in his heart and felt that there was nothing to worry about. He even shrugged slightly, as if he was laughing at the nervousness and seriousness of the people around him. His seemingly casual eyes occasionally swept over Lingtian, but there was no vigilance or precaution at all, as if in his eyes, Lingtian's strength could not pose any threat to him. Aokiji looked at Kizaru, feeling even more helpless. His already solemn expression twitched again. Aokiji couldn't understand why Kizaru could be so careless at this time and had no awareness of the crisis in front of him. After killing the masked man, Lingtian stood in the center of the battlefield like a towering mountain. His aura remained undiminished and even became stronger. His tall figure exuded a chilling pressure, as if it could freeze the air around him. His eyes were like two burning flames, shooting straight at Aokiji and Kizaru, his eyes full of determination and majesty. Then Lingtian said to Aokiji and Kizaru,
Do you want to continue fighting?
His voice was not loud, but it seemed to come from an endless abyss, carrying an invisible pressure spreading in the air. Every word was like a heavy hammer hitting Aokiji's heart hard, as if questioning his determination and challenging their courage. When Aokiji heard Lingtian's words, his body trembled slightly involuntarily. A hint of hesitation and entanglement flashed in Aokiji's eyes. He clenched his teeth and thought about the consequences of continuing to fight. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the entire battlefield fell into a brief silence. However, they didn't say anything, and only made a decision after a brief hesitation. Aokiji sighed softly, with a hint of helplessness and unwillingness in his eyes. Next, they chose elementalization. Aokiji's body instantly turned into countless ice cubes, flashing with cold light, and then quickly dissipated in a gust of cold wind. Yellow Monkey's body turned into countless golden lights like bright stars and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. They left Wano country in this way, leaving behind a silent battlefield and the still majestic Lingtian. The moment Aokiji and Kizaru left, there was a violent fluctuation in the air. The wave spread rapidly like ripples, stirring up the surrounding air currents and forming a gust of wind. The howling wind blew the dust on the battlefield, as if telling of the complex emotions they felt as they left. It seemed as if their departure also carried with it a hint of reluctance and helplessness, which was the reluctance to fail to achieve their goals, and the helplessness of having to choose to retreat when facing a powerful opponent. In the darkness of the battlefield, a shadow had been lurking for a long time. When Aokiji and Kizaru disappeared into the sky, the shadow also began to move silently. The shadow was like a ghost, its movements were extremely stealthy, and it did not attract anyone's attention. It seemed to blend into the darkness, and every movement was as light as a feather without making any sound. Its figure quickly shuttled through the shadows, avoiding the gaze of everyone on the battlefield, as if it was part of the darkness, blending into it. Watching Aokiji and Kizaru leave, Lingtian turned his head and looked at the burly Kaido beside him and said,
Let's go back to Onigashima.
Kaido laughed loudly, and his laughter resounded on the battlefield like thunder. His domineering face was filled with excitement and joy, and he replied.
Okay, let's go back with Brother Lingtian.
His eyes were full of admiration and obedience for Lingtian, as if as long as Lingtian was there, any difficulty would no longer be a problem. So, Lingtian and Kaido turned around with their men and headed towards Onigashima. On the other side, in a remote corner isolated from the world, there is a mysterious laboratory hidden in it. This laboratory seems to exist in another dimension, completely isolated from the hustle and bustle and disputes of the outside world. When the heavy metal door was slowly pushed open, a stale and decayed smell hit me in the face. This place is filled with various complex instruments and pipes, which are like wildly growing vines, intertwined in no regular pattern. Some of the instruments were rusty, while others flashed with a strange cold light with faint blue sparks appearing from time to time. From time to time, the sound of liquid flowing could be heard from the pipes, as if an underground river was surging. The lights were dim and eerie, and a few chandeliers emitting a faint green light were crumbling, as if cursed souls were struggling to survive. The light struggled hard in the thick darkness, but could only illuminate a small area, leaving most corners still shrouded in darkness. The walls were covered with an unknown mucus, and occasionally a drop of it fell, making a tick-tick. Chapter 217, Killing Machine Laboratory. At this moment, a man in a black robe slowly walked in. His figure was looming in the dim light like a ghost walking out of the depths of darkness. The dust on the ground was gently lifted up by his footsteps and then slowly fell down, like a long-dormant memory being quietly awakened. The mist in the laboratory flowed slowly as he moved, wrapping around his ankles as if it had life. Wherever the man passed, the air seemed to become heavier and colder, as if he brought not the breath of one person but the chill of the entire winter. His footsteps were so light, as if a feather was gently falling to the ground, making almost no sound. Each step was like a carefully choreographed dance, light and precise, without disturbing the dust under his feet. He moved silently like a ghost, his figure appearing and disappearing in the dim light, as if blending into the surrounding darkness. The man walked to a pillar and stopped. His movements were slow and steady, as if time had slowed down in front of him. His eyes were fixed on the figure inside the pillar, his eyes revealing a kind of concentration and scrutiny. He leaned slightly closer to the pillar, observing the people inside carefully without blinking. The green liquid in the column gave off an eerie glow, illuminating his face so that it was half hidden in shadow and half illuminated by the light. His eyes were sometimes sharp, as if they could penetrate all the fog. Sometimes they became deep, as if he was thinking about some profound question. Looking at the pillar standing in front of him, his face hidden in the shadow of the black robe couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining an imperceptible arc, a smile of satisfaction and complacency. He raised one hand and gently stroked the surface of the pillar, feeling its cold and hard texture.
Humph, these are all my masterpieces.
The man muttered to himself with a hint of pride in his voice. His voice echoed in the silent laboratory with a different kind of resonance, as if announcing his achievements to the entire space.
Look at these perfect works. They will become the most powerful weapons in my hands.
His tone rose slightly, full of confidence and pride.
No one can stop me. The world will be under my control.
He took a deep breath, as if enjoying the victory and glory of this moment.
Those who have laughed at me and questioned me will pay the price for their ignorance.
There was a ruthless look in his eyes, and his face looked even more sinister in the darkness. He paced slowly in the laboratory, his steps steady and rhythmic, as if every step was measuring this territory that belonged to him. His eyes swept over each pillar with a look of scrutiny and expectation in them. His eyes were like those of a sharp hawk, not missing any detail.
With the funding from the world government, my research is progressing much more smoothly.
He continued, his voice echoing in the empty laboratory with a hint of excitement that was hard to conceal.
Those abundant resources and advanced equipment have made it easy to solve the problems that once troubled me one by one.
He raised his head slightly, a smug look on his face, as if he was recalling the smooth journey. He stopped in front of a pillar, stared at the humans soaking inside, and slowly said,
The humans here have all undergone special transformation and strengthening.
His fingers tapped the pillars lightly, making crisp sounds.
These killing machines have at least the strength of a quasi-general. Their bodies have been tempered to the limit, and every muscle contains amazing strength. Their spirits have been reshaped, and their wills are as firm as steel, and they will not be swayed by fear and pain.
As he spoke, he continued to move forward along the passage between the pillars, never taking his eyes off the figures immersed in the liquid.
You will be my most proud work, and the weapon I use to subvert the world.
His voice was full of fanaticism and ambition.
If the experiment goes smoothly, it is not impossible to rival the Admiral.
His tone rose, and his eyes flashed with madness.
By then, the whole world will tremble at my feet. What will the admirals of the Navy be? They will also pale in comparison to my power. I will create a new order, an era dominated by me.
He opened his arms, as if to embrace the coming glory. At this moment, the lights in the laboratory seemed to flicker with his emotions, and the liquid in the columns rippled slightly, as if responding to his bold words. There was a fanatical light flashing in the man's eyes. The light was hot and intense, like a burning flame that would devour everything. He stared at the figures in the pillars intently, as if he had already seen that his research results would bring about a tremendous earth-shaking impact. His thoughts were flying as he imagined the future. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing an almost insane smile. He opened his arms, as if to embrace the supreme power and glory that was about to come.
I will become the master of this world, make new rules, and make everyone tremble under my feet.
His voice was filled with endless arrogance and conceit, as if he already regarded the whole world as his own. At this time, an assistant came running in. His footsteps were hurried, causing a slight sound of wind. He ran to the man, panting, and whispered something in his ear. The man's fanatical smile froze instantly, and his expression changed slightly.
What? The speed sword ghost is so powerful. The masked man was easily killed by him.
His voice was full of surprise and disbelief, and his brows were tightly furrowed, forming a deep groove. His eyes became gloomy and fierce, and he fell into a brief contemplation. The atmosphere in the laboratory suddenly became oppressive and tense, as if the air had solidified. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and said through gritted teeth,
Speed up the experiment. I want to make these killing machines more powerful, and I must not let the speed sword ghost hinder my plan.
His words exploded in the laboratory like thunder, with unquestionable firmness and decisiveness. The assistant nodded in response, and beads of sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks, but he didn't dare to wipe it off. He just turned around and quickly left. His figure quickly disappeared into the dark corner of the laboratory, leaving only a burst of hurried footsteps. The man in black robe looked at the pillars again, his eyes full of expectation and ambition. His eyes seemed to penetrate the green liquid and see directly the powerful and invincible future of the killing machine inside.
Sakukengui, you are just a small obstacle on my road to success. I will let you know the consequences of going against me and Lord Yimu.
He muttered to himself, his hands clenched into fists, the knuckles turning white from the effort. He paced back and forth between the pillars, constantly thinking of a more perfect transformation plan in his mind.
I want to give them more powerful strength, faster speed, and tougher defense.
He stopped and fixed his gaze on a pillar, where a figure was swaying slightly in the liquid.
I will make them invincible and make the whole world tremble.
Chapter 218, Target Baldigo.
Kaido, goodbye.
Lingtian's voice was steady and powerful, reverberating in the air like a huge bell. His tall figure looked particularly resolute in the sun, and his eyes were full of determination. Kaido raised his head slightly, looked at Lingtian and said,
Are you leaving so soon? Won't you stay a little longer, brother Lingtian?
Kaido's voice was rough and loud, with a hint of reluctance and retention. His burly figure was like a small mountain, emitting a strong sense of oppression. At this moment, his eyes were full of respect and farewell to Lingtian. Lingtian shook his head, his eyes as firm as a burning torch, looking straight into the distance, and said,
Kaido, I have a heavy responsibility and I really can't stay. I have something important to do, and I have to go to the Revolutionary Army's base, Baldigo.
Kaido frowned, his thick eyebrows tangled together like two black pythons. He pondered for a moment, then laughed and said,
Okay, since you have made up your mind, brother Lingtian, I will not try to persuade you to stay. It's just that this separation came so quickly that I was a little caught off guard. But I believe that with your strength and wisdom, no matter what difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, you will be able to handle them easily.
Kaido's laughter made the surrounding leaves rustle, as if playing a different melody for the upcoming separation.
See you later. I wish you a safe journey. When you come back, I will drink with you and discuss the affairs of the world together.
Kaido's eyes were full of expectation and blessings. He stretched out his strong arm towards Lingtian and made a farewell gesture. Lingtian took a few steps forward, and the gravel under his feet creaked under his footsteps. He paused for a moment, then turned back and said with a firm and serious look,
Kaido, remember to gather at the Sabyati archipelago in 2 months. This is a crucial agreement that affects our future actions and plans. We must not delay it.
His voice rang out clearly on the empty battlefield, with unquestionable determination. Kaido looked at Lingtian, patted his broad and strong chest proudly, and said loudly,
Don't worry, I won't forget it. Brother Lingtian, I, Kaido, always keep my word. See you in the Sabyati archipelago in 2 months.
His face was filled with confidence and determination, as if this promise was easy for him to fulfill. After bidding farewell to Kaido and others, Lingtian resolutely embarked on his journey alone. His figure seemed lonely but full of power in the afterglow of Wano country. The breeze blew up the corners of his clothes, and he took firm steps, each step full of determination and courage. After leaving Wano country for a distance, Lingtian stopped and took out an old map from his pocket. The corners of this map were worn, and the lines and marks on it were slightly blurred due to the erosion of time. But Lingtian treated it as a treasure. His eyes were focused and serious as he examined it carefully. His fingers gently traced the lines on the map, as if he was feeling the unknown and hope contained therein. His brows sometimes furrowed slightly, and sometimes relaxed, as if he was thinking about the best route to take. The sunlight shines on his body, outlining his chiseled profile. His focused expression makes people reluctant to disturb him. Lingtian's eyes wandered between the marks on the map, and his mind was constantly planning the direction to move forward. He knew that the journey might be full of difficulties and obstacles, but he had no intention of retreating. He pursed his lips and took a deep breath, as if he was ready to face all challenges. Finally, Lingtian seemed to have determined the route. He carefully put the map back into his arms with a determined light flashing in his eyes. Then he took another step and walked towards the distance. His figure gradually disappeared at the end of the road. This time, he decided to rely on the map instead of the wristband he usually used. Although the wristband was convenient and accurate, Lingtian felt that if he always relied on it, he would lose the opportunity to exercise his sense of direction.
HMPH, I just don't believe that I can be called a person with no sense of direction this time.
Lingtian muttered to himself, a stubborn smile on his lips, his eyes full of determination to challenge himself. He tightened the bag on his back, as if he wanted to carry this determination along with him. Along the way, Lingtian passed through countless islands. Some islands were lush and green, full of luxuriant vegetation, with birds singing on the branches, as if welcoming this brave traveler. Some islands were desolate and lonely, with only jagged rocks and whistling sea breezes. Having experienced the baptism of wind and rain, he struggled forward in the storm. The big raindrops hit him but could not stop his firm steps. He sometimes shuttled through the dense island jungle, where the branches and leaves of the tall trees intertwined to form a green sky. Lingtian carefully avoided thorns and vines and jumped nimbly among the trees. Sometimes he climbed on a steep mountain. The steep mountain walls were frightening, but he was not afraid. He held on to the cracks in the rocks with both hands, looking for a reliable foothold under his feet, and climbed up step by step. Whenever he came to a fork in the road, he would stop, sweat dripping down his forehead. He didn't bother to wipe it off, but quickly took out a map from his pocket. His eyes were focused and serious. He carefully compared the marks and routes on the map and whispered to himself.
This way.
Chapter 219. The Result of the Demon Slayer Order. Some houses in the ruins were still burning, the flames devouring everything greedily, making crackling sounds. On the collapsed walls, you could still see traces of fresh blood and fierce fighting. The broken flags fluttered weakly in the wind, as if telling of the past glory and present desolation. Various weapons and items were scattered on the ground, some of which were damaged, and some were covered with dust and blood. Lingtian's brows knitted tightly together, forming two deep grooves like knife cuts. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and his originally bright and determined gaze now became dim and worried. His lips trembled slightly, and an ominous premonition surged in his heart. This premonition was like an icy cold current that quickly spread throughout his body, making him shiver involuntarily. He landed slowly on the ruins, as light as a fallen leaf. However, the gravel under his feet could not withstand the slight pressure and made a creaking sound, which was particularly harsh in this dead, silent environment. The moment Lingtian's feet touched the ground, a small cloud of dust was raised. The dust danced in the dim light as if it was the unwilling soul of the ruins. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his surging emotions and steady himself. The pungent smell of burning and blood filled the air, making his breathing heavy. He raised his head and looked at the devastated scene with a glimmer of determination in his eyes. He began to move forward cautiously among the ruins, taking every step with extreme caution. The rubble and broken bricks under his feet could make him lose his balance at any time, and the sharp metal fragments hidden in the dark were like beasts waiting for an opportunity to strike. He leaned forward slightly, keeping an alert posture, like a hunter groping in the dark. With every step he took, he carefully observed the surroundings. His eyes swept across the broken walls, trying to find traces of the past among the ruins. He glanced over the items scattered on the ground, hoping to find some useful clues. He moved from the corners blackened by fire to the still smoking ruins, not missing any details that might hide the truth. Looking at the ruins of Baldigo, Lingtian's eyes were filled with shock and anger. His eyes were wide open, bloodshot, and the flames of anger seemed to burst out of his eye sockets. The once familiar buildings have now turned into ruins, and those places full of hope and vitality are now only dead and desperate. He clenched his hands into fists unconsciously, his nails digging deep into his palms, but he didn't feel any pain.
Who on earth did this?
Lingtian gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words. His voice was low and suppressed, like a volcano about to erupt. The prosperous scene of the past of Baldigo kept emerging in his mind, forming a sharp and cruel contrast with the ruins before him. He quickened his pace, his steps became rapid and powerful, the soles of his shoes rubbing against the gravel on the ground, making a rustling sound, and walked towards the depths of the ruins. His figure seemed so lonely and determined in this dilapidated scene, as if he was chasing a ray of light in the darkness. After arriving at Baldigo Island, Lingtian was still shocked for a long time. He stood there as if fixed by an invisible force and began to look around. His eyes swept over the collapsed houses. All that remained of the former Baldigo was now broken bricks and tiles. Some houses were left with only half of their frames, crumbling, as if telling the story of their former warmth and present desolation. The broken window glass reflected a dazzling light in the sun, like countless unspeakable pains. My eyes turned to the broken flags, which hung limply on the ground or hung on the ruins of walls. Their originally bright colors had been stained by smoke and dust, becoming dull and lifeless. The pattern on the flag is blurred. The symbol that once symbolized hope and faith is now in tatters like a broken wing. Looking at the scorched land again, black marks spread out as if the earth was torn apart. The originally fertile soil became as hard as stone, emitting a suffocating burnt smell. Occasionally, you can see a few tenacious little grasses growing out of the cracks, but they appear withered and fragile, struggling hard to survive in this barren land. He stopped, and the ruins around him seemed to stand still at this moment. Lingtian slowly folded his hands over his chest, leaned back slightly, his eyes became a little blurry, and he fell into deep thought. The wind blew quietly, lifting a few strands of hair on his forehead, but it could not disturb his heavy thoughts at the moment.
This scene.
Lingtian murmured to himself, his voice low and hoarse, as if it was a question coming from the depths of his soul. His brows were furrowed like two tightly twisted ropes, and the deep wrinkles were full of confusion and thought. His eyes narrowed into slits, trying to search in his memory, trying to grasp the fleeting sense of familiarity. Time seemed to freeze, and only his thoughts kept shuttling back and forth in the ocean of memory. He recalled the battles he had experienced, the battlefields filled with smoke, the wounded who were wailing in pain, and the destroyed cities and villages. Images flashed through his mind quickly, but they could never completely overlap with the scene before him. After thinking for a while, Lingtian finally remembered it. When the answer clearly appeared in his mind, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This was the result of the bombardment of the Demon Slayer Order. The destructive force and the horrific scene were exactly the same as what Baldigo was seeing in front of him.
Damn it!
Lingtian cursed fiercely, and the sound rang out in the ruins like thunder. His anger was like a raging wave, and he could no longer suppress it.
It must be the Navy or the world government that attacked the Revolutionary Army.
His teeth were chattering, his eyes were wide open, and his eyes were blazing with anger. His fists clenched unconsciously, his knuckles turned white from the force, and the protruding blue veins were like winding earthworms, showing his extreme anger.
These hypocritical guys, in order to maintain their so-called rule, treat people who pursue justice and freedom so cruelly.
Lingtian's breathing became rapid and heavy, and his chest heaved violently. He thought of the efforts and sacrifices made by the Revolutionary Army to overthrow the unjust rule of the world government and to bring hope to countless suffering people. But now they have suffered such a cruel blow, which fills his heart with resentment and grief.
Do they think they can put out the flames of revolution in this way? That's wishful thinking.
Lingtian shouted loudly, his voice full of determination and resolve.
I will make them pay for what they have done.
Chapter 220, Dense Forest Island. After learning that Baldigo had been bombarded by the Demon Slayer Order, Lingtian's face instantly became extremely solemn, as if shrouded by a thick haze. He frowned, the deep wrinkles seemed like they were carved by a knife, as if carrying endless worries and anger. His eyes revealed determination and eagerness, like a burning flame, hot and unstoppable.
We must find Long and the others as soon as possible.
Chapter 221, Bartholomew Bear. The surrounding air seemed to be ignited instantly, making crackling sounds. The powerful impact caused the originally peaceful space to become distorted. The surrounding leaves were blown by the violent airflow, as if a green rain had fallen. The leaves broke free from the branches and fluttered in the air. Some leaves were spinning and floating unsteadily, others were falling straight down like birds that had lost their direction. The leaves collided and rubbed against each other, making a rustling sound, which intertwined with the two loud noises, forming a chaotic and strange melody. The branches shook violently under the impact of the airflow, as if groaning in pain. Some small branches could not bear the weight and broke with a crack sound and flew away. The dust on the ground was also blown up, forming clouds of yellow smoke that blurred people's vision. Just as Lingtian successfully blocked the two slashes, a group of people slowly appeared in the dense forest. Their footsteps were particularly clear in the silent forest, and every step seemed to carry an invisible pressure. The leader was none other than Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the original novel, and now the 3rd in command of the Revolutionary Army. His tall and sturdy figure loomed in the mottled light and shadow, like a moving mountain. The bear's steps were steady and powerful, and every step seemed to make the earth tremble. There was not much expression on his face, but his deep eyes flashed with an elusive light. He was wearing a black robe that fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of mystery to him. His hands were casually hanging on both sides of his body, seemingly relaxed, but giving people a feeling that he could burst out with great power at any time. Behind him followed a group of revolutionary soldiers, all of them with serious expressions and vigilant eyes looking around. These soldiers exude a resolute temperament that comes from being tempered by battle. They grip their weapons tightly, as if they would rush towards the enemy without hesitation at the command. The bear slowly walked out from the depths of the dense forest, his figure appearing a little mottled in the scattered sunlight that shone through the gaps between the leaves. Each step he took was steady and powerful, and his heavy footsteps made the ground tremble slightly. As he gradually got closer and finally saw that the person coming was Lingtian, his expression, which had been as tense as a bowstring and full of vigilance, relaxed a little. He swiftly waved his palm, which was as broad as a palm leaf fan, and shouted with full force.
"Stop, we are one of them."
His voice echoed in the dense forest, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Following his command, the people who were ready to launch another attack put away their weapons. The swords that flashed with cold light instantly returned to their sheaths, and the bows and crossbows that were originally fully drawn also relaxed. The tense muscles of the crowd gradually relaxed, and their vigilant eyes also shifted away from Lingtian. But they remain highly alert and ready to respond to any emergencies that may arise at any time. After seeing the other side stop attacking, Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. His originally tense body instantly relaxed, and his figure flashed, flying downwards like a bright meteor. His speed was astonishingly fast, drawing a graceful arc in the air, creating a whistling sound in the wind. After landing, Lingtian's footsteps were as light as a feather, yet as steady as a mountain. His toes touched the ground lightly, bringing up a breeze that blew the surrounding grass leaves gently swaying. A faint smile appeared on his face, which showed the joy of reunion after a long separation and the relief after going through hardships. He bowed to Xing and said,
"Mr. Xing, long time no see."
His voice was clear and loud, and it was particularly clear in the quiet forest. Lingtian's eyes were full of sincerity and respect. Looking at the familiar yet awe-inspiring figure in front of him, a wave of emotion surged in his heart. The scenes of them fighting side by side kept flashing through his mind, and those days full of blood and passion seemed like they were just yesterday. Xing nodded slightly with a barely perceptible smile on his face and responded,
"It's been a long time indeed. I didn't expect to meet you here."
His voice was low and magnetic, as if it carried a power that could make people feel at ease. Lingtian didn't bother to exchange pleasantries and asked anxiously,
"Mr. Xing, what on earth happened to the Revolutionary Army?"
He stared at the bear with anxiety and worry, as if he wanted to see the answer directly from the bear's face. At this moment, he was so anxious that he didn't care about any courtesy or negotiation. When Xing heard Lingtian's question, his eyes instantly became heavy, as if a heavy burden was pressing on his heart. He took a deep breath, as if to draw all the surrounding haze into his chest, and said slowly,
"This story begins about 10 days ago."
His voice was low and hoarse, as if every word carried endless heaviness.
That day, a group of guys in black robes suddenly came to the originally peaceful Baldigo.
Xing said as he gestured. His gestures seemed a little hurried and flustered, as if he was trying to recreate the scene at that time.
They appeared suddenly like ghosts without any warning. In just a moment, they descended on our home silently.
His eyes revealed deep confusion and anger.
Chief Long and Deputy Chief Sabo immediately organized everyone to resist.
Xing clenched his fists, his joints turned white due to the force, and the veins on his arms were like earthworms that had popped up.
But those guys are too powerful, beyond our imagination. Each of their attacks carries a devastating force. Our defense is like fragile paper in front of them, which can be broken with just a poke.
Xing's voice began to tremble, filled with unwillingness and helplessness.
Their moves are strange and fierce, and their movements are as swift as the wind. Although our soldiers are brave and fearless and rush forward one after another, they seem so small and powerless in front of them.
Scenes of tragic battles flashed in Xing's eyes, and those bloody scenes seemed to be still before his eyes.
Every time we confronted them, we thought we saw hope, but each time we were ruthlessly suppressed by them. They were like undefeatable demons, cold and cruel.
Xing's voice was filled with fear of the enemy's powerful strength and grief for the casualties of his comrades.
But our revolutionary army never gives up easily. Even when facing such a powerful enemy, we never retreat.
Xiong raised his head, and the fire of determination rekindled in his eyes. Xiong's voice was filled with anger and helplessness. He shouted,
But they seem to have no sense of pain at all. No matter how badly injured they are, they can continue to attack frantically. Those guys are simply tireless fighting machines that are not afraid of pain.
His face turned red with anger, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing.
Sabo, Dragon, and other powerful men of the Revolutionary Army put all their efforts into a desperate fight with them.
Chapter 222, Guess.
Every punch Sabo throws carries the power to destroy everything. His roar resounds through the sky, and every punch is carried by endless determination and courage. The dragon leader's storm power swept across the entire field, trying to suppress the enemy. The wind was howling, lightning and thunder were flashing, as if the heaven and earth were trembling with his power.
Bear's voice was passionate and tragic, as if he had returned to the smoke-filled battlefield.
But even so, we still have trouble resisting those men in black.
Xiong's voice trembled a little, and his body also trembled slightly.
Most of those men in black have reached the strength of quasi-generals. What's more terrifying is that 3 of them have reached the strength of generals. Their attacks are like a storm, and we are overwhelmed. Every collision makes us feel deeply powerless and desperate. We tried our best, but we were still defeated.
The bear smashed his fist on the tree trunk next to him. The trunk shook violently, and the leaves fell like a sad leaf rain. Every charge was accompanied by the fall of comrades. Every resistance brought more pain. Our blood dyed the earth red, but the enemy was still pressing forward. Tears flashed in the bear's eyes, which were the unwillingness to fail and the remembrance of his comrades.
In the end, in order to preserve their strength, the Revolutionary Army had no choice but to leave Baldigo.
Xiong's voice was full of pain and helplessness.
That was our home, our base, but we had to give it up. Watching everything familiar go away behind us, the pain is indescribable. But we know that as long as we are alive, there is hope, and there will be a day when we can come back again.
At this point, a trace of pain and unwillingness flashed in Xiong's eyes. The pain was like a sharp dagger, piercing straight into the depths of his soul. The unwillingness was like a blazing fire, burning his heart. His eyes became empty and confused, as if he was immersed in the unbearable memory. When Lingtian heard Xiong say that those men in black had no sense of pain, his pupils suddenly shrank so much that it was as if he was being grabbed by an invisible giant hand. In an instant, the image of the masked man that I met in Wano country before appeared involuntarily in my mind. The fierce battle with the masked man is still vivid in my mind. Every detail is like a relief engraved in my mind, clear and profound. That guy was like a devil crawling out of hell. He was fearless and unafraid of death. No matter what kind of attack he suffered, he was like a tireless killing machine that felt no pain. He pounced on Lingtian frantically, and each attack was carried out with reckless determination, as if life was just an insignificant decoration to him. Thinking of this, Lingtian frowned tightly, and his frowned brows were like 2 mountains next to each other, gloomy and solemn. His face was full of doubts, and the doubts were like layers of fog shrouding his thoughts. He scratched his head unconsciously, his fingers grasping his hair hard as if trying to find the answer from this simple action. He murmured to himself,
What on earth is going on?
His voice was low and confused, as if he was seeking an explanation from this silent world. As he spoke, he began to pace back and forth in his place. His steps seemed a little hurried. His steps were messy and hurried, and the ground under his feet was dusty. His eyes sometimes looked into the distance, sometimes bowed his head in deep thought, and he was in deep confusion. Every step he took was filled with anxiety and uneasiness, as if he was being pushed by an invisible hand and could not stop.
Why is this happening? Where do these guys with no sense of pain come from? What kind of conspiracy is hidden behind them?
Lingtian's mind was filled with countless question marks, but he couldn't find a clear clue. His breathing became rapid and his chest heaved violently, as if the anxiety in his heart was about to break through the restraints of his body. Lingtian stopped and suddenly stood still as if he was under a spell. He slowly turned his head and looked at Xing. His eyes were so anxious that they seemed to be able to spit fire. His voice became a little sharp because of his anxiety.
Mr. Xing, where do these strong men of yours come from?
His eyes were full of curiosity and inquiry, like two blazing beams of light fixed tightly on the bear. When Xing heard Ling Tian's question, he shook his head heavily, with helplessness and confusion written all over his face. He sighed and said helplessly,
We don't know either. These guys just appeared out of nowhere without any warning. It's like a demon that suddenly emerged from underground, catching us off guard.
There was a deep sense of frustration in Xing's voice, and every word seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of weight. When Ling Tian heard Xing's answer, he involuntarily clasped his hands across his chest, as if this could give him some strength to think. He was lost in thought, and his whole body was as motionless as a sculpture. His eyes were sometimes confused, like a lamb lost in the thick fog, unable to find the direction, sometimes firm, as if he saw a ray of light in the darkness and wanted to hold on to it tightly. Thoughts flashed through his mind one after another, and various possibilities intertwined and collided in his mind. He thought of the secret experiments hidden by the world government, the secret cultivation of the mysterious organization, and even the intervention of forces from unknown realms. After a while, Ling Tian muttered to himself as if in a dream.
Moreover, these strong men have never been heard of in the original book. It's as if they appeared out of thin air.
There was a hint of disbelief in his voice, as if all this was just an absurd dream. His brows furrowed even tighter, and the doubts in his heart grew bigger and bigger like a snowball.
Could it be that there has always been such a powerful force hidden in the darkness of the world, but we have never noticed it? Or is this a carefully planned conspiracy specifically targeting the Revolutionary Army?
Ling Tian's thoughts became increasingly confused, but he tried hard to make sense of it. His gaze was looking into the distance, and his deep eyes were like two sharp arrows that could penetrate everything, as if he wanted to penetrate the heavy fog and find the truth of the matter. His sight seemed to be able to cross the endless mountains and rivers, piercing through the thick curtain covering the secrets. His determined eyes flashed with persistence and unyielding spirit, as if no difficulties or obstacles could stop his steps of exploration. Ling Tian took a deep breath, and his chest swelled up with this deep breath, as if he wanted to take all his determination and courage into his body. Then he said slowly,
No, this matter must be investigated thoroughly, otherwise Ace's execution in 2 months will be troublesome.
Chapter 223, Dragon and Sabo. In the quiet and deep forest, Ling Tian and Xing stood side by side, with the mottled sunlight shining through the dense branches and leaves, sprinkled on them in spots. The breeze blew gently and the leaves rustled, as if whispering unknown secrets. The bear looked solemn, and his broad face seemed to be shrouded in a layer of haze. He stared at Ling Tian with his deep eyes and said solemnly,
The Revolutionary Army has suffered a heavy blow this time, and the situation is not optimistic. The enemy's strength is beyond imagination. We have suffered heavy losses, and Baldigo has become a ruin.
There was a hint of helplessness and sadness in his voice, and his thick fingers unconsciously clenched into fists. Ling Tian nodded slightly, his eyes filled with determination, like a burning flame, hot and unyielding. He met Xing's gaze and responded,
But as long as everyone is still here, hope will not be extinguished. The Revolutionary Army's faith will not be shaken by this setback, and our mission is still calling us ahead.
His voice was not loud, but it was full of power, as if it could penetrate the darkness of the dense forest. A brief silence fell between the two of them, with only the breeze continuing to stir the leaves, making a soft sound. After a while, Xing broke the silence and said,
Come on, I'll take you to where the Revolutionary Army is stationed. Everyone is waiting there for the next instructions.
So, Xing took Ling Tian to the current base of the Revolutionary Army. They walked with firm steps, and the thick fallen leaves sank into them with every step, leaving deep marks. As they moved forward, the sound of branches being pushed aside was particularly clear in the silent forest. The branches were reluctantly pushed away, then quickly bounced back as if trying to stop their advance. Along the way, occasionally a few birds were startled by their footsteps and flapped their wings to fly into the sky. Xing's tall figure led the way, and Lingtian followed closely behind. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the woods, as if they were part of the dense forest, but with a firm determination to break the tranquility and restraint of the dense forest. After passing through the dense forest that blocked out the sunlight gradually became brighter, and soon Lingtian saw houses made of trees in the depths of the forest. The houses are like masterpieces of nature, perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment. The walls of the houses are made of thick tree trunks, and the texture is clearly visible. The roof is covered with emerald green leaves, blending in with the surrounding treetops. Without careful observation, it is difficult to find any traces of human intervention. The houses are surrounded by various vines and flowers which grow wildly, adding a bit of vitality and mystery to these houses. Some houses are also surrounded by fences made of branches, in which some vegetables and herbs are planted, emitting a faint fragrance. Some small birds were jumping on the branches and singing happily, as if they were extremely satisfied with the tranquility and harmony here. Xing raised his hand and pointed forward, with a tired but hopeful look on his face, and said,
This is where the Revolutionary Army is stationed today.
His voice was particularly clear in this quiet space. After seeing Xing coming back, the Revolutionary Army gathered around him, their faces full of concern and expectation, their eyes revealing their desire for news.
Mr. Xing, what's the situation?
A tall and resolute-looking soldier asked first, with a hint of urgency in his voice.
Yes, Mr. Xing, what's the situation outside?
Another young soldier followed closely behind, with anxiety flashing in his eyes.
Don't be anxious, just listen to Mr. Xing first.
An older soldier said calmly, but his eyes were also fixed on Xing, waiting for an answer. Murmurs began to be heard among the crowd, and everyone seemed very nervous.
Who is this?
Someone noticed Lingtian at this time. The person who spoke was a thin but bright-eyed young warrior. He tilted his head, his eyes full of doubt.
This is Mr. Lingtian.
Xing introduced simply, his voice steady and powerful. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lingtian, and they began to discuss him one after another.
Looking at him, he doesn't look like a member of our Revolutionary Army.
A big man with a stubble on his face said in a rough voice, looking Lingtian up and down with a scrutinizing look in his eyes.
Maybe they are here to help our allies.
A female warrior with a ponytail guessed.
But I've never heard of this person.
Another soldier shook his head, his face full of confusion.
Lingtian, could it be the speed sword ghost Lingtian?
Chapter 224, Negotiation. It was not until Lingtian coughed lightly that Long and Sabo woke up from their dream and stopped what they were doing. Long raised his head, and his deep gaze instantly fell on Lingtian. There was both confusion and a hint of expectation in his eyes. He slowly stood up, his hands hanging naturally at his sides, and narrowed his eyes slightly, as if trying to read the purpose of Lingtian's visit from his expression. Sabo also stopped wiping his weapon, put it gently aside, then stood up with a friendly smile on his face. His eyes were clear and bright, filled with curiosity and welcome towards Lingtian. Long spoke first, his voice was steady and powerful, like thunder exploding in the house.
Lingtian, why are you here?
He stared at Lingtian with scrutiny and inquiry. Lingtian walked forward, and the wooden board under his feet made a slight creaking sound. A smile appeared on his face, a smile that was a little tired but also full of sincerity.
Dragon Leader Sabo, long time no see.
His gaze swept across Long and Sabo's faces in turn, his eyes filled with joy of reunion. Sabo said cheerfully,
It's been a long time indeed. I didn't expect to see you at this time, Mr. Lingtian.
The three of them began to exchange pleasantries, reminiscing about the past, their words filled with emotion. After some greetings, Lingtian's expression became serious. His smile gradually disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. He took a deep breath and said,
I came here this time to discuss something important.
Long and Sabo looked at each other, their eyes full of confusion. Long frowned slightly and asked,
What's so serious?
Lingtian continued.
Because Ace will be executed by the Navy in 3 months. I hope the Revolutionary Army can rescue Ace together at that time.
His voice was urgent and firm, and his eyes were full of anxiety and expectation. When Sabo heard Ace's name, his originally calm expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened instantly, and the original calmness in his pupils was broken, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. At first, his eyes became a little confused for a moment, as if the name came from a distant place, making him unable to fully understand its meaning. Then, Sabo felt a pain in the head as if he was hit by a sledgehammer. The pain came so suddenly and violently that he was completely unprepared. He held his head with both hands, his fingers tightly grasping his hair, as if this could ease some of the pain. His body trembled slightly, like a fallen leaf shivering in the cold wind. An expression of pain quickly spread across his face, his brows knitted tightly, forming deep Chuan-shaped wrinkles, his lips clenched unconsciously, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing Sabo's condition, Long and the other members of the Revolutionary Army couldn't help but worry. Long immediately stepped forward and stretched out his hand to support Sabo. His face was full of concern and anxiety. He asked in a low and anxious voice,
Sabo, what's wrong with you?
Other members of the Revolutionary Army also gathered around, their faces also full of worry. Someone shouted anxiously,
Master Sabo, is your old injury recurring?
Others quickly handed over towels and water, trying to relieve Sab's pain.
Hurry, go find a doctor.
An anxious member shouted.
Don't touch him yet, let's see what happens first,
said another calmer member. Everyone was talking at the same time, and the whole room was suddenly filled with a tense and uneasy atmosphere. The crowd's voices rose one after another, and their anxiety was evident in their words.
Sabo, please don't hold on.
A young revolutionary soldier had a worried look on his face, his voice trembling a little.
What is going on? Is it the after effect of the previous battle?
Another older soldier frowned and spoke anxiously.
Hurry, bring the stretcher over here.
Someone shouted loudly, and the footsteps suddenly became chaotic.
We must find a way to help Sabo.
The shouts of the crowd intertwined, and everyone's face was filled with anxiety and helplessness. However, Sabo waved his hand and said while enduring the pain,
I'm fine, don't worry.
His voice was a little weak, as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Despite this, he still tried to appear strong and reassure everyone. His face was as pale as paper, beads of sweat kept rolling down his forehead, but his eyes remained firm. Lingtian watched Sabo quietly from the side, guessing in his heart that it was probably because Sabo had lost his memory. His eyes were full of thought and sympathy, and his mind recalled the memory that Sabo had lost like a movie. Once Sabo lost consciousness in an accident. During that time, he was like a blank sheet of paper with no memory of the past. Lingtian cleared his throat and said slowly,
Sabo, in fact, you, Luffy, and Ace, the three of you have been brothers since childhood. You grew up together and experienced countless adventures and difficulties together.
Sabo raised his head, with a hint of doubt and expectation in his eyes, and listened to Lingtian's story carefully. Lingtian continued.
You once played together on an island in the East China Sea, dreaming of going out to sea one day to find freedom and dreams.
Sabo's eyes gradually became moist, and tears were welling up in his eyes as if they would burst out at any time. He murmured to himself,
Ace!
His voice was full of longing and emotion. Those two names seemed to be the softest corner in his heart, and a slight touch would trigger endless waves of emotions. After hearing Lingtian's words, not only Sabo, but even Long on the side did not expect that the child they rescued that year actually had such a relationship with their son. Long's originally serious expression became very complicated. He frowned, and the wrinkles on his brows were like traces carved by time, deep and heavy. His eyes were deep and solemn, as if they could penetrate time and space and trace back to all the memories of the past. Long fell into a brief contemplation, with the figures of Ace and Luffy constantly appearing in his mind. He remembered Ace's stubborn and brave character and Luffy's innocent but determined smile. He couldn't help but ponder the strange arrangement of fate, why this child whom he had saved had such a deep bond with his sons. He sighed in his heart that the connections in this world were so subtle and unpredictable. Sabo came back to his senses from his shock with a determined light flashing in his eyes. That light was like the brightest star in the night sky, illuminating his resolute face. He clenched his fists tightly, the muscles on his arms bulging slightly due to the force, and he said loudly,
In this case, I must go with Mr. Lingtian to rescue Ace.
Chapter 225, Rescue Plan.
Ace and Luffy are my brothers. I can't let them face danger alone.
Sabo's voice echoed in the room, full of strength and courage. His eyes burned with anger, anger at the predicament Ace was about to face and regret for the memories he had lost.
Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire ahead, even if the enemy is extremely powerful, I will never retreat.
Sabo's body trembled slightly, not because of fear, but because of the surging passion and firm belief in his heart. When Long heard Sabo's words, he slowly raised his head. His eyes slowly swept over Sabo and Lingtian, like two sharp rays of light trying to see through their hearts. He was silent for a moment, then took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling dramatically with the inhalation, as if he was gathering strength and determination. Then he said,
In that case, I'll go with you. Ace is Luffy's brother, and Luffy will definitely do everything he can to save him. I can't let them face danger alone.
His voice was steady and powerful, like the sound of an ancient bell, and every word was filled with unquestionable determination. The voice echoed in the room as if it had an invisible force that calmed people's minds. His eyes were firm and fiery as he continued.
As a father and as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, I have the responsibility to protect them and to fight for justice.
His eyes sparkled with love for his family and his persistent pursuit of justice. Sabo looked at the dragon, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. There seemed to be a flame burning in his eyes, a flame ignited by respect and trust for Long. He said excitedly,
Mr. Long, with you, our chances of winning are even greater. Your strength and wisdom have always been the pillars of our Revolutionary Army, and this time you will definitely lead us to successfully rescue Ace.
Sabo's voice trembled slightly with excitement, and his hands were clenched into fists, as if he was ready to fight at any time. Long nodded slightly and said seriously,
However, we cannot underestimate the difficulty of this operation. The world government will definitely not stand idly by in such a major event. It is possible that the world government will mobilize all its forces at that time. They have a huge intelligence network, a mysterious agent organization, and a powerful military force. What we face will be an unprecedented difficult challenge.
Long's voice became low and serious, his brows were furrowed, and the worry on his face was clearly visible.
We must be fully prepared and make a careful plan. From intelligence gathering to personnel deployment, from weapons and equipment to strategies and tactics, there can be no negligence in every link. We must take into account various situations that may arise and be prepared to deal with all emergencies.
Long's eyes became sharp, as if he had begun to conceive the details of the entire operation in his mind.
This operation not only concerns Ace's life and death, but also the future of our Revolutionary Army and even the entire world's situation. We must act with caution to ensure that nothing goes wrong.
Long's voice echoed in the room, making Sabo and Lingtian feel heavy pressure and huge responsibility. When Lingtian heard Long's words, the expression on his face became serious, and he nodded vigorously to show his agreement. He straightened his back like a tall pine tree, looked at everyone with a firm gaze, and said,
Captain Long is right. This operation is indeed extremely difficult. We must be fully prepared.
As he spoke, he unconsciously clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force, revealing his inner determination and fearlessness. Lingtian took a deep breath, as if to absorb all his determination into his chest, and continued.
Besides, I have made some arrangements in advance. I ran around and tried my best and finally found Whitebeard, Kaido, and other strong men to help me.
His voice was steady and powerful, with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue, It was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort to achieve this goal. When Sabo heard this, his eyes, which were already full of anticipation, suddenly lit up, like bright stars in the night sky. He asked anxiously.
Really? Are they really willing to help?
His voice trembled slightly with excitement, and his hands unconsciously grabbed Lingtian's arm. Lingtian smiled slightly. That smile was full of confidence and relief, and replied.
Yes, I negotiated with them personally and explained the situation sincerely. They are all people who value friendship and loyalty. After hearing about Ace's experience, they promised without hesitation to help at the critical moment.
Long nodded slightly, with a hint of appreciation in his eyes, which was like warm sunshine.
This is good news, but we cannot completely rely on others. Our own preparation is also crucial.
His tone was serious and calm, reminding everyone not to take it lightly. Lingtian nodded and said seriously.
Don't worry, Mr. Long, I understand. We agreed to meet at the Sabyati archipelago in a month.
His eyes revealed anticipation for future actions and a hint of nervousness. When Sabo heard Lingtian's words, he was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He paced back and forth in the room with quick and powerful steps and said excitedly.
That's great. With their help, it will be much easier to rescue Ace.
His voice was full of joy and hope, as if he had seen the dawn of success. Long looked at the excited Sabo with a hint of worry in his eyes and reminded him.
Sabo, don't be too happy too soon. Although we have strong reinforcements, the Navy and the world government will not sit idly by. They will definitely try every means to stop us. We must be prepared to deal with various difficulties.
His voice was low and powerful, like a warning bell ringing in everyone's ears. Sabo stopped, his face suddenly turned serious, and he said seriously.
Chief, I know, but this does increase our hope.
His eyes revealed determination and maturity, and he was ready to face the challenge. Lingtian continued.
This month is extremely important for us. We must train hard, improve our strength, adjust our condition, and prepare for the battle in the best possible manner. We must also further improve our plans and ensure that every detail is considered carefully.
There was urgency in his voice. Long walked to the map, stared at the marks on it intently, pointed to several key locations, and said,
We need to scout the possible deployment of the Navy in advance, analyze their force distribution and defense focus, and find out their weak links. Only in this way can we find opportunities for breakthroughs in the battle.
His finger moved across the map, as if directing an invisible battle. Sabo leaned over, looked at the map carefully, frowned slightly, and said,
Yes, we must also prepare sufficient weapons and supplies. We cannot let our soldiers get into trouble in the battle due to lack of equipment.
Lingtian frowned and fell into deep thought. He said thoughtfully,
There is also intelligence work. We must ensure that we can grasp the latest developments in a timely manner. Any slight disturbance may affect our actions. We must not take it lightly.
Long folded his hands in front of his chest, his expression serious and determined.
That's right, we can't be careless in this regard. We need to establish an efficient intelligence network so that information can be transmitted and processed quickly.
Chapter 226, Return to the Sabyati Archipelago. When Lingtian heard Long say that he wanted to establish an efficient intelligence organization, his eyes, which had been listening attentively, suddenly lit up. The light was as bright and dazzling as a meteor across the night sky. A flash of lightning flashed through his mind, and he immediately thought of the mask of the Ghost Legion stored in the system space. His heart moved as if a warm current was surging in his chest, and he felt that this mysterious mask might be the key to breaking the current predicament. This thought spread rapidly in his heart like a flame, burning more and more vigorously. Thinking of this, Lingtian reached into his arms without hesitation. His movements were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. His right hand reached into his arms like the wind, and the muscles of his arm were slightly tense, showing his inner eagerness. Then he took out the mysterious Ghost Legion mask. The mask exudes a strange luster under the dim light, and the patterns on it are intricate, as if it is a symbol of ancient mysterious power, and it seems to contain endless power. People can't help but be deeply attracted by it at just one glance. Then Lingtian slowly put on the mask. The mask fit his face perfectly, and instantly a mysterious aura emanated from him. Then 20 ninja soldiers appeared out of nowhere like ghosts. Their figures were vague and mysterious in the darkness, exuding a chilling aura. They are agile and quick, like cheetahs in the dark night, and every movement is smooth and swift. Their figures flashed and lined up neatly in the room, instantly making the atmosphere in the room more mysterious and tense. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to make people feel a little chilly, and the air seemed to become heavy. Ling Tian looked at Long and the others firmly, his eyes full of trust and expectation, and said loudly,
Everyone, these ninja soldiers will obey your orders. They are our secret weapon in this difficult battle. I believe they will bring a turning point to our actions.
His voice echoed through the room, full of power and determination. Long, Sabo and the others were all shocked by this sudden scene and their eyes widened. Their eyes were full of astonishment and disbelief, their mouths slightly opened, and they were speechless for a moment. Ling Tian looked at everyone's surprised expressions, took a deep breath, and explained the abilities of the ninja soldiers to Long and the others.
These ninja soldiers have special abilities. They are immortal. No matter how serious the injuries are, even if they are pierced by swords or burned by fire, as long as there is a breath, they can quickly recover as before. Even if they suffer heavy injuries, the mysterious power in their bodies will quickly repair the wounds and allow them to regain their fighting power.
Ling Tian's voice was steady and powerful as he introduced in detail the strengths of the ninja soldiers. Moreover, they can sneak into shadows. Whether it's the shadow of an object or a person, as long as there is a shadow, they can blend in silently and obtain intelligence without anyone noticing. When the enemy is unaware, they can see through their every move. This gives them an unparalleled advantage when performing reconnaissance and assassination missions. When Long heard Ling Tian's words, his body trembled slightly involuntarily, the expression on his face froze instantly, and he couldn't help but be shocked. His eyes were wide open, and his gaze was as sharp as torches, staring at the tall ninja soldiers as if he wanted to see through them. At this moment his face was full of disbelief, his lips trembled slightly, and he muttered to himself,
I didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary ninja in front of me actually has the ability to be immortal. This is beyond my imagination. What kind of existence is such a mysterious and powerful power?
Sabo couldn't hold back his curiosity and walked forward with a determined step. His eyes were shining with excitement and curiosity as he carefully looked at the ninja soldier. His hand stretched out unconsciously, wanting to touch these mysterious beings and feel the unknown power. However, just when he was about to touch it, he seemed to realize something, and as if stopped by an invisible force, he suddenly retracted his hand. Ling Tian stood aside, quietly watching the surprised expressions of the crowd. His eyes swept from Long's shock to Sabo's curiosity, and he felt mixed emotions in his heart and then fell into deep thought. Thinking of the ability to be immortal, he couldn't help but think in his heart,
It seems that I also have such an ability.
Long finally came back to his senses. He withdrew his gaze from the ninja soldier and turned to look at Ling Tian. He said,
Ling Tian, you really brought us an unexpected surprise. We were originally worried about the intelligence organization, but you brought such a powerful help.
Long's tone was full of appreciation and gratitude. Ling Tian smiled slightly, with a hint of relief in his smile, and said,
I hope these ninja soldiers can be of help to our operation. As long as it can increase the chances of rescuing Ace, everything will be worth it.
His eyes revealed determination and expectations for the future. Afterwards, Ling Tian handed the command to Long. His expression became serious and earnest. He said,
Chief Long, these ninja soldiers are now under your command. You must make sure they play their best role. They are our hope and one of the keys to our success.
Ling Tian's voice was steady and powerful, as if he was handing over an invaluable treasure. Long nodded solemnly, his eyes firm and resolute, and said,
Don't worry, Lingtian. I will make reasonable arrangements and live up to your kindness.
Long's words were concise and clear, but full of convincing power. After finishing his instructions, Lingtian turned around and prepared to leave. His steps were firm and powerful, and each step seemed to carry an indomitable determination. The corners of his clothes fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of resolute momentum. Sabo walked forward and said,
Mr. Lingtian, see you in a month.
Sabo's face was full of concern and worry. Lingtian waved his hand and said,
Well, you should also hurry up and prepare.
Chapter 227, Brook. The sunshine of the Chabyadi archipelago is hot and dazzling, pouring down unreservedly on this prosperous and bustling land. The golden light was like a layer of hot gauze, covering every corner and making the air seem to be heated to boiling point. The sea breeze blows in every corner with a salty scent, which is mixed with the vastness and mystery of the sea, as well as the unique warmth and unrestrainedness of this island. Lingtian walked hurriedly through the busy streets. His steps were quick and powerful, and every step he took seemed to be filled with an impatient determination. The streets are crowded with people, and all kinds of noise interweave together to form a unique city symphony. The shouts of vendors, the laughter of passers-by, and the whistles of ships rose and fell, but Lingtian turned a deaf ear to them. His eyes were firm, staring straight ahead with a clear target, which was Zia Cheese Tavern. There was a flame burning in his eyes, a light of eagerness and desire. Every step he took was filled with eagerness, as if there was a burning flame in his heart, urging him to speed up. The fire burned fiercely in his heart, constantly giving him strength and courage. His forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat which sparkled in the sunlight, but he didn't bother to wipe them off and just ran towards the tavern. His clothes fluttered with his steps, and the corners of his clothes rustled in the wind. People on the street looked sideways, casting curious glances at this hurried figure, but Lingtian didn't care at all. He had only one thought in his mind, which was to reach Zia Cheese Tavern as soon as possible, as if there was an extremely important mission waiting for him to complete there. Along the way, he nimbly avoided the pedestrians coming and going, dodged carts full of goods, and never stopped for a moment. Even when he encountered a narrow and crowded road, he squeezed through without hesitation. His breathing became rapid and his chest heaved violently, but his pace did not slow down at all. Finally, after a long journey, Lingtian arrived at Zia Cheese Tavern. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to inhale all the fresh sea breeze around him into his lungs, and tried to calm his slightly rapid breathing. He straightened his body, and the expression on his face gradually changed from anxious to calm. Then, he slowly stretched out his hand, which was trembling slightly from the hurry, and gently pushed open the slightly old wooden door. With a creaky sound, the wooden door slowly opened, and a hot air mixed with the smell of alcohol and people's noises rushed in. The moment Lingtian stepped into the tavern, his sharp eyes immediately caught the familiar figures of Luffy and the others. They sat around a large table in the corner, each with an expression of anticipation and anxiety on their face. It turned out that Luffy and the others had been waiting here for a long time. Luffy's hat was casually placed on the table, Zoro's 3 swords were leaning against the side, Nami's nautical chart was rolled up and placed at hand, and Sanji's cigarette was still emitting wisps of smoke. From time to time, they looked towards the door, looking forward to Lingtian's arrival. As soon as Luffy saw Lingtian, his eyes lit up instantly and he shouted excitedly,
Lingtian, you are finally here.
As he said that, he rushed over like a gust of wind. His face was filled with a smile as bright as the sun, full of joy and excitement. Luffy's footsteps were so fast that he brought up a breeze, and he was in front of Lingtian in an instant.
I'm getting impatient waiting.
Luffy said loudly while panting. He grasped Lingtian's arm tightly with both hands and shook it vigorously, as if he wanted to convey all his inner impatience and excitement to Lingtian.
Haha, Luffy, I'm here.
Lingtian responded with a smile. Looking at Luffy's energetic appearance, he felt warm in his heart. Nami, Zoro, Sanji, and others also stood up, smiling and quickly surrounded Lingtian. Nami walked lightly, her long orange hair swaying slightly with her movements, her eyes full of joy. Zoro took steady and powerful steps, the 3 swords at his waist making slight collision sounds. Sanji walked elegantly, still holding the unfinished cigarette in his hand.
Lingtian, I've been waiting for you.
Nami said with a smile, her eyes sparkling with joy, like stars shining in the night sky. She reached out to tidy up her hair and continued.
We've been waiting for your news.
Zoro folded his hands in front of his chest and nodded slightly. An imperceptible relaxation flashed across his stern face.
It's just in time.
Zoro's eyes were still sharp, but there was a little more recognition of Lingtian in them. Sanji handed over a glass of wine, raised the corner of his mouth and said,
Drink some drink first to quench your thirst. This is specially prepared for you.
Sanji flicked the ash lightly, his eyes full of concern. Lingtian also greeted the crew members enthusiastically, with a warm smile on his face. That smile was like the sunshine in spring, making people feel extremely comfortable.
Sorry for waiting for a long time. I'm sorry to have worried you.
His eyes swept over the faces of each of his companions in turn, full of apology and gratitude. At this moment, a skeleton slowly walked out from behind Luffy and the others. His long and thin skeleton looked particularly strange in the light and shadow. Every step he took seemed a little funny. The bones collided with each other, making a crisp, cracking sound as if they were playing a unique piece of music. Brook took off his iconic hat, bent down slightly, and introduced himself to Lingtian in an elegant and gentlemanly manner.
Hello, Vice Captain Lingtian. I am Brook, a new member of the Straw Hat Pirates. I am a musician and I am good at playing soul songs.
His voice had a unique tone, as if it came from a distant netherworld with a hint of emptiness and mystery. Curious light flashed in his hollow eye sockets like two twinkling stars embedded in the darkness. When Lingtian heard Brook's words, he smiled warmly and nodded, his eyes full of friendliness and welcome. That look was like a warm spring breeze that brushed through Brook's soul. He extended his hand, which was firm and powerful, and said,
I am the Vice Captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Heiatenki Lingtian. I am glad that you can join our team. I believe that your arrival will add more excitement to our adventure.
Chapter 228, Practice Again. In Ziachi's tavern, Lingtian, Luffy, and others sat together. The warm yellow light sprinkled on everyone, reflecting a warm atmosphere. Luffy laughed and told interesting stories about his adventures, dancing and making everyone laugh. Nami was talking quietly with Robin, with a gentle smile on her face. Zoro sat in the corner, drinking silently, and occasionally his mouth would curl up at Luffy's exaggerated expressions. Sanji was busy preparing delicious food for everyone, and tempting aromas wafted from the kitchen. Usopp was gesturing excitedly, and Chopper listened intently with his eyes wide open. Cheerful laughter and lively conversations intertwined, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. Everyone enjoyed this rare time together, as if all the worries and pressures had disappeared at this moment. After chatting for a while, Lingtian, who was originally smiling, gradually became serious. He slowly straightened his body, and his originally relaxed posture instantly became tense, looking at Luffy and others with a firm gaze. He took a deep breath, as if gathering strength, and then said,
Friends, for the war in a month, we must become stronger.
His voice was deep and powerful, like a heavy hammer, ringing a warning bell in everyone's heart. The voice echoed in the corner of the tavern, and the originally lively atmosphere instantly became quiet. Luffy stopped chewing his food. His mouth was still full, and his cheeks were bulging like balloons. He wiped the corners of his mouth with his hands, not caring about the food residue stuck to his hands. Fighting spirit instantly ignited in his eyes, a light that showed he would never back down but would move forward courageously. Zoro picked up the wine jug beside him. His rough big hands tightly grasped the jug body. He suddenly raised his head, put the spout of the jug to his mouth, and gulped down a mouthful. The wine flowed down the corners of his mouth and soaked his clothes, but he didn't care. Then, he put the wine jug heavily on the table with a loud bang, which made the dishes on the table tremble slightly. His eyes widened as he shouted,
Come on, no matter what kind of training it is, I'm not afraid. Even if I have to go through untold hardships, Sauron will never back down.
Yes, I will also work hard to become stronger.
Hearing Zoro's words full of fighting spirit, Kuina, who had been standing silently aside, also spoke firmly. There was a stubborn gleam in her eyes and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists, as if she was secretly encouraging herself. Nami frowned when she heard what Zoro and Kuina said, and her beautiful face was full of worry. She crossed her arms over her chest and said,
But won't it be too hard? I'm worried that everyone's body won't be able to handle it.
Sanji lit a cigarette. The flame of the lighter flickered in the dim light. He put the cigarette in his mouth, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He looked at Nami firmly and said,
Ms. Nami, for our dream to rescue Luffy's brother, what is this little bit of hard work? Even if we have to put in more sweat and effort, we can't hesitate for a moment.
Usopp clenched the slingshot in his hand, and the slingshot seemed to have become a powerful weapon in his hand. He gritted his teeth and said,
That's right, we have to become stronger. Only in this way can we defeat the enemy in the next battle and rescue Ace.
Chopper waved his fists excitedly, his cute face flushed with excitement, and said,
I want to work hard too. I want to be a great doctor who can protect everyone. I won't be afraid anymore.
Robin smiled gracefully, her eyes full of trust and expectation, and said gently,
Then follow Lingtian's arrangements. I believe his decision will lead us to a stronger path.
Seeing Luffy and the others so determined, Lingtian nodded with satisfaction, his eyes full of praise. He said solemnly,
So I plan to let you enter the virtual space to practice again. There, you will continue to break through your own limits and tap into the power hidden deep in your body.
When Luffy and the others heard Ling Tian's words, they looked at each other and saw the same determination in each other's eyes. Then they said in unison,
Okay, we agree. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles lie ahead, we will not retreat.
Their voices were neat and loud, echoing in the tavern, full of fearless courage and firm belief. Their voices were full of determination, firm and powerful, without the slightest hesitation. It was as if the voices were vows bursting from the depths of their souls with an indomitable momentum that moved everyone. After seeing Luffy and the others agreed without hesitation, Ling Tian turned his gaze to Roger and Rayleigh and asked again,
Roger, Rayleigh, what about you? Are you also willing to enter the virtual space with everyone to practice and further improve your strength?
Roger sat aside with his signature open-minded smile on his face. He shook his head gently and said,
Lingtian, Rayleigh and I will not participate. We are no longer at the age where we practice hard. We no longer have the drive and energy we had when we were young.
There was a hint of emotion and relief in Roger's eyes. Rayleigh also stood up slowly, his tall figure looking steady and calm. With his hands behind his back, he said calmly,
Yes, Lingtian, we are old and our body functions and reactions are not as good as before. Even if we practice again, the room for improvement is extremely limited. Now is the era of you young people, full of infinite possibilities and hope. We believe that with your courage, wisdom, and perseverance, you will be able to create miracles and write your own glorious chapter on this sea.
Rayleigh's eyes were full of trust and expectations for the younger generation. When Ling Tian heard Lei Li's words, he nodded in agreement, with respect and understanding in his eyes. Although Rayleigh and Roger's power has not reached the limit of this world, the strength and experience they have demonstrated make them extremely powerful on the sea. Their existence itself is a legend, and they are admired and feared by countless pirates. Rayleigh walked forward and patted Ling Tian on the shoulder. His palm was broad and powerful, full of encouragement and support. He said with a firm look in his eyes,
Boy, just go for it. Don't have any concerns or worries and trust your own judgment and decision. We will cheer you on outside, waiting for you to return with a full load and create the glory that belongs to you.
After everyone sat together and discussed for a while, Ling Tian stood up. His posture was as straight as a pine tree. He waved his hands and said passionately,
Well, partners, let's go. It's time to meet new challenges and take our strength to a higher level.
Luffy was the first to respond. He stood up with a big laugh, raised his fists above his head, and shouted,
Haha, let's go.
Chapter 229, The Legend of Nika. The moment everyone stepped into the virtual space, the surrounding scene changed drastically in an instant, as if they had entered a completely different dimension. The originally solid ground became like illusory clouds, and it seemed as if there was nothing under your feet, making people feel uneasy that they would fall at any time. The light around them began to distort, like countless agile snakes swimming freely in the air, flickering and dazzling. The space seemed to be trembling slightly, as if a huge living organism was breathing. Every tremor brought a strange wave that made people's hearts palpitate. Lingtian stood in front of everyone, his figure as straight as a pine tree, like an unshakable mountain. His expression was serious and focused, and beneath his furrowed brows, his eyes shone with a determined light, as if he wanted to penetrate all this illusion and see through the mysteries within. He waved his right hand gently, his movements smooth and graceful, like a general commanding a huge army. As he moved, a flash of light appeared, and a brilliant light burst out from his palm, instantly illuminating the dim space around him. From that light, a card slowly emerged. This card exuded a mysterious light, and that light was not a single color, but as colorful as a rainbow, constantly changing and giving people a dreamlike feeling. The pattern on the card is complex and exquisite, as if it was woven together by countless fine lines. Each line contains a mysterious power, as if telling an ancient and distant story. The pattern is sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, as if it has life, constantly changing its shape, making people want to explore the deeper meaning behind it. Seeing the card Lingtian took out, everyone gathered around curiously. Luffy jumped to the front in an instant like an agile monkey, his eyes wide open, full of curiosity and excitement, and he kept shouting,
Wow, Lingtian, what kind of treasure is this? Tell me about it.
Zoro walked over with steady steps, his eyes fixed on the card, his brows slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about the origin of this mysterious card. Nami also trotted over, her face full of curiosity and anticipation. Sanji walked over slowly with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes moved back and forth between the card and Lingtian, trying to find the answer from Lingtian's expression. Usopp approached cautiously, his body trembling slightly, feeling both fearful and curious, and muttered quietly.
Is this something dangerous?
Chopper came over, his eyes full of curiosity, and asked,
Lingtian, is this a treasure that can make us stronger?
Robin walked over gracefully, her eyes sparkling with wisdom, and she waited quietly for Lingtian's explanation. Luffy came closer, dancing and jumping like an excited child. His big, bright eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He kept yelling,
Lingtian, what on earth is this? Tell me quickly, I can't wait.
His expectant expression was as if he was about to get a coveted toy. Zoro folded his hands in front of his chest, frowned slightly, and stared at the card with his eagle-like eyes. He said seriously,
It doesn't look simple. The light and pattern on it exude a mysterious atmosphere. It is definitely not an ordinary object.
His eyes were full of inquiry and thought. Nami also came over, her beautiful eyes sparkling with curiosity, as if she had seen a precious treasure. She asked anxiously,
Lingtian, is there anything special about this card? Can it be exchanged for a lot of money? If it can increase our wealth, that would be great.
Sanji smoked leisurely and said slowly,
The thing that makes you take it out so solemnly must be extraordinary. Based on my understanding of various treasures, this thing must have huge value and power hidden.
There was an imperceptible expectation in his eyes. Usopp stretched his neck and leaned forward, eagerly saying,
Tell us about it, I'm dying of curiosity. What on earth is this?
His eyes were fixed on the card in Lingtian's hand, as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. Everyone gathered around curiously, asking about the card in Lingtian's hand. Hearing everyone's questions, Lingtian took a deep breath, as if to calm his excitement, and then slowly said,
This card is the summoning ticket of the sun god Nika.
Hearing the unfamiliar name,
Sun god Nika.
the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates looked puzzled. Luffy scratched his head, and his iconic straw hat swayed a few times. He asked with a puzzled look on his face,
Sun god Nika, I've never heard of it. Where did this name come from?
Sauron frowned even more tightly. The veins on his forehead bulged slightly, and he said,
I've never heard of this name. Lingtian, don't try to fool us with some inexplicable things.
Sanji also shook his head, the cigarette in his mouth swaying up and down with his movements, and said,
I don't understand.
Nami put her hands on her hips and said coquettishly.
Lingtian, please explain it to us.
Only Robin had a thoughtful look in her eyes, as if she was trying to search for relevant information deep in her memory. Then Robin took a step forward and asked softly,
Lingtian, is the sun god Nika you're talking about the legendary liberated warrior? The legend worshipped all over the world.
Lingtian nodded when he heard Robin's words, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he said,
It is the legendary sun god Nika. According to legend, he possesses extremely powerful strength and can bring liberation and freedom to the world.
Robin nodded slightly and said thoughtfully,
I have seen some words about him in some ancient documents, but I don't know much. I only know that his existence seems to be closely linked to the fate of the world.
Lingtian continued,
The legend of the sun god Nika is very old. It is said that he can defeat all darkness and oppression and bring hope and light to people. He has faced countless powerful enemies but never backed down. If we can summon him, it may be of great help to our future battles. His power may allow us to turn the situation around in difficult situations.
When Luffy heard this, he jumped up excitedly, waved his hands in the air and shouted,
That's great, hurry up and summon him out. I want to see how powerful this sun god Nika is.
Zoro also said,
Don't waste time, give it a try. I want to see what this so-called powerful force is like.
Chapter 230, Summoning Nika. Amid the anxious urging of the Straw Hat Pirates, Lingtian stood in the center of the virtual space, the light around him flickering, as if echoing the mysterious event that was about to happen. Lingtian took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart which was beating violently due to nervousness and anticipation. His eyes were fixed on the summoning ticket in his hand, which was emitting a mysterious light. That light was like the bright stars in the night sky, or the mysterious light in the deep sea, making it impossible to look away.
Lingtian, hurry up.
Luffy was jumping anxiously, and his iconic straw hat was shaking up and down with his violent movements. Luffy's hands kept waving, his face showing anxiety and excitement, as if he was about to uncover a huge treasure.
I can't wait to see what this sun god Nika looks like. That's right, don't make us wait too long.
Usopp also echoed, his eyes wide open, staring at the summoning ticket in Lingtian's hand as if it was the most precious treasure in the world. His body leaned forward, his feet moving constantly, as if he was ready to rush forward and snatch the summoning ticket at any time. Zoro folded his hands over his chest and narrowed his eyes slightly. His stern face looked even more resolute under the light. Sauron stared at the summoning ticket in Lingtian's hand and said,
Hurry up, I want to see what this so-called sun god Nika is capable of.
Zoro's voice was deep and powerful, carrying an unquestionable majesty. Nami put her hands on her hips, her beautiful face full of anxiety.
Lingtian, if you keep dawdling, I'll take all your treasures away.
Sanji said as he smoked a cigarette.
Don't keep the ladies waiting too long, Lingtian.
Chopper jumped up and down and said,
Lingtian, let's get started.
Robin stood quietly by, his eyes full of expectation and thought. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lingtian seemed to have two voices fighting fiercely in his heart. One voice was saying,
Don't be impulsive. What if a situation becomes uncontrollable?
And another voice shouted,
For our comrades, for the future battles, take this step bravely.
After a brief struggle, Lingtian no longer hesitated. His resolute eyes revealed his determination to fight to the death, and he held the summoning ticket tightly with both hands, as if it was the last hope for him and his companions. Lingtian was muttering something in a low and rapid voice, as if it was a mysterious spell from ancient times. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead and slid down his cheeks, but his eyes never left the summoning ticket in his hand. As the last syllable came out of his mouth, he suddenly activated the summoning ticket. As Lingtian used the summoning ticket, a dazzling golden light flashed out instantly. The light was like a newborn sun, suddenly bursting out and illuminating the entire virtual space like daylight. The light is so strong and so bright that it seems to dispel all darkness and gloom. The strong light made everyone squint their eyes subconsciously. They used their hands to block the almost blinding light, but their faces were still full of anticipation and curiosity. At the same time, mysterious runes slowly emerged around him. Those runes were like the bright stars in the night sky, twinkling one after another, forming a gorgeous galaxy. They have different shapes. Some are like winding dragons, some are like soaring birds, and some are like mysterious flowers. Each rune exudes a unique light, interweaving together to form a magnificent painting. Those runes were like ancient totems, flashing with strange light. Their light was not of a single color, but a dreamlike, seven-color light that kept flowing and changing, making people feel as if they were in a magical world of light. Each ray of light seems to be beating and breathing, as if it contains endless power and mysterious laws. These laws seem to be the code of the universe and the true meaning of the world, waiting for people to interpret and comprehend. Luffy widened his eyes, and even though he squinted because of the blinding light, he still couldn't help but want to see these mysterious runes clearly. A hint of surprise flashed in Zoro's slightly narrowed eyes, and he tried hard to see the mystery through the light. Nami was attracted by this beautiful and mysterious scene and forgot to cover her eyes until she was dazzled by the light and shed tears. The cigarette in Sanji's mouth fell to the ground. He was completely shocked by the scene before him. Usopp opened his mouth wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Chopper jumped up and down excitedly, shouting,
It's amazing! It's amazing!
Robin quietly observed the runes, trying to decipher the ancient knowledge and power from them. The runes floated slowly in the air, like a group of light elves, as if they had life, full of agility and vitality. They constantly changed their positions and shapes, sometimes arranging in neat rows as if performing a mysterious ritual, sometimes dispersing like gorgeous blooming flowers. Some runes are stretched and deformed, like nimble snakes swimming in a winding manner. Some runes are shrunk and gathered, like a solid fortress gathering strength. Then, the surrounding runes began to slowly gather together. They seemed to be pulled by some mysterious force, no longer floating around, but moving towards a center in a regular manner. At first they moved slowly, like a trickle flowing slowly. As time went on, the speed at which they converged gradually increased. These runes intertwined and merged with each other, and their light penetrated each other, forming a huge vortex of light. The vortex was like a bottomless abyss, but also like a dazzling galaxy, emitting a dazzling light. In the center of the vortex, a powerful force was gathering. This force was like a volcano about to erupt. Although it had not yet completely erupted, people could already feel the irrepressible violent aura. The fluctuation of power caused the surrounding space to slightly distort, as if this space could no longer withstand the powerful energy that was about to erupt.
This power is so strong!
Chopper opened his mouth in surprise, his round eyes full of shock and disbelief. Its body unconsciously took a few steps back, and its furry ears stood up nervously.
I have never felt such a powerful force. It's incredible.
Chopper's voice trembled a little because of nervousness.
Everyone be careful.
Robin's voice was steady and calm, and her expression was very serious. She raised her hands slightly, ready to deal with any emergency.
This power is too mysterious and powerful. We don't know what consequences it will cause. Let's all stay vigilant.
Chapter 231, Sun God Nika. Everyone's heart was in their throat, and they stared at the shrinking vortex without blinking. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, leaning forward slightly, as if ready to rush forward at any time. Zoro's hand had already grasped the hilt of the sword, his eyes revealing a firmness and determination. Nami bit her lip nervously, the weather stick in her hand flashing with light. Sanji also stopped smoking and stared at the scene in front of him intently. Usopp's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he held the slingshot tighter in his hand. As the vortex of light continued to shrink, it finally condensed into a human figure. The figure was very blurry at first and was covered by a layer of faint light. Everyone could only see a general outline, but could not see the specific face and details. When the golden light and runes slowly faded away, a man in a suit appeared in front of everyone. His figure was straight and tall, and his suit was well cut and looked very elegant. The man had a mysterious smile on his face. His eyes were deep and unfathomable. His hair was neatly combed back, revealing a smooth forehead. He exudes a unique temperament that is both majestic and has an irresistible charm. Everyone's eyes widened, their gazes fixed on the man in the suit as if attracted by a magnet, with expressions of surprise. Their mouths were slightly open, and they were motionless as if they were under a spell. Luffy's eyes, which were originally full of curiosity and fearlessness, were now wide open. He scratched his head hard, and a look of confusion covered his face like a thick, dark cloud.
This.
His voice was filled with disbelief and confusion.
Why is it different from what I imagined?
Luffy tilted his head and looked carefully at the man in front of him, trying to find the shadow of the legendary sun god in him. Lingtian also had a puzzled look on his face. His brows were furrowed, and his originally calm face was now covered with lines of confusion. He took a quick step forward and asked the system anxiously,
What's going on? Logically, Nika should be a man holding a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right hand, majestic and full of sacred aura, not wearing a suit. This is totally inconsistent with the image in the legend.
Lingtian's voice was filled with a hint of urgency and anxiety, and his eyes were full of confusion and doubt about this unexpected situation. At this moment, the system's voice sounded in Lingtian's mind. The voice was calm and mechanical. Nika's appearance is based on what the host thinks when using the summoning ticket. Hearing the system's answer, Lingtian was stunned at first, and then fell into deep thought. He tried hard to recall the scene when he used the summoning ticket, trying to find the thought of the suit that flashed through his mind.
Could it be because I thought of the suit image I saw in my previous life at that moment?
Lingtian secretly regretted.
I was so careless. How could such a mistake happen at such a critical moment?
When Nika, who was wearing a suit, appeared in front of everyone, the Straw Hat Pirates who were originally talking suddenly became quiet. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the air was filled with tension and curiosity. Then, the brief silence was broken in an instant, and everyone rushed towards Nika like a tide, their eager steps and excited expressions as if they were about to uncover a shocking secret. Luffy took the lead, rushing in front with his signature swiftness. His eyes widened, filled with pure childlike curiosity, as if the Nika in front of him was a new and strange toy he had never seen before. His face was full of curiosity, and every expression line told of his inner desire. He shouted,
Wow, is this guy the sun god Nika?
As he said this, he couldn't wait to get closer to take a closer look. His steps did not pause at all, as if he was afraid that he would miss some important details if he slowed down a step. Zoro followed closely behind, his tall and strong figure full of power and majesty. His hand unconsciously grasped the hilt of the sword at his waist, which was an instinctive reaction he had developed after many years of fighting. He looked at Nika sharply, as if he wanted to see through his strength and secrets through the appearance of that suit. His steps were steady and powerful, and each step was carried out with firm determination, as if telling everyone that no matter what unknowns he faced, he had enough courage and strength to deal with it. Kuina also followed behind Zoro, with a hint of caution on her beautiful and resolute face. She placed her hand on the Wado Ikemanji, her fingers gently touching the hilt, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. Her eyes showed both vigilance against the unknown and a desire for exploration. Her steps were light and agile, keeping the same rhythm as Sauron, showing the tacit cooperation between her and Sauron. Nami followed behind, holding her weather stick tightly in her hand, with a shrewd gleam in her eyes, as if she was evaluating the pros and cons of Nika's appearance to them. Sanji had a cigarette in his mouth and his hands in his pockets, but he never took his eyes off Nika, always keeping alert. Usopp hid behind everyone, poking his head out, holding his new invention in his hand, feeling both scared and curious. Chopper was running and jumping, his eyes full of curiosity and excitement about new things, while Robin was walking gracefully, with a faint smile on his face but deep thoughts in his eyes. Brook looked at Nika curiously. A strange light flashed in his empty eye sockets and his skull tilted forward slightly, his upper and lower jaws opened and closed, making
Yo-ho-ho!
laugh.
Sir, you have a very strange appearance.
Brooke said as he walked slowly around Nika, as if he was admiring a precious work of art. His bone joints made a cracking sound as he moved, and the crutch in his hand tapped the ground from time to time. Nika, disguised as a man in a suit, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were deep and mysterious, as if they contained endless stories. His eyes moved like twinkling stars in the night sky, so deep that one seemed to be sucked in. At first, those eyes were a little hazy, as if they had just woken up from a long sleep. He blinked, his long eyelashes trembling slightly, trying to adapt to the slightly glaring light around him. Every blink was like a brief communication with this strange world. He narrowed his eyes slightly, frowned slightly, as if trying to resist the discomfort caused by the light. Then he turned his head slowly and gracefully, like a noble gentleman examining his territory. Seeing the Straw Hat Pirates in front of him, Nika frowned and asked in confusion.
Where is this? Why am I here?
Chapter 232, Cautious Nika. Lingtian hurriedly stepped forward with a respectful look on his face, his steps quick but steady. He bowed slightly and explained to Nika.
Respected Lord Nika, we are now in a virtual space. This space is constructed by special energy and laws. We have gone through untold hardships and summoned you here through special rituals. We are extremely pious and expectant in our hearts, hoping to get your help.
Lingtian's voice was full of sincerity and eagerness, and his eyes revealed respect for Nika. Nika crossed his arms in front of his chest, his muscular arms clearly defined. He looked at Lingtian with sharp eyes, as if he wanted to see through Lingtian's heart. There was majesty and question in his eyes as he asked.
Help, what exactly is it?
Nika's voice was low and powerful, as if every word carried a heavy weight. Lingtian took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and said,
One of our important partners is in extreme danger. He is trapped by a powerful and evil force and his life is in danger. We have tried every means to rescue him, but the enemy is too powerful and our strength is far from enough. We know that you have extraordinary strength and wisdom, so we took the liberty to summon you. We need your powerful strength to save him, and only you can give us a glimmer of hope.
Lingtian spoke very quickly, his words filled with anxiety and concern for his companions. When Nika heard Lingtian's words, he did not immediately agree with Lingtian but remained silent for a moment. His eyes became deep and distant, as if he was thinking about the pros and cons and risks. The air around him seemed to solidify with his silence, making people feel an invisible pressure. Then Nika said slowly,
This matter cannot be decided lightly. I need to observe for a while and understand the situation clearly. After all, I cannot blindly get involved in an unknown dispute.
Nika's voice remained steady, but it also revealed his caution and vigilance against the unknown. After listening to Nika's words, Lingtian nodded to show his understanding, although he felt a little anxious. He said,
Lord Nika, your caution is justified. We are willing to wait for your observation and decision and will fully cooperate with you to understand the situation. We only hope that you can make a decision as soon as possible. Every moment our companions are in danger, there is an additional threat to their lives.
Lingtian's eyes were full of helplessness and expectation. Thus, Nika and Lingtian began an in-depth discussion. They stood face to face, their expressions serious and focused. Lingtian looked sincere and determined at Nika and said,
Lord Nika, the world situation today is complex and changeable, full of various unknown challenges and dangers. I know that you need to carefully consider our request, so I think that perhaps it would be more helpful for you to go and see the current situation of the world yourself to make a decision.
After hearing Lingtian's words, Nika thought about it again for a while, and finally nodded to show that he agreed with Lingtian's opinion.
Well, your suggestion makes sense. I will observe this world carefully to see if it is worth my help. Then Lord Nika, please go ahead.
Lingtian said. He stepped aside to make way for me and made a gesture of invitation, his eyes full of expectation and respect.
I hope that as you observe, you will be able to see our sincerity and determination. I also hope that the reality of the world will move you and make you choose to help us.
In the virtual space, Lingtian and Nika reached a preliminary consensus, and Lingtian told Nika that they only had 1 month to ask Nika to come back here after 1 month.
Lord Nika, let's set off now.
Lingtian said, his eyes revealing decisiveness and eagerness. After saying that, he took the lead and walked towards the exit of the virtual space, his steps firm and fast. The corners of his clothes fluttered slightly under the blowing of energy, as if he was also excited about the upcoming action. Nika followed closely behind, his tall figure giving people an invisible sense of oppression. His steps were steady and powerful, and every step was so firm that it seemed as if the ground beneath his feet was trembling with his strength. His eyes were focused and calm, and he remained highly alert at all times. After leaving the virtual space, the surrounding environment instantly became real and noisy. The sun shone on them, bringing a touch of warmth. Lingtian did not stop at all and took Nika straight to Zia Chi's tavern. He moved flexibly among the crowd, turning streets one after another with familiarity, while Nika followed closely, his eyes curiously observing everything around him, full of desire to explore this strange world. People on the street looked sideways, casting curious glances at these two people with extraordinary temperaments, but Lingtian and Nika had no time to care. They had only one goal in mind: to get to Zia Chi's tavern as soon as possible. As soon as they entered the pub, Lingtian's anxious voice broke the noise in the room.
Sister Zia Chi, please help me.
His tone was full of anxiety and expectation, and he walked quickly to the counter while speaking. Zia Chi, who was busy mixing drinks for the guests, looked up when she heard the voice. Seeing that it was Lingtian, a friendly smile immediately broke out on her face and she said,
Hey, Lingtian, what's the matter? You look so anxious. Take a breath first.
She stopped what she was doing, wiped her hands with the towel, and looked at Lingtian with interest. Lingtian didn't say anything more and said directly,
Sister Zia Chi, give me a record pointer and an eternal pointer of the Sabyati archipelago. Time is tight and I don't have time to explain more to you. This is really important to me.
His eyes were full of desire and determination, and his hands unconsciously clenched the corners of his clothes. Zia Chi raised her eyebrows. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes, but she still turned around and started searching through the counter. After a while, she took out 2 pointers, gently placed them on the counter, handed them to Lingtian and said,
Use them carefully, don't lose them. These 2 pointers are hard to come by, you must cherish them.
There was a hint of caution and concern in her tone. Lingtian took the pointer and held it tightly in his hand as if he had found a treasure. His face was full of gratitude, and he thanked her repeatedly.
Thank you, Sister Zia Chi. I will remember your kindness. I will treat you to a drink later, and I will make sure you drink to your heart's content.
His eyes were full of sincerity and commitment, as if this was something extremely important. Zia Chi smiled and waved her hand, saying,
You kid, you are so polite to me. Go and do your thing and remember to be safe.
Lingtian nodded, carefully put away the pointer and turned to leave. Just when he was about to reach the door, he turned around and said to Zia Chi again,
Sister Zia Chi, thank you.
Chapter 233, Training Begins. After leaving the tavern, Lingtian and Nika walked side by side on the bustling street. The noise of the crowd rose and fell, but the two of them seemed particularly heavy-hearted. Lingtian stopped, took out the 2 precious pointers from his arms, and handed them to Nika solemnly with both hands.
Lord Nika, I'm leaving these 2 pointers in your hands.
His eyes were full of trust and expectation. Nika took the pointer, his expression focused and serious. He brought the pointer to his eyes and looked at it carefully. The pointer was flashing a unique light in the sunlight. Nika's eyes moved slowly from one end of the pointer to the other, not missing any details, as if trying to see the future direction from this small pointer. After confirming that they were correct, Nika carefully put them into his pocket and patted them gently to make sure they were properly placed.
Don't worry, I'll keep them safe.
His voice was low and firm.
Then I'll go first.
Nika said, turning around and walking towards the port. His steps were firm and powerful, and every step was full of determination.
Be careful on your journey, Lord Nika.
Lingtian shouted from behind. Nika didn't look back but just waved his hand, signaling Lingtian not to worry. His figure looked lonely and resolute under the sunlight. Soon, Nika arrived at the port. A small boat was quietly moored on the shore, waiting for its new owner. Nika jumped onto the boat in a flash. He untied the ropes skillfully and hoisted the sail. The sea breeze instantly blew up the white sail, making a paw-paw sound. Nika stood at the bow, looking into the distance, in the direction of the new world. He took a deep breath, as if accumulating strength for the upcoming journey. With the blowing of the sea breeze, the boat slowly left the port and headed towards the unknown future. Watching Nika's figure gradually disappear on the sea level, Lingtian stood there for a long time, staring at the empty sea, until Nika's figure completely merged into the endless blue, and no trace of him could be seen anymore. The sea breeze blew the corners of his clothes and his hair fluttered in the wind, but he was completely unaware. After a long time, Lingtian slowly turned around and walked towards the entrance of the virtual space step by step. Each step seemed a little heavy, as if carrying deep thoughts and responsibilities. Lingtian, who had returned to the virtual space, immediately became serious. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his eyes revealed a kind of determination and resoluteness.
My friends, the next training will not be easy. Everyone be prepared.
Lingtian said loudly, his voice echoing in the virtual space with an unquestionable majesty. Luffy grinned and said,
Lingtian, stop talking nonsense and get started.
Luffy's energetic voice rang out. He put his hands on his hips, a confident and fearless smile on his face, as if he was looking forward to the upcoming challenge. Zoro folded his hands over his chest, his sharp eyes flashing with excitement, and said,
I can't wait. My sword has been eager to fight.
The aura emanating from him made people shudder. Nami said nervously,
Lingtian, don't be too cruel. I'm afraid I can't bear it.
She clenched her hands tightly together, with a look of worry on her face. Sanji smiled and said,
Ms. Nami, don't worry, I'm here. I will protect you.
As Sanji spoke, he gracefully flicked the cigarette in his hand, his face full of tenderness and determination. Usopp hid aside and muttered quietly.
What should I do? I'm a little scared.
Chopper jumped up and down and said,
I'll try my best.
Robin stood quietly aside and said with a smile.
I believe everyone can make a breakthrough.
Lingtian looked at his companion's reactions and smiled, a smile full of confidence and composure. He let out a sigh of relief, then put his hands together, looked focused and solemn, and began to use his new ability in the virtual space. I saw a faint light emanating from his body, and that light spread outwards like ripples. Then, the surrounding light began to flicker, and the intensity of the light fluctuated as if it was breathing. The space also twisted, and the originally smooth airflow became turbulent, forming a series of whirlpools visible to the naked eye.
Everyone pay attention. The enemy is about to appear.
Chapter 234, Training. Watching his teammates throwing themselves into the training with full fighting spirit, Lingtian took a deep breath, as if he wanted to imprint this passionate scene deeply in his heart. His eyes became firm and resolute, like two bright stars shining with fearless light. He moved slowly, avoiding his partners who were training hard, and walked towards a quiet corner of the virtual space. Each step was steady and powerful, as if carrying some kind of determination. After reaching the corner, he gently brushed off the dust on the ground and sat down cross-legged. He thought to himself,
It's time to attack the last 3 seals of lightning.
His heart was like a turbulent ocean, with a myriad of thoughts in his mind. Lingtian knew very well that although he could now unlock the seals of the last 3 layers, with his current abilities, he was unable to effectively control them. This realization weighed on his heart like a heavy stone. He frowned, his face showing some pain and confusion, and muttered to himself.
Once the seals of the last 3 layers are opened, I will completely lose consciousness, and the consequences will be disastrous. It may drive me crazy, cause unforeseen harm to my partners, and even make all our previous efforts go to waste.
His voice was low and trembling, filled with deep fear and worry.
But in order to meet future challenges, I must master it within this month.
He suddenly raised his voice, his tone full of firmness and determination.
Future enemies will become stronger and stronger. If I cannot break through myself and master this powerful force, how can I protect my partners and realize our dreams?
A raging fire burned in his eyes, which was a desire for power and a belief in the future. After making up his mind, Lingtian seemed to be in a quiet world isolated from the world. He slowly closed his eyes, his thick eyelashes trembled slightly for a few times, and then returned to calm. He began to adjust his breathing, first taking a deep breath to let the fresh air fill his entire chest, then exhaling slowly to expel all the turbid air in his body. Each breath was steady and long, like a clear mountain stream, flowing steadily and orderly. Lingtian concentrated his mind and began to mobilize the power in his body. The power was like a sleeping dragon, gradually awakening under his call. It gathered from every corner of the body, forming a powerful torrent, rushing towards the mysterious last 3 layers of the seal. When his power just touched the edge of the seal, a powerful and violent force instantly rebounded back. The rebounding force was like a raging tsunami, carrying the momentum of destroying everything. Ling Tian's body began to tremble involuntarily, and the trembling started from his fingertips and quickly spread to his entire body, as if countless small insects were crawling frantically under his skin. Ling Tian clenched his teeth, his white teeth clattering as he exerted force. Veins bulged on his forehead, like little green snakes twisting wantonly on his forehead. The bulging blue veins were clearly visible, highlighting the tremendous pain he was enduring at the moment. Ling Tian continued to persevere while resisting the backlash. Every second seemed as long as a century, and every breath was accompanied by piercing pain, but his eyes never flinched or wavered.
No, I can't give up like this.
He roared in his heart. This roar was like thunder exploding in his mind, full of unyielding and determination.
I have made up my mind to overcome this difficulty. I can't let my partners down and let our dreams die.
His heart was burning with a desire for strength and a persistence for success. Sweat slid down his forehead like rain, flowed through his tightly closed eyes, flowed down his tense cheeks and dripped onto his clothes, soaking them in an instant. But Ling Tian seemed not to feel the sweat flowing. His entire mind was focused on fighting against the backlash force.
I can do it. I can definitely master this damn seal.
He encouraged himself over and over again in his heart. That firm belief was like a burning torch, illuminating his way forward in the darkness. Sweat dripped from his forehead like rain, and each crystal drop of sweat drew a short arc in the air, rushing to the ground. The dense sweat quickly soaked his clothes. The originally dry fabric stuck tightly to his skin, outlining his taut muscle lines. But his hands were still tightly grasping the magic seal, his fingers looked white due to excessive force, and the joints were slightly bulging, as if he was pouring all his body's strength into this magic seal. His palms were already full of sweat, but he refused to relax at all, as if the magic formula was his only weapon to fight against fate. On the other side, Luffy was fighting a huge phantom monster. The monster was as big as a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura, and every move could bring a gust of wind. Luffy showed no fear. He opened his eyes wide with a burning fighting spirit in them. He shouted loudly and waved his fists.
Look, I'm going to knock you away.
His voice was like thunder, echoing in this virtual space. Luffy's fists were full of unstoppable momentum, and each punch contained his desire for victory. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, but he was unaware of it and devoted himself to the battle. Zoro was constantly waving 3 swords, and the 3 swords in his hands seemed to turn into 3 lightning bolts. The sword lights flickered and intertwined into a gorgeous light curtain. Every swing brings out a sharp sound of breaking through the air, cutting the surrounding air into pieces. His eyes were focused and sharp, and he kept muttering to himself.
I must break my own limits.
Zoro's muscles were tense, and every time he exerted force his body trembled slightly, but his movements did not stop at all. Instead, they became faster and more violent, as if he wanted to cut through the void. Nami was working hard to study new weather magic. The weather stick in her hand was flashing with a strange light. The light was sometimes soft, sometimes strong, and kept changing. She looked focused, her brows slightly furrowed, her cherry-like lips tightly pursed, and she was completely immersed in the world of magic.
I must succeed this time.
Nami muttered to herself, her eyes full of determination and expectation. The air around her flowed slowly with her thoughts, as if responding to her efforts. Sanji was in a corner of the virtual space, and his legs kicked out like a violent storm. Each kick was accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, which was so sharp and piercing that it seemed to tear the air apart. His forehead was covered with beads of sweat, which kept flowing down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground under his feet. He panted and said,
In order to make more delicious dishes, I must become stronger.
Chapter 235, Training is Over. Usopp stood in an empty area, holding his new weapon tightly in his hands, his face full of excitement. It was a peculiarly shaped weapon that integrated a variety of mechanisms and devices, emitting a mysterious glow.
Haha, look at the power of my new invention.
He laughed, his voice full of confidence and expectation. He aimed at a virtual target in the distance and pulled the trigger without hesitation. In an instant, a brilliant light spurted out from the weapon, accompanied by a deafening roar. The target was hit instantly and turned into a ball of brilliant sparks. Usopp looked at his work and danced with excitement, his eyes sparkling with childlike joy and pride. Chopper was in a quiet corner with various herbs and experimental instruments in front of him. His small body seemed extremely focused, his little head kept turning, and his eyes were full of thought and exploration.
I must develop a more powerful medicine.
He said to himself. He carefully observed the properties of each herb and blended and experimented with great care. Sometimes his brows furrowed as if he had encountered a problem. Sometimes his eyes lit up as if he had made a new discovery. His hands were constantly busy, crushing, mixing, and stirring the herbs, and every movement was full of seriousness and caution. Robin was in the middle of an open field, her figure looking elegant and mysterious. She was exploring the more powerful abilities of the Hana fruit, and her arms kept changing shape and position. Those arms were like nimble snakes, sometimes stretching, sometimes bending, and sometimes intertwining to form complex and beautiful patterns. Robin's eyes were deep and focused, and she was carefully feeling every change and potential of the fruit's ability. Just like that, for the next month, the Straw Hat Pirates stayed in the virtual space to train, as if they were in an isolated place for training. In this virtual space, there is no external interference, no noisy world, only an endless pursuit of power and a firm belief in dreams. Everyone was immersed in their own practice, devoting all their energy and enthusiasm to the journey of becoming stronger. Luffy fights fiercely with various powerful phantom enemies day after day. Even though he is covered with wounds, he never gives up. He has only one thought in his mind.
I want to become the Pirate King. I must become stronger.
Zoro wielded the three swords tirelessly, striving to be more precise and powerful with each strike. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but his eyes never slackened in the slightest. Nami continued to try to control more complex weather phenomena. Repeated failures did not discourage her, but instead made her more determined to master powerful weather magic. Sanji repeatedly honed his kicking skills, striving for perfection in every move. He thought,
In order for my friends to enjoy more delicious food, I must make myself strong enough.
Usopp meticulously improved his various inventions, pondering over every detail, striving to maximize the power of his weapons in battle. Chopper worked hard to study new herbal formulas. In order to save his companions at the critical moment, he had enormous energy hidden in his small body. Robin continues to explore the depth and breadth of the abilities of the Hanahan no Mino, and every attempt is a challenge and breakthrough for herself. Time in the virtual space seemed to pass extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed quickly. The hustle and bustle of the outside world seemed to have nothing to do with this place. Time slipped away quietly in sweat and hard work. On this day, Lingtian slowly opened his eyes, his thick eyelashes trembling slightly. A trace of fatigue flashed in his eyes, which was the mark left by long-term high concentration and huge pressure. But there is more determination and confidence, as if two bright stars are shining in the darkness.
Finally, I have been able to initially control this power.
He stood up, his voice was not loud but full of strength and relief. He raised his head slightly, feeling the strong and stable power in his body. This power flowed through his meridians like a surging river and like a warm spring breeze blowing through his body. He clenched his fists and could clearly feel the surge of power, an unprecedented sense of control. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to imprint this power deeply into his body and make it a part of him. At this time, Luffy and others had completed their training and gathered together from all corners of the virtual space. They all exude a different aura from the past, which is the perseverance and confidence that has been precipitated after hard training. Luffy was the first to rush over. His steps were brisk and powerful, his face filled with excitement, as energetic as the sun rising in the early morning.
Lingtian, I feel like I've become super strong.
He shouted loudly, his voice full of childlike innocence and pride. As Luffy spoke, he waved his fists as if to show the world his newfound strength. His eyes were bright and blazing, full of anticipation and fearlessness for the future. Zoro carried the sword and walked over with steady steps. His eyes were firm and sharp, like a sword drawn from its sheath.
Humph, if I meet a strong enemy again this time, I will not lose.
Zoro's voice was deep and powerful, with an unquestionable determination. He gently stroked the blade with his hand, as if he was communicating silently with his sword. The three knives on his shoulders seemed like his most loyal companions, always ready to face any challenge with him. Nami walked slowly, her steps light and graceful, with a smile as warm as the spring breeze on her face.
I hope our efforts will not be in vain.
Nami's voice was gentle and firm, her eyes were full of longing and expectation for the future. She gently shook the weather stick in her hand, and her confident posture seemed to tell everyone that she was ready to deal with all difficulties. Sanji lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then slowly blew out a smoke ring. There was a hint of uninhibited smile on his face, which was the confidence and composure in his own strength.
It's time to go out and test our results.
Sanji's voice was a little lazy, but the determination in it should not be underestimated. He flicked the ash off his cigarette, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to prove his growth in actual combat. Usopp jumped over excitedly, carrying his backpack full of various novel weapons.
Haha, my newly invented weapons will definitely surprise the enemy.
His face was full of pride and expectation. Chopper came running over, with a big medicine box on his head.
The new medicine I developed will definitely be of great use.
Chapter 236, Usopp and -039's Courage. In the virtual space, the Straw Hat Pirates went through a long and arduous training, and finally ended this round of training. Looking at the Straw Hat Pirates after they finished their training, Lingtian couldn't help but nodded. His eyes slowly swept over each person, with a hint of relief and anticipation in his eyes.
Not bad, it looks like everyone has been working very hard during this period.
Lingtian said with a smile, crossing his arms over his chest. In order to test the training results of the Straw Hat Pirates, Lingtian stood in the center of the virtual space with a serious and focused look. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pondered for a moment, and made a decision in his heart. He took a deep breath, and a mysterious light emanated from his body, as if he was communicating and integrating with the power of this virtual space. He cleared his throat and raised his voice and said,
My friends, I am going to test your training results and see how much progress you have made during this period of time.
His voice echoed in this vast virtual space, reaching everyone's ears clearly. When Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji heard Lingtian say that he wanted to test their training results, they instantly became excited. Luffy's already big and bright eyes widened even wider, flashing with excitement and eagerness. Like a spring full of energy, he jumped up excitedly, waving his hands and fists, and shouted,
Haha, then I'll go first. I can't wait to show how powerful I am.
Luffy's voice was as loud as a bell, full of confidence and enthusiasm. His body seemed to be filled with endless power, and every movement he made was carried with an unstoppable momentum.
I haven't been lazy during this period. My rubber ability has become stronger.
Luffy shouted while moving his arms and stretching, showing his body that can stretch freely like rubber.
I will surprise you all. Look at my new moves. I will definitely beat all the enemies to a pulp.
Zoro held 3 swords tightly in his hands, his eyes firm and sharp. He looked at Luffy, snorted coldly, and said,
Luffy, don't be too proud. Let me go first. My swordsmanship has reached a new level. This time, I will let you see the true secret of the 3-sword style.
Zoro exudes a fierce aura, as if he is ready to draw his sword and show his power at any time. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth, one foot on the ground, the other foot shaking constantly. With a confident smile on his face, he said,
You two stop arguing. I should be the first one. My new kicking skills will definitely make you dumbfounded. My fire kick is not to be trifled with.
Sanji exuded a fiery aura, as if every kick he took could start a raging fire. The 3 of them refused to give in to each other and all competed to be the first to show the results of their training. The virtual space was suddenly filled with a tense and warm atmosphere. Lingtian looked at Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji arguing fiercely, feeling helpless for a moment. He frowned slightly and was about to speak when he decided to let Luffy start the demonstration. At this moment, Usopp, who had been standing quietly by the side without saying a word, suddenly raised his hand. He raised his hands high, as if trying to attract everyone's attention. Usopp's voice was a little nervous, but very firm as he said,
Wait, can I be the first to show it?
After hearing Usopp's words, the noisy scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone turned their heads and focused their eyes on Usopp. Luffy scratched his head, a surprised expression on his face. His eyes widened and said,
Usopp, you want to be the first one.
His doubtful eyes looked Usopp up and down, as if he was re-examining this usually timid friend. Zoro frowned, his 2 sword-like eyebrows twisted together tightly, and said in confusion,
Usopp, you actually took the initiative to ask for the first one. This is really unexpected for me.
As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the knife again, his eyes full of confusion. Sanji was also surprised. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He said,
Hey Usopp, this is not like you normally. You are not so bold on weekdays. What happened today?
No one expected that Usopp would actually volunteer to be the first to perform. You know, Usopp has always been a timid person in the Straw Hat Pirates. Whenever he encountered danger, he would always shrink back and hide behind everyone. Nami stepped forward and gently patted Usopp's shoulder with her slender arm. With an encouraging smile on her face, she said,
Usopp, come on, I believe in you. No matter what the result is, as long as you bravely show the results of your training, it's already great.
Chopper came to Usopp and said excitedly,
Usopp, you can do it. You train so hard, you will definitely surprise us all.
There was a gleam of expectation and trust in Chopper's little eyes. Usopp took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling dramatically with his breathing. He raised his head, his eyes full of determination, as if burning with flames, firm and hot. He said slowly,
Everyone, I have worked really hard in the training during this period. Every day and night, I have been constantly challenging my limits. Sweat soaked my clothes and fatigue invaded my body, but I never relaxed for a moment, because I know that I can no longer be the coward who always hides behind you. I want to be a partner who can fight side by side with you and contribute my own strength to protect our dreams. I want you to see my changes, to see that I am no longer the Usopp before.
His voice trembled slightly, with suppressed excitement and anticipation. Luffy laughed and said,
Come on, Usopp, I believe you can impress us.
Chapter 237, Stunning Usopp. Lingtian's eyes were determined. He raised his arm and waved his hand. As he moved, the energy around him began to surge, and in the flashing light, he directly mimicked an opponent. This opponent was tall and exuded a powerful aura, like an insurmountable mountain standing in front of Usopp. Usopp narrowed his eyes slightly, tightly grasped the weapon in his hand, and prepared to meet the upcoming challenge.
Just in case, and in order to test your strength more accurately, Usopp, The opponent I'm mimicking this time probably has the strength of an average major general.
Lingtian said with a serious expression. His eyes were fixed on Usopp, and his tone was solemn and steady.
I know you have been through hard training, but the strength of a major general should not be underestimated. This will be a difficult test, so you must be mentally prepared.
Usopp looked at the powerful mimic enemy in front of him and took a deep breath. There was no fear in his eyes, but a burning fighting spirit. The mimic enemy stood tall and straight, emitting a strong pressure like an unshakable mountain. But Usopp's eyes became more determined, and he had no intention of retreating. Without hesitation, he took out a huge slingshot from the backpack behind him. The slingshot was made of unique material and exuded a mysterious luster. The slingshot seemed like an inestimable treasure in his hand. He gently stroked the string of the slingshot, as if he was communicating with an old friend he had not seen for a long time.
HMPH, no matter who you are, don't even think about blocking my attack.
Usopp shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the virtual space with an unstoppable momentum. He held the handle of the slingshot tightly with both hands, his knuckles slightly white from exerting force. He squatted slightly, lowered his center of gravity, and tightened his leg muscles as if he would burst out with powerful strength at any time. His eyes were fixed on the mimicked enemy in front of him, and his mind was constantly calculating the angle and timing of the attack. The air around him seemed to become heavy because of his aura. Sweat dripped down his cheeks, but he was unaware of it. At this moment, Usopp has only one belief in his heart, which is to use his own strength to prove his growth and let everyone see that he is no longer the timid and cowardly self he used to be. Now he has to move forward towards his dream. Behind him, the Straw Hat Pirate's companions were watching this scene nervously. Their eyes showed both worry for Usopp and trust and expectations for him. Luffy clenched his fists and cheered for Usopp. Zoro crossed his arms and looked focused. Nami unconsciously clutched the corner of her clothes. The cigarette in Sanji's mouth trembled slightly. And Usopp, already completely immersed in the upcoming battle, was ready to take on this huge challenge. Usopp's eyes fixed, and his whole demeanor suddenly changed. His eyes revealed determination and confidence, as if at this moment the whole world only had him and the enemy in front of him. He shouted,
Look at my Shirkill Green Star, Bamboo Forest Javelin Missile.
This roar, like a thunderclap, echoed in the virtual space, filled with endless power and determination. As he spoke, his muscles tensed instantly, and he held the huge slingshot tightly with both hands, with veins popping out on his arms. He took a deep breath and then pulled the slingshot with all his strength. The slingshot string was stretched to its limit, as if it would break at any moment. Instantly, a bamboo-like pop green is released from the slingshot. When those bamboos first appeared, they were just small sprouts, but they seemed to be injected with infinite vitality and grew rapidly at a speed that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. Their branches become thick and hard, and the bamboo leaves are emerald green, sparkling with a mysterious light. The plants seem to have life, changing their shapes rapidly. They intertwined with each other and instantly turned into a dense forest of thorns. Each thorn was extremely sharp and flashed with cold light. The thorny forest swept towards the mimicked enemy with overwhelming force. Wherever it passed, the air was cut apart, making a sharp whistling sound. The mimic enemy sensed this powerful attack and tried to dodge. He moved quickly, trying to find a gap in the thorn forest. However, the speed of this forest of spikes was too fast and the range was too wide, so there was nowhere to escape. The spikes followed the enemy like a shadow, locking onto him tightly. No matter how the enemy rushed left and right, or how they jumped up and down, they could not escape the pursuit of the thorn forest. The thorn forest was like a huge net, blocking all the enemy's retreat routes tightly.
Pachai!
A sharp piercing sound was heard. The sound was so harsh that it seemed to pierce a person's eardrum. The dense forest of thorns was like a group of crazy beasts, piercing directly through the body of the mimicking enemy with the force of thunder. Each spike pierced the enemy's vital parts accurately. In an instant, the enemy's body was pierced by countless spikes and blood splattered everywhere. The power of the thorn forest was too strong and too fast. The mimicked enemy didn't even have time to react before it was completely subdued by this powerful force. His body trembled violently under the impact of the spikes, the light in his eyes quickly dimmed, and the breath of life dissipated in an instant. Seeing that he had successfully killed the enemy in front of him, Usopp jumped up excitedly. His feet seemed to be equipped with springs, and he jumped high, as if he was going to break through the constraints of this virtual space. He put his hands on his hips, his chest heaving violently, breathing heavily, and a smug look on his face.
Haha, what do you think? I Usopp am not someone you can easily mess with.
Usopp shouted loudly, his voice full of pride and pride. His eyes were wide open, flashing with excitement, and the corners of his mouth were raised high, revealing a row of white teeth. His hair became a little messy due to excitement, but it added a bit of wildness. At this moment, Usopp seemed to be the master of this virtual space. He held his head high, full of pride, enjoying the joy of victory. He looked around, seeing those who once doubted him, and felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Lingtian, who was standing by, was also shocked when he saw this scene. His eyes widened and almost popped out of their sockets. His mouth opened slightly, forming a big shape, and his surprised expression was as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. He originally thought that Usopp would be in a tough fight against such a powerful enemy, and might even fail, but he didn't expect that Usopp could defeat his opponent so cleanly and neatly.
I didn't expect that Usopp has made such great progress in just 1 month.
Chapter 238, Retest. Lingtian shook his head slightly, seeming to be still immersed in the wonderful battle scene just now.
This growth rate is simply beyond imagination. It seems that the training results during this period are remarkable.
Luffy ran over like a gust of wind, his movements fast and energetic. He grabbed Usopp's shoulders with such force that Usopp's body tilted. Luffy's face broke into his signature bright smile, and he said with a smile,
Usopp, you're awesome. That move just now was so cool. I knew you could do it, haha.
Luffy's laughter was hearty and bold, as if it could dispel all the haze. Zoro also walked over with steady and powerful steps, and his stern face now had a barely perceptible smile. He nodded and said in a low and magnetic voice,
This attack is quite powerful. Usopp, keep up this form. Your strength will be indispensable in future battles.
Zoro's eyes were full of affirmation and expectation for Usopp. Sanji walked over slowly, holding a cigarette in his mouth. In the smoke, the corners of his mouth turned up and he said,
Not bad, Usopp. I didn't expect you to be so impressive. It seems that your daily training has not been in vain.
There was a hint of teasing in Sanji's eyes, but more of it was recognition of Usopp. Nami walked over with a smile, her steps light and graceful. She reached out and gently patted Usopp's arm, saying,
Usopp, you really impressed us. I was worried that you would suffer in the battle, but I didn't expect you to give us such a big surprise. Keep up the good work in the future.
Nami's smile was as warm as the spring breeze, and her eyes were full of encouragement for Usopp. At this time, Chopper came running over, waving his short arms excitedly, and said,
Usopp, you are so awesome. I want to learn from you.
Robin also walked over slowly, with a gentle smile on her face, and said softly,
Usopp, your progress is amazing.
Usopp puffed his chest higher when he heard his friend's praise, and the smile on his face grew wider and more proud. He raised his head, his eyes full of confidence and pride, and said loudly,
Of course, I, Usopp, have been working hard to become stronger in order to protect everyone. I don't want to be a burden to you anymore. I want to fight side by side with you and face all difficulties and challenges together.
His voice was loud and firm, as if announcing his determination to the whole world. Chopper came to Usopp, his eyes sparkling with admiration, and said happily,
Usopp, you are so awesome. That move of yours was so cool, I was stunned. I believe that with you around, we will be able to have a smoother adventure in the future.
Chopper's little tail kept wagging, and his cute appearance made people laugh. Usopp scratched his head in embarrassment, lowering his head slightly with a blush on his face. He said,
Hey, don't praise me so much, I will be proud. In fact, I still have many shortcomings and need to continue to work hard.
Although he said this, he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes, and there was always a satisfied smile on his lips. In the virtual space, Usopp, who had just been praised by everyone, was still immersed in joy. His face was filled with a happy smile, and he was happily savoring the praise from his companions. However, at this moment, Lingtian's actions made the atmosphere tense again. Lingtian slowly danced with his hands. His movements were smooth and rhythmic, as if he was playing a mysterious piece of music in the air. As his hands moved, light began to flicker and jump at his fingertips, like countless bright stars blooming in the darkness. The light became stronger and stronger, interweaving and merging with each other, forming a series of gorgeous rays of light. In the center of this light, a figure gradually emerged. A powerful aura, like surging waves, spread out from this figure continuously, instantly filling the entire virtual space. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive, making it difficult to breathe, as if an invisible mountain was pressing on one's heart.
Usopp, this is a man with the strength of a quasi-admiral. Try again.
Lingtian said loudly. His voice was still clear and powerful in this powerful aura. His eyes were fixed firmly on Usopp, full of expectation and challenge. Usopp looked at the rank of admiral in front of him. The smile on his face that was originally overflowing with joy because of his recent victory disappeared without a trace in an instant and was replaced by a solemn expression. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his gaze was as sharp as a sword, trying to find a flaw in the enemy. The general's figure was tall and majestic, exuding a chilling sense of oppression. Usopp felt his heartbeat suddenly speed up, and cold sweat broke out on his palms unconsciously, but he knew that he could not retreat at this moment. He tightened the huge slingshot in his hand, and the string of the slingshot made a creaking sound because of his strength. Usopp took a deep breath, trying to calm his pounding heart. He slowly closed his eyes, recalling every detail of the hard training during this period, the sweat, the pain, and the persistence, all for the battle at this moment. When he opened his eyes again, they were full of determination and resolve. He adjusted his breathing, making each breath steady and deep. His body was slightly bent, like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey. All the muscles in his body were tensed, ready to burst out with the strongest power at any time. The battle started instantly without any warning. The general flashed by at such a speed that he left a blurry afterimage. He used the
Shaving
technique and instantly appeared in front of Usopp like a ghost. Then, his fist, which contained terrifying power, blasted out like a cannonball, with the wind whistling, as if to smash everything in front of it to pieces. Usopp's forehead was instantly covered with sweat, but he did not panic. With his keen observation haki, he sensed the enemy's movements in advance. At that critical moment, he quickly dodged to the side. His movements were swift and neat. At the same time, he shouted loudly.
Green Star, Skull Explosion Grass.
Chapter 239, Hard Fight. However, the Brigadier General was unmoved. His strong combat experience and willpower made him unperturbed. He just pushed his foot forward, and the powerful force instantly created a deep pit on the ground. His body leaped into the air like a rocket, performing the
Moon Step.
He moved in the air as flexibly as if he were walking on flat ground. Then the Admiral saw the right moment and used a
Storm Kick.
to sweep towards Usopp. His leg muscles were tense, and the powerful force gathered at his toes, forming a sharp air blade. The air blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and attacked Usopp with the force of thunder. Usopp's eyes became more solemn. He knew that this would be an extremely difficult battle. But his belief in his heart became more and more firm. He must defeat this powerful enemy and prove his strength. When Usopp saw the fierce storm kick air blade whizzing towards him, alarm bells rang in his heart, and he quickly rolled on the ground to avoid it. His body rolled rapidly on the ground. His movements were a bit awkward, raising a cloud of dust. Beads of cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground and disappearing in an instant.
I can't just passively take a beating like this.
Usopp thought to himself. His breathing became rapid, and his heart beat violently in his chest. but he knew that panicking at this moment would only put him in a desperate situation faster, so he had to deal with it calmly. So he suppressed his inner tension, concentrated his mind, and tried his best to sense the enemy's next move. His eyes became focused and sharp, as if they could penetrate the smoke and the chaotic battlefield. Usopp ignored all distractions around him and focused all his attention on the Quasi-Admiral. His breathing gradually became steady, his mind slowly calmed down, everything around him seemed to slow down, and he could clearly feel the subtle changes in the enemy's breath and movements. At the moment when the Quasi-Admiral landed, Usopp's eyes flashed with determination. He stood up suddenly and shouted loudly.
Green star, humanoid grass.
As he shouted, a group of pop green with flowers on top and human-shaped roots were instantly released. These human-shaped grasses were like well-trained soldiers, quickly and silently lying in ambush underground, waiting for the best opportunity. The Brigadier General had just landed and had no time to adjust his posture or react. At this moment, those human-shaped grasses suddenly jumped out and pounced on the Brigadier General at lightning speed. The Brigadier General was caught off guard and was hit by the sudden attack. But the Lieutenant General is indeed a powerful man, and his reaction speed is beyond imagination. Almost at the moment when the humanoid grass wrapped around him, he responded. His eyes focused, and he instantly activated the armament haki. The black light instantly covered his body, and a powerful and domineering force burst out. He exerted force suddenly, and with a low roar, the powerful force caused the human-shaped grass to fly everywhere. The originally tough humanoid grasses were like fragile dry grasses that could not withstand a single blow in the face of this force. After shaking off the humanoid grasses, the Quasi-Admiral did not pause at all. His figure flashed, and then he stabbed Usopp with a
Gun finger.
His fingers were like sharp spears, with sharp sounds of breaking through the wind, going straight to Usopp's vital points. Usopp felt a deadly threat coming at him, and his pupils suddenly contracted. At this critical moment, he relied on his instinct and the experience accumulated from long-term training to narrowly avoid the fatal blow. However, although it avoided the vital parts, the sharp finger wind still left a shallow blood mark on his cheek. At this time, Usopp was breathing heavily, his chest rising and falling violently like a bellows.
This guy is too strong.
Usopp gritted his teeth and secretly groaned in his heart, but he knew that he could not retreat at this moment, let alone give up. He took a deep breath and continued to deal with the Quasi-Admiral with his observation haki. The Brigadier General seemed to be getting impatient after failing to capture the city. His face became even gloomier, and his eyes revealed a fierce, murderous intent. He moved, punching Usopp like a storm. Each of his punches contained amazing power, as if it could split mountains and crack rocks. Usopp dodged left and right, looking a little embarrassed. His body kept shuttling between the fist shadows, trying his best to avoid every attack. Sweat poured down like rain, his clothes were already soaked with sweat and stuck tightly to his body, but his eyes were still firm, without any intention of retreating.
Green star, skull exploding grass.
Usopp shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice full of determination and unwillingness. He danced his hands quickly, and a mysterious force emerged from his hands again. In an instant, countless
Green star, skull explosion grass.
emerged like a tide, growing wildly and instantly blooming with dazzling light. Powerful energy accumulated in these plants, and then, accompanied by a deafening roar, a huge explosion force swept around. The flames and smoke intertwined to form a terrifying scene that seemed to devour everything. Usopp hoped that this powerful move would be able to stop the Admiral's torrential attack. However, the Brigadier General's strength was too great. Facing the surging impact of the explosion, he just slightly turned sideways. His movements were light and calm, as if he was just avoiding a breeze. The heat wave and impact force of the explosion whizzed past him, but failed to cause him any damage. Usopp's face became paler and paler, his physical strength was constantly depleting. Every attack, every dodge was ruthlessly draining the strength from his body. Sweat streamed down his forehead and cheeks like streams, soaking his clothes. The clothes stuck tightly to his body, outlining his figure that seemed slightly thin due to fatigue. But his eyes remained firm, without the slightest wavering or retreat. There was an unyielding fire burning in his eyes, as if telling of his determination to never give up. Although his body was close to its limit, his will was as hard as steel. Just when the Junker thought Usopp was about to run out of strength, Usopp suddenly burst out with a powerful momentum.
Fatal kill Green Star. Attack Wolf Grass.
Chapter 240, Usopp's Strength. The plant instantly turned into a giant plant wolf. Its body was tall and mighty, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Every leaf on the wolf's body sparkles with a mysterious light, as if containing endless power. Within a 3-meter diameter area centered on the bulb, an invisible force began to gather, and the air seemed to become heavy. Then, a powerful shock wave was released with overwhelming force. This shock wave was like an invisible huge wave, spreading in all directions with the power to destroy everything. Wherever it went, the space seemed to be distorted, layers of soil and rocks were blown up from the ground, and smoke and dust billowed. The general's face changed, and his originally confident expression was instantly replaced by astonishment. He realized that the power of this attack was beyond his imagination, and it was too late to dodge. The powerful shock wave hit him with lightning speed, and his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. During the backward flight, the general tried to stabilize his body, but found that he was completely unable to resist this powerful force. His body drew an arc in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Usopp was breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, and every breath seemed to take up all his strength. Sweat was dripping from his forehead, and his hands were shaking slightly due to the excessive force, but his eyes were always fixed on the fallen brigadier general, not daring to relax for a moment. Looking at the fallen admiral, Usopp's heart was filled with the joy of victory. This joy was like a surging tide, instantly washing away all the fatigue and pain in his heart. The corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a relieved smile. Usopp said weakly, his voice trembling as if he had used up his last bit of strength. His legs were weak and he could barely support his body, and he was swaying. Sweat kept dripping from his forehead, streaking across his face, which was pale from exhaustion. His eyes were filled with disbelief and extreme exhaustion, yet deep within that exhaustion, there shone a gleam of victory. At this time, everyone from the Straw Hat Pirates gathered around. Luffy rushed to the front like a whirlwind, his face filled with excitement, and the iconic straw hat on his head bounced up and down as he ran.
Usopp, you're so awesome.
Luffy shouted excitedly, his voice as loud as a bell, full of admiration and praise for Usopp. He opened his arms and hugged Usopp with such force that he almost choked Usopp to death.
I knew you could do it. Your fight was so brilliant, it really makes my blood boil.
Luffy's eyes flashed with excitement, as if this victory was achieved by himself. Zoro followed closely behind, his 3 swords flashing coldly in the sun. He walked forward, looked at Usopp approvingly, and said,
What a wonderful battle. Usopp, your growth has impressed me.
Zoro's tone was calm and firm, and his eyes were full of recognition of Usopp. Nami also ran over, her face full of surprise and relief.
Usopp, you are amazing. I can't believe your performance just now. I didn't expect you to become so strong.
Sanji walked over slowly, a cigarette between his lips.
Usopp, you did pretty well this time.
Although his tone still sounded arrogant, his eyes revealed his concern and expectation for Usopp. Chopper came to Usopp, his eyes full of admiration.
Usopp, you are so strong.
Robin smiled at Usopp and said gently,
Usopp, your hard work and persistence have paid off. This is the victory you deserve.
Usopp was surrounded by his friends, listening to their praise and encouragement, his heart filled with warmth and emotion. Usopp smiled tiredly. That smile was filled with satisfaction and relief, but it could not hide his deep weariness. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a row of white teeth, but the smile seemed a little weak, as if every muscle movement required a huge amount of effort. His eyes softened and he slowly glanced at his companions who were surrounding him, his heart filled with warmth. Lingtian also stepped forward, his steps steady and powerful, his eyes full of admiration and expectation.
Use up, your growth is amazing, keep it up.
Lingtian's voice was firm and powerful, and it was particularly clear amid the jubilation. Usopp nodded, his eyes became firm, as if he was filled with new strength at this moment.
I will.
His voice was still a little weak, but full of determination.
I know I still have a long way to go and there are still many deficiencies that need to be improved, but I will not back down and will not be afraid of difficulties anymore. For my partners and for our common goal, I will continue to get stronger.
Chapter 241, Rock, Paper, Scissors. In the virtual space, Usopp had just finished a thrilling battle. The fierce scene seemed to be still vivid in his mind, and the aftermath of the battle seemed to still linger in the air. Usopp stood in the center of the field, breathing heavily, his clothes soaked with sweat, but his eyes were shining with victory. His wonderful performance amazed everyone. Luffy's eyes widened, and his already energetic eyes were even more shining. He jumped up excitedly, waving his fists, and shouted,
Haha, Usopp is so awesome. But I can't wait any longer, I want to show everyone how powerful my rubber ability has become.
Luffy's voice was as loud as a bell, full of confidence and expectation. His body seemed to be filled with endless power, and every movement was full of unstoppable momentum. Zoro crossed his arms and looked at Usopp with a determined gaze, feeling sincere admiration for the growth of his friend. But his fighting spirit was instantly ignited. He raised his chin slightly and said,
Humph, Usopp's performance is indeed surprising. However, my three-sword style has also made new breakthroughs. This time I will definitely open your eyes.
Zoro's voice was deep and powerful, as if announcing his determination. His eyes revealed a fierce aura, as if he was ready to draw his sword and show his sharpness at any time. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. He looked at Luffy and Zoro and said,
Don't be too proud of yourself, my kicking skills are not to be trifled with. When I demonstrate them, I will definitely surprise you.
There was a fiery light flashing in Sanji's eyes, as if every kick he took could ignite a raging fire. Nami folded her arms across her chest, an expectant smile on her beautiful face. She looked at everyone and said,
You are all so confident. I am looking forward to your performance. I hope everyone can give their best in this exhibition.
Nami's eyes were full of encouragement and expectation, as if she was cheering for everyone. Robin stood gracefully by the side, a faint smile always on her face. She whispered,
Everyone is working hard, and I also want to see how we each grow.
Robin's voice was gentle and pleasant, as if it could bring a sense of tranquility to people. Chopper came skipping over to everyone, his little eyes sparkling with excitement. He said,
I'm ready too. I'm going to show you my new medical skills. I hope I can provide more help to everyone on their adventure.
Chopper's voice is full of childish innocence and enthusiasm, making people feel his cuteness and kindness.
I'm not bad either.
Kuina raised the corners of her mouth slightly and chuckled. Her bright eyes sparkled with confidence, and her long black hair fluttered gently in the breeze. She straightened her back slightly, holding the sharp sword tightly in her hand like a heroic female swordsman. Kuina's voice was clear and firm, echoing in the air like a silver bell. She swept her eyes over everyone with a hint of challenge in her eyes, as if to say, don't underestimate her strength. Brook held his guitar and laughed.
Yo-ho-ho!
The unique laughter echoed in the virtual space, full of mystery. Brook gently stroked the guitar in his hand as if he was stroking a close friend. His eyes were full of anticipation and excitement, and he said,
I'm also looking forward to this show. I wonder if my musical attack has become stronger.
There was a hint of sarcasm in Brook's voice, but it was full of confidence in his own abilities. The virtual space was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere, and everyone was looking forward to the next wonderful show. This training results show was not only a test of everyone's efforts, but also an improvement of the team's strength. Everyone is eager to show their growth and progress on this stage and work hard for a common goal. Seeing everyone so enthusiastic, Lingtian smiled and said,
Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's use a fair method to decide who will be the first to present. How about using rock, paper, scissors? This method is simple and direct. It all depends on luck, and it also gives everyone a chance to show the results of their training.
Lingtian's face was filled with smiles and his eyes were full of anticipation. He looked at everyone, waiting for their response. Everyone nodded in agreement. Luffy jumped up excitedly and said loudly,
Great, this is a good idea. I love playing rock, paper, scissors the most.
Zoro frowned slightly and said,
Humph, although this method is a bit childish, it is fair.
Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth and said with a smile,
Come on, let's see who is the first lucky person.
Nami, Robin, Chopper, and others also showed expectant expressions, ready to participate in this little game. So, everyone gathered together and formed a circle. Everyone's face was full of tension and anticipation, as if this little game was an important battle. Everyone's eyes met together, and the air was filled with a tense and exciting atmosphere. The game of deciding the order of presentation was about to begin, and everyone was very excited. They were all secretly guessing what they would do, while also observing the expressions of others, trying to guess their choices. The first round began, and everyone shouted in unison.
Rock, paper, scissors.
This shout was like a battle horn, full of power and passion. Everyone stretched out their hands and made their own choices. Luffy held out his fist, representing rock. Zoro held out 2 fingers, representing scissors. Sanji held out his palm, representing cloth. Nami, Robin, Chopper, and others also made their own choices. For a moment, the air seemed frozen. Everyone stared at each other's hands, waiting for the result to be revealed. However, the result was a bit surprising. This round ended in a tie with no one winning. Everyone's choices were different and no one side had an advantage. Luffy scratched his head and said,
Oh, that won't do. Let's do it again.
Zoro also frowned slightly and said,
HMPH, let's do it again.
Sanji smiled and said,
It seems that everyone's luck is about the same. Let's play another round and see who can be the first to show off.
Rock, paper, scissors. This shout was like a battle horn, full of power and passion. Everyone stretched out their hands and made their own choices. Luffy held out his fist, representing rock. Zoro held out 2 fingers, representing scissors. Sanji held out his palm, representing cloth. Nami, Robin, Chopper, and others also made their own choices. For a moment, the air seemed frozen. Everyone stared at each other's hands, waiting for the result to be revealed. However, the result was a bit surprising. This round ended in a tie with no one winning. Everyone's choices were different and no one side had an advantage. Luffy scratched his head and said, Oh, that won't do, let's do it again. Zoro also frowned slightly and said, HMPH, let's do it again. Sanji smiled and said, It seems that everyone's luck is about the same. Let's play another round and see who can be the first to show off. Everyone nodded in agreement and prepared to proceed to the second round of the game. This game of deciding the order of presentation became more tense and exciting. The second round began and everyone shouted in unison again, Rock, paper, scissors. This shout was louder than the previous round, full of tension and anticipation. Everyone's eyes became more focused, as if they wanted to see through each other's thoughts. Everyone stretched out their hands and made their own choices. This time, the air seemed to freeze, and everyone was nervously waiting for the result to be revealed. Nami bit her lips tightly, her heart filled with anticipation and nervousness. Robin still maintained an elegant smile, as if she could accept the result calmly. Chopper stared at his hands with his small eyes, silently praying for good luck. When everyone's hands were stretched out, the result was clear. Nami, Robin, and Chopper chose scissors, while the rest chose rock. As a result, Nami, Robin, and Chopper were eliminated first. Nami smiled helplessly, shook her head gently, and said,
Oh, what a pity, but it doesn't matter. I'm still looking forward to everyone's performance.
Chapter 242, Brook Wins. Although Nami's smile was filled with a hint of regret, it was more of an expectation for her friends. She knew that although she could not be the first to show off, she could cheer for everyone from behind and witness the growth and progress of her friends. Robin still smiled gracefully, her eyes revealing a calmness and composure.
It seems that our luck is not very good, but it doesn't matter. We can cheer for everyone from the back.
Robin's voice was gentle and pleasant, as if it could bring a kind of quiet power to people. She patted Nami and Chopper's shoulders gently, giving them encouragement and support. Chopper looked a little lost, his little head hung low with tears in his eyes. He felt useless because he couldn't win the game and couldn't be the first to show the results of his training. But he soon cheered up, waved his little fists vigorously, and said,
It's okay. I can learn from everyone's experience.
Although Chopper's voice was childish, it was full of determination and courage. He knows that he still has many opportunities, and he can learn more from his partner's performances and continuously improve his own strength. The third round began, and everyone's expression became more tense. Everyone's face was filled with concentration and anticipation, as if this little game had now become a crucial duel. The air seemed to freeze, and it was so quiet that you could hear everyone's breathing and heartbeat. Everyone stared at each other, trying to catch a clue from each other's expressions and eyes, and guess what gestures they might make. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, his eyes revealing a strong desire to win. Zoro narrowed his eyes slightly, with a stern expression, as if he was thinking about the best strategy. Sanji raised the corners of his mouth slightly with a confident smile, as if he was confident in his judgment. This time, except for Brook, who chose scissors, everyone else chose paper. This result made everyone stunned for a moment, and then everyone's eyes fell on Brook. Brook was a little surprised at first, but then a big smile immediately broke out on her face. When Brook saw that he had succeeded, he immediately laughed.
Yo ho ho ho!
That unique laugh echoed in the virtual space, as if carrying a mysterious magic. His laughter was full of joy and excitement, as if he had won the jackpot.
Oh ha ha ha! It seems that the goddess of luck is on my side.
Brook said with a smile. His face was filled with a happy smile and his eyes were shining with excitement. He gently stroked his hat, as if thanking the goddess of luck for his gift. Brook's laughter and words instantly eased the tense atmosphere, and everyone was infected by his joy and smiled. He adjusted his clothes, his movements were elegant and calm. Brook paid great attention to his image, and even in such an occasion, he did not forget to maintain his demeanor. He gently smoothed the wrinkles on his clothes and adjusted the angle of his hat to make himself look more handsome and energetic. Then he took the violin and walked forward slowly. His steps were light and steady like an elegant gentleman. The violin in Brook's hand seemed to be his treasure, and he held it tightly, as if holding his own destiny. His eyes were full of anticipation and confidence, as if he was ready to show his strength in front of everyone. He bowed slightly to Lingtian and said,
Mr. Lingtian, please start.
Brook's voice was full of respect and expectation. Lingtian looked at Brook and nodded slightly, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on Brook, as if he was examining a precious work of art. Lingtian's eyes were full of recognition and expectation for Brook. He knew that this seemingly funny skeleton musician had an amazing performance in the original work. Brook, who dared to sleep with an old lady, was definitely not an ordinary person. His courage, wisdom, and strength all made Lingtian look at him with new eyes. Lingtian slowly raised his hands and began to mobilize the power of the virtual space. His movements were slow and graceful, as if he was playing a silent piece of music. The air around him seemed to be drawn by his movements and began to tremble slightly. As he raised his hands, a mysterious force began to permeate the air. The air seemed to have turned into tangible matter and began to twist and deform under the influence of Lingtian's power. Light flickered in his palm and mysterious energy surged like a tide. The light was like a bright star, emitting a mysterious and powerful aura. Lingtian's palm seemed to be an endless source of energy, continuously releasing powerful force. Mysterious energy gathered in his palm and then surged around like a tide. The energy seemed to have life, jumping and dancing in the air, making people feel an indescribable power. As he worked hard, a powerful mimicry gradually took shape, a process that was like a magical show that amazed people. The outline of the mimic figure gradually became clear in the light, and every detail was gradually perfected under Lingtian's power. This mimic figure exuded a chilling aura, like an unshakable mountain. His figure was tall and majestic, and every line of his body revealed great strength. His body seemed to be made of steel, emitting a metallic luster. His eyes were cold and ruthless, as if they could see through everything. His presence made people feel an irresistible pressure, as if they were facing a real god. The mimic's aura enveloped the entire virtual space, making people feel suffocated. His power seemed to be able to destroy everything, making people shudder. However, Brook showed no fear. Lingtian knew that this mimic had the strength to rival that of an ordinary general. He stared at the tall and majestic figure with a clear mind. In this virtual space, he carefully created such a powerful opponent, not to make things difficult for Brook, but with a deeper purpose. He did this to truly test Brook's strength and see how much he had grown in this month of training. During this month, everyone has been working hard to improve themselves, and as a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, Lingtian is also curious about how much progress Brook can make.
Brook, this is an opponent whose strength is comparable to that of an ordinary general. Show your strength well.
Chapter 243, Display. Lingtian hopes that through this test, everyone will see the value of hard work and growth, and inspire them to constantly surpass themselves in future adventures. Brook looked at the mimic figure in front of him without any fear in his heart. The tall figure exuded a chilling aura, but Brook's eyes were extremely firm. His eyes became sharp, like two sharp swords that could penetrate everything. In his eyes, this powerful opponent was not invincible. He recalled the hard training over the past month, and every drop of sweat and effort turned into endless courage at this moment. He knew it would be a tough battle, but he did not back down. Brook held the guitar tightly in his hand, feeling the familiar touch. This guitar is not only his instrument, but also his fighting partner. He leaned forward slightly, ready to fight at any time. There was no hesitation or fear in his heart, only a desire for victory and a firm belief. Brook took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew that he could not panic in the face of such a powerful opponent. He had to use his wisdom and strength to defeat this seemingly invincible enemy. Brook drew his sword immediately. His movements were quick and decisive, without any hesitation. The sword in his hand flashed coldly, like a flash of cold lightning. The sword was slender and sharp, and under the light of the virtual space, it exuded a mysterious aura. The lines on the blade were clearly visible, as if telling of the countless battles it had experienced. He gripped the hilt tightly, feeling the weight and power of the sword. The hilt seemed to merge into his palm, conveying a familiar and reassuring feeling. This sword is his companion and also his weapon of battle. In countless difficult moments, this sword has accompanied him and faced various powerful enemies together with him.
Yo-hee-hee, come on, let me see your strength.
Brook said to the mimic character, his voice full of confidence and challenge. That unique laugh echoed in the virtual space, as if carrying a kind of fearless courage. Brook's eyes were firm and sharp, staring directly at the mimic character without any retreat. He leaned forward slightly, ready to fight at any time. His words were full of desire for battle, as if he was looking forward to a hearty duel. The mimic seemed to sense Brook's provocation, and a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. That anger was like a burning flame, instantly raising the temperature of the entire space by a few degrees. The mimic's eyes became even colder, as if he wanted to defeat Brook completely. He slowly raised the weapon in his hand, which was a huge, long sword. The blade flashed with cold light and exuded powerful power. A strong pressure instantly enveloped the entire space, making it difficult to breathe. The air seemed to be solidified by this pressure, making it impossible to move. The mimic's aura was like a surging wave, rushing towards Brook as if to swallow him up. Brook felt the powerful pressure, but he was not afraid at all. The battle was about to begin. Brook took the lead in attacking. He flashed and rushed towards the mimic general like a ghost.
Nightlight song, straight through.
Brook shouted, his voice echoing in the virtual space, full of strength and determination. As he shouted, the cane sword in his hand stabbed out fiercely. The movement was as fast as lightning, with an unstoppable momentum. The cane sword seemed to be given life at this moment, and a mysterious light flickered on the sword. A powerful thrust was emitted from the sword, and that thrust was like a surging tide, rushing straight towards the mimic general with unstoppable force. Wherever this thrust passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Its speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning that instantly pierced the void. The mimic general's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of surprise and vigilance. Facing this sudden attack, he did not panic at all and quickly dodged sideways. His movements were swift and decisive, like a nimble cheetah. The thrust brushed past his body, missing him by a hair's breadth, but it did not cause any harm to him. The thrust hit the virtual wall behind him, making a loud noise. The sound was like thunder, deafening. The virtual wall trembled violently under this powerful impact, as if it could collapse at any time. A deep dent appeared on the wall, and the light around it flickered for a moment.
HMPH, you have some skills.
The mimic general snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain and provocation. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and his eyes flashed with a cold light. Although he was somewhat surprised by Brook's attack, he did not take him seriously. In his opinion, Brook's strength was not enough to pose a real threat to him. Then he moved, and Admiral Mimic used
Shave!
To instantly appear in front of Brook. His speed was so fast that people could not react, as if he had been standing there all along. He raised the long sword in his hand high, and the long sword flashed coldly under the light, emitting a powerful aura. The muscles in his arms were tense, and at this moment all his strength was concentrated on the long sword. Then he chopped down fiercely. The action was decisive and fierce, as if he wanted to cut Brook in two. The long sword came towards Brook with the sound of whistling wind, with the force of a mountain pressing down on his head. The air is compressed under this powerful force, forming an invisible pressure wave.
One sword flow, the word penetrates.
The mimic general roared, and the long sword in his hand seemed to be injected with infinite power, and the blade glowed brightly. As he moved, a sharp sword energy shot out like lightning. The sword energy seemed to contain endless power. Wherever it passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. This move, called
One sword style character piercing through,
is one of the mimic general's unique skills. It is so powerful that it is enough to split mountains and crack rocks. Brook was shocked. He didn't expect the mimic general's counterattack to be so swift and powerful, but he didn't panic at all and quickly raised his cane sword to block it. His eyes were focused and determined, and all the strength in his body was concentrated on the cane sword. The cane sword trembled slightly in his hand, as if responding to his determination. The swords collided, making a crisp sound. The sound was like a huge bell echoing in the virtual space. This sound was like the collision of two powerful forces, full of shocking power. In an instant, a powerful force burst out from the intersection of the sword and the knife, forming an invisible shock wave. The powerful force made Brook's body tremble slightly, and he felt a huge pressure coming from his arms. His feet slid slightly on the ground, and he almost lost his balance. But he did not retreat. Instead, he pushed hard, forcing the mimic general to retreat. His eyes flashed with stubbornness, and his heart was full of fighting spirit.
Yo hee hee, your strength is not enough.
Chapter 244, Continuation of the Battle. The mimic general's face darkened, and his eyes revealed a hint of annoyance. Being teased by Brook in this way, the anger in his heart instantly burned. He decided to launch another attack, determined to let this ignorant skeleton know how powerful he was. His figure was as fast as lightning, so fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. His figure kept changing positions in the virtual space like a ghost. He used
Shave!
and moonstep to shuttle back and forth in space, which was dazzling. The instantaneous explosive power of shave allows him to move to different positions in an instant, while moonstep allows him to move freely in the air as if walking in the air. His figure flashed in the space like lightning, making it impossible to grasp. At the same time, he kept swinging the long sword in his hand, launching fierce attacks one after another. Each attack carried great power and might, as if it could destroy everything. The blade flashed like a dancing silver snake, making people shudder. Wherever the blade passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp, whistling sound. The attack of the Mimic General was like a violent storm, making people overwhelmed. Brook responded calmly, without any panic in his eyes. He relied on his agility and keen perception to dodge the attacks of the Mimic General. His body was like a light butterfly, moving freely among the swords and sabers. Whenever the Mimic General's attack was about to hit him, he was always able to dodge it by a hair's breadth. His body movements were flexible and unpredictable. At the same time, he was also looking for an opportunity to counterattack. His eyes were closely following the movements of the Mimic General, not missing any details. He knew that only by finding the flaws of the Mimic General could he launch an effective counterattack. He was full of patience and determination, waiting for the best opportunity.
Donsong, Aurora.
Brook suddenly shouted, his voice echoing in the virtual space, full of strength and determination. As he shouted, his body rushed forward like lightning. His speed was so fast that people could not react, as if a beam of aurora flashed through the void in an instant. The cane sword in his hand stabbed at the Mimic General with a powerful sword energy. The sword energy was so sharp that it seemed to be able to penetrate everything. The cane sword seemed to be given life at this moment, and a mysterious light flashed on the sword. The Mimic General quickly used his long sword to block, but his arm was still cut by Brook's sword energy. At that moment, General Mimic felt a sharp pain in his arm, as if he had been cut by a sharp blade. He looked down and saw a shallow wound on his arm with blood slowly oozing out. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. He didn't expect Brook's attack to be so sharp.
Ikidao Liu, Yangsing.
The Mimic General roared, his voice full of anger and unwillingness. As he shouted, the long sword in his hand ignited with blazing flames, and the flames seemed to have life, dancing on the blade. The Mimic General's eyes became even colder. He tightly grasped the long sword and gathered all the strength in his body into this attack. Then he swung it violently, and a huge flame blade flew towards Brook. The flaming blade energy was like a roaring fire dragon, carrying the power to destroy everything. Brook quickly dodged sideways, but the flaming blade still touched his body. At that moment, Brook felt a burning breath rushing towards him, as if it was going to swallow him up. His body was hit by the aftermath of the flame blade, and he felt a sharp pain. Part of his clothes was burnt. But he didn't have time to care about the pain, because he knew that the most important thing now was to keep fighting.
I can't just passively take a beating like this anymore.
Brook thought to himself, his eyes becoming more determined. He decided to take the initiative and not let the Mimic General take the initiative. He launched another attack, waving the cane sword in his hand continuously, emitting sword energy. The Mimic General was not to be outdone. His eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Facing Brook's tidal attack, he tightly grasped the long sword in his hand and calmly resisted. Every time Brook's sword energy came, the Mimic General could accurately judge its trajectory and diffuse it with his long sword. His movements were clean and neat, without any unnecessary movements, showing a very high level of combat quality. At the same time, Admiral Mimic also launched counterattacks continuously, using his powerful strength and agility to find Brook's flaws. Whenever Brook showed a gap, the Mimic General would attack without hesitation. He swung his long sword vigorously, and each blow carried a powerful force, as if it could cut through everything. The two fought back and forth, and the battle entered a white-hot state. In the virtual space, the sword energy and the knife light intertwined, forming a thrilling picture. Every collision made a loud noise like thunder. The two figures moved quickly in the space, dazzling the eyes. Their battle was like a wonderful dance, full of power and beauty.
Song of the Plunder, Fubuki /
Brook suddenly shouted, his voice echoing in the virtual space, full of strength and determination. As he shouted, the cane sword in his hand emitted a strong chill. The chill seemed to come from the polar glaciers, instantly causing the surrounding temperature to drop sharply. The cane sword flashed with a blue light as if it was covered with ice and snow. A Bai Ji San Ding swallowtail slash was instantly slashed out, and the slash was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to dodge. The wound of the enemy that was slashed would freeze and then shatter instantly. This move was one of Brook's special skills, and it was extremely powerful. Wherever the slash passed, the air was frozen into ice crystals that fell one after another. The mimic general felt the strong chill and was immediately shocked. He immediately realized that the power of this attack should not be underestimated and quickly used the iron block.
Iron block.
Chapter 245, Win. Although the mimic general tried his best to resist, he was still beaten back by Brook's attack. He was filled with anger and unwillingness. He didn't expect that he would be pushed to such a point by Brook. He kept swinging his long sword, trying to fend off Brook's attack, but each time it seemed very strenuous. His body kept retreating under Brook's attack, and the ground under his feet was also stepped on by him, leaving deep footprints.
Ikidarayu, Kongzi.
The mimic general roared, his voice full of anger and despair. As he shouted, the long sword in his hand emitted an invisible sword energy. The sword energy seemed to come from the void, carrying a mysterious power. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was distorted, forming an invisible ripple. The sword energy was extremely fast, cutting through the air like lightning, making it difficult to avoid. The invisible force was like a gust of wind, whistling and sweeping in. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound, as if announcing its great power to the world. Brook was startled and his eyes instantly became serious. He knew very well how powerful this sword energy was, and if he was hit head-on, the consequences would be disastrous. At this critical moment, he quickly used
Paper drawing.
to dodge. His body instantly became as light as paper, as if it had merged with the surrounding air. His movements were light and agile, like leaves in the wind drifting with the wind. But the blade still touched his body, causing him some minor injuries. At that moment, Brook felt a sharp pain in his body, as if he was burned by fire. He looked down and saw that his clothes were cut by the sword, and there was a shallow scar on the bone. Although the wound was not serious, it made him feel the powerful strength of the mimic general. Lingtian was also surprised when he saw this scene. His eyes were full of surprise and admiration. He didn't expect Brook to have learned paper painting, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. Lingtian's heart was full of expectations for Brook. He believed that in this battle, Brook would be able to exert all his strength and give everyone a wonderful performance.
Oh, you are really tenacious.
Brook said with a smile. His smile was full of confidence and ridicule. He raised his chin slightly, and his eyes revealed a kind of contempt for the mimic general. The mimic general's face was gloomy, and his eyes revealed a hint of anger and unwillingness. He stared at Brook closely, his heart filled with anger. He knew that he couldn't go on like this, and he had to end this battle as soon as possible, otherwise how could he save his face?
Lan Jiao.
The mimic general shouted, his voice full of anger and determination. As he shouted, his leg muscles tensed as if they were as hard as steel. There was a cold light in his eyes, as if he wanted to defeat Brook completely. Then he kicked out fiercely, and that kick was so powerful that it seemed to be able to destroy everything. A powerful air blade flew towards Brook. The air blade was like a sharp blade, cutting through the air and making a sharp whistling sound. Brook quickly used his cane sword to block, but the air blade was too powerful and his body was blown away. He only felt a huge force coming at him, as if he was hit by a high-speed train. His body drew an arc in the air and then fell heavily to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale.
HMPH, let's see how long you can hold on.
The mimic general sneered. His eyes were full of mockery and disdain.
Yo hee hee, do you think you can defeat me like this?
Brook said with a smile. His laughter echoed in the virtual space, carrying an unyielding power. There was a firm gleam in his eyes, as if telling General Mimic that he would not be easily defeated. Although Brook's body was a little tired, his fighting spirit was still high. He raised the cane sword in his hand again. The sword seemed to have life in his hand, emitting a mysterious light. He held the hilt tightly, feeling the weight and power of the sword. This sword is his companion and also his weapon of battle. At this critical moment, he will rely on this sword to launch the final blow. Brook took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He knew that this attack was crucial and he had to go all out. He stared closely at the mimic general, observing his every move. He was waiting for the best opportunity, and once the opportunity was right, he would attack without hesitation.
Drawing song, 1 section/.
Brook shouted, his voice full of strength and determination. As he shouted, the cane sword in his hand instantly released a quick slashing skill. The strike was as fast as lightning, making it impossible to see clearly. It passed through the void silently, like an invisible blade. This move
Picture song, 1 section/.
is one of Brook's strongest skills. It is extremely powerful and can defeat powerful enemies in an instant. Brook has been honing this move during this month of training, making it even more powerful. Now, he finally has the opportunity to demonstrate the power of this move in actual combat. Before the Mimic General could react, he was hit by Brook's attack. At that moment, the Mimic General only felt a flash of light before his eyes, and then his body shook slightly. His eyes were full of surprise and unwillingness. He didn't expect Brook to have such a powerful skill. He wanted to resist but found that his body could not move. His body slowly fell down, like a collapsed mountain. The failure of the Mimic General caused the entire virtual space to fall into silence. Brook looked at the fallen Mimic General, his heart filled with the joy of victory. That joy was like bright sunshine, instantly illuminating his inner world. He stared quietly at his opponent lying on the ground. There was no trace of arrogance or contempt in his eyes, only emotion for this fierce battle and affirmation of his own efforts. He slowly put away his cane sword, his movements graceful and calm. The sword that had accompanied him through countless battles seemed to be sharing his joy at this moment. The light on the sword gradually faded, like a warrior who had completed his mission and returned to a state of tranquility. Brook gently stroked the hilt, feeling the residual warmth from the sword, which was a mark of battle and also a testimony of his growth. Brook bowed slightly to Lingtian, a sincere smile on his face.
Yo hee hee, thank you for the test, Mr. Lingtian.
Chapter 246, Discussion and Display. Brook's words echoed in the virtual space with a unique rhythm. His eyes flashed with determination, as if promising Lingtian that he would continue to work hard, make continuous progress, and fight for his dream and the future of his partners. Lingtian looked at Brook with a satisfied smile on his face. In the virtual space, the battle between Brook and Admiral Mimic has just ended. Brook looks at Admiral Mimic, who has fallen to the ground, his heart filled with joy of victory, while the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates watch this wonderful battle from the sidelines. When Brook put away his cane sword and bowed slightly to Lingtian to thank him for the test, a peaceful and solemn atmosphere seemed to flow in the virtual space. Although Brook's figure was a little thin, he exuded a calmness and confidence after going through the baptism of battle. There was a gleam in his empty eye sockets, as if telling that this victory was hard-won. The Straw Hat Pirates also showed pleased smiles on their faces. Their eyes were fixed on Brook, full of admiration and pride for their friend. Nami stroked her hair gently, her mouth curled up, her eyes sparkling with joy. She looked at Brook, feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. In her opinion, Brook has always been the partner who can show great strength at the critical moment. They were not surprised to see Brook win because they knew Brook's strength and potential. In their hearts, Brook has always been a brave, smart, and powerful partner. From the moment he joined the Straw Hat Group, Brook won everyone's respect with his unique music and fighting style. His seemingly fragile skeleton body contains endless courage and strength. Luffy jumped up excitedly, his movements full of energy and passion. He waved his fist and said,
Haha, Brook is really awesome, but I won't lose to you either.
Luffy's eyes were full of desire for battle and trust in his partners. His iconic straw hat swayed slightly as he jumped, as if cheering for Brook's victory. Luffy's smile is as bright as the sun, and his enthusiasm infects everyone. His heart is full of anticipation for future battles, and he is eager to fight against stronger enemies and show his rubber ability. Zoro crossed his arms, nodded slightly and said,
Brook's strength has indeed improved, but I won't fall behind.
Zoro's eyes revealed a firm determination, as if telling everyone that he was also ready to face the challenge. Under his cold face, he hid a burning heart. Zoro has always been one of the core fighters in the Straw Hat Pirates, and he has extremely high requirements for his own strength. Seeing Brook's progress, he is happy for his partner, and it also inspires his own fighting spirit. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth, with the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and there was a hint of uninhibited and free and easy in his smile. He exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at Brook, and said,
Brook, you did a good job, but let me show you my kicking skills next.
Sanji's eyes were full of confidence and expectation, and absolute trust in his own strength. He narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had seen himself stunning everyone in the performance. He couldn't wait to show his strength and prove to everyone that he had made great progress in this month's training. His body leaned forward slightly, as if ready to burst out with great strength at any time. The cigarette in his mouth, surrounded by smoke, added to his mysterious temperament. Nami smiled and said,
Brook, congratulations on your victory. But we can't fall behind. Everyone should cheer up.
Nami's smile was as warm as the spring sunshine, making people feel extremely comfortable. Her eyes were full of encouragement and expectation, as if she was cheering for everyone. She shook her long hair gently, her beautiful face radiating with confidence. Nami knew that everyone was working hard to become stronger for future adventures and to protect each other. She hopes that everyone can perform at their best and show their growth and progress. She has full trust in her partners and believes that they will shine brightly in this show. Robin stood aside gracefully and said softly,
Brook's performance was outstanding, and everyone is very confident.
Robin's voice was gentle and pleasant, as if it could bring a kind of quiet power to people. Her eyes revealed a calmness and composure, as if she was full of confidence in everyone's strength. She raised her hand slightly and gently brushed her long hair. The graceful movement was intoxicating. Robin has always been the wisest person in the team. She knows that everyone has unlimited potential. In this virtual space, she sees the efforts and growth of her partners and also sees their unlimited possibilities in the future. She believes that no matter how powerful the enemy is, everyone can unite and overcome difficulties together. Chopper skipped over to Brook, his little eyes sparkling with excitement. He said excitedly,
Brook, you are so awesome. I also want to learn from you and become stronger.
Chopper's voice was full of innocence and enthusiasm, and his cute appearance made people want to hug him. He walked around Brook, his eyes full of admiration. His voice is full of innocence and enthusiasm, making people feel his loveliness and kindness. Chopper's small body seemed to contain endless energy, and his words were like the first ray of sunshine in the morning, warm and full of hope. His eyes sparkled with longing for the future and admiration for his friends. Chopper's enthusiasm seemed to be contagious, making everyone around him smile. His cute appearance makes people want to protect him and are also moved by his kindness. In this world full of challenges and dangers, Chopper's existence is like a beam of pure light, illuminating the way forward for everyone. With Brook's victory, everyone started discussing who would show off their abilities first. The virtual space suddenly became bustling with activity. Everyone was full of enthusiasm and desire, hoping to show the results of their hard work over the past month as soon as possible. Luffy said loudly,
I'll go first. I want to show everyone how strong my rubber ability has become.
Chapter 247, Team Battle. He clenched his fists and leaned forward slightly, as if ready to rush out and show his skills at any time. Luffy has always been the core of the Straw Hat Pirates, and his courage and determination inspire everyone. He is full of confidence in his rubber ability and believes that he will be able to give everyone a wonderful show. Zoro frowned and said,
No, I'll go first. I've also made new breakthroughs in my three-sword style. This time I'm going to open your eyes.
Zoro's eyes revealed a firm determination, as if telling everyone that he would not give in easily. He folded his arms across his chest, with three swords firmly inserted at his waist, emitting a powerful aura. Zoro has always been known for his strong strength and tenacious will, and he has extremely high requirements for his swordsmanship. During this month of training, he continued to hone his three-sword style, hoping to be able to unleash greater power in battle. He is eager to prove his efforts and progress to everyone through this display, and also to meet more difficult challenges in the future. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth, the corner of his mouth slightly raised, and said,
You two stop arguing, let me go first. My kicking skills have improved a lot, I will definitely surprise you.
Sanji's eyes were full of confidence and pride. He had absolute confidence in his cooking and kicking skills. He exhaled a puff of smoke, as if announcing his determination to everyone. Sanji has always been a gentleman in the Straw Hat Pirates. His kicking skills are not only powerful but also full of beauty. He hopes that in this demonstration, everyone can see his growth and progress, and at the same time, he wants to protect the belief in his heart. Nami shook her head helplessly and said,
Stop arguing. This is not a solution. Why don't we draw lots to decide?
Nami's voice was full of reason and calmness, and her suggestion made everyone think. Nami has always been the wisest member of the Straw Hat Pirates. Her calmness and rationality always help everyone make the right decision at critical moments. She hopes that everyone can decide the order of presentation in a fair way to avoid unnecessary arguments. Robin smiled and said,
Nami's suggestion is good. This can avoid quarrels among everyone. However, no matter who presents first, I believe everyone will give us a wonderful performance.
Robin's voice is gentle and pleasant, and her eyes reveal a calm and composed look. Robin has always been a mysterious existence in the Straw Hat Pirates, and her wisdom and ability are admirable. She believed that everyone had made great progress in this month's training, and no matter who performed first, they would be able to demonstrate the Straw Hat Pirates' powerful strength. Chopper jumped up and down and said,
I'm looking forward to everyone's performance too. No matter who goes first or last, everyone should cheer for it.
Chopper's voice was full of childish innocence and enthusiasm, and his encouragement made everyone feel relaxed. Chopper has always been the cutie in the Straw Hat Pirates. His kindness and bravery are touching. Everyone nodded in agreement and then turned their eyes to Lingtian. In this virtual space, Lingtian seemed to be a wise man, and his decisions always convinced everyone. At this moment, everyone is expecting him to come up with a reasonable solution so that everyone can demonstrate their strength smoothly. Lingtian looked at everyone, his eyes revealing a hint of contemplation. He knew that everyone was eager to show their strength, but time was indeed limited. He must make a wise decision that can both satisfy everyone's wishes and ensure the efficiency of the display. After thinking for a while, Lingtian decided to present it together with several people. After all, time was running out. He said slowly,
Everyone is very confident and eager to show their strength. However, time is limited and we cannot let everyone present individually. So I decided to have several people present together in a group. This can save time and allow everyone to learn from each other.
Lingtian's voice was steady and powerful, echoing in the virtual space. His words were full of expectation and encouragement, as if telling everyone that he believed in everyone's strength. He raised his head slightly and glanced at everyone present.
We all know that in this challenging world, the power of a team is infinite. By presenting in groups, everyone can better play to their strengths and learn from the strengths of other partners. In this way, we can not only improve the efficiency of the presentation, but also enable everyone to continue to grow through mutual learning.
Lingtian's eyes flashed with wisdom, and his words made everyone fall into deep thought. Luffy scratched his head and said,
Well, Lingtian makes sense. We can present in groups, which will definitely be very interesting.
His eyes were full of anticipation and excitement, as if he couldn't wait to start the presentation. Zoro nodded slightly and said,
Displaying in groups is indeed a good idea. This will allow us to see everyone's strength more quickly and learn from each other.
There was a look of determination in his eyes, as if telling everyone that he would give his all in the presentation.
Yes, grouping is indeed the best way.
Kuina's eyes lit up and she nodded in agreement. She swept her eyes over everyone and had a preliminary grouping plan in mind. This method can not only improve efficiency, but also allow everyone to play to their own strengths and specialties. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and said,
Haha, the group display is good. This way I can be in a group with the beauties.
His eyes were full of confidence and expectation, and he seemed to be full of confidence in his group. Nami smiled and said,
Group presentation can allow us to better exert the power of the team. Come on, everyone.
Her eyes were full of encouragement and expectation, as if she was cheering for everyone. Robin stood aside gracefully and said softly,
It is a wise decision to present in groups. We can make continuous progress by learning from each other.
Her eyes revealed a calmness and composure, as if she was full of confidence in everyone's abilities. Chopper jumped up and down and said,
The group presentation was great. I can learn with everyone.
Chapter 248, Grouping Completed. After a heated discussion, the Straw Hat Pirates finally formed their groups. In this virtual space, everyone's face was filled with excitement and anticipation, as if they were about to embark on an adventure full of challenges and surprises. First, Luffy and Sanji formed a team. Luffy put his hands on his hips, and his energetic figure seemed to contain endless power. He laughed and said,
Sanji, our group is definitely the strongest.
Luffy's voice was like a hearty gust of wind, echoing in the virtual space. There was a confident light in his eyes, as if he had absolute confidence in the combination of himself and Sanji. Luffy's iconic straw hat swayed slightly on his head, as if he was cheering for their combination. His body is slightly leaning forward, as if ready to rush out and show his skills at any time. Luffy has always been the core of the Straw Hat Pirates, and his courage and determination inspire everyone. In this group, he firmly believed that he and Sanji were strong enough to defeat any opponent. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and there was a hint of unruly and free and easy in that smile. He exhaled a puff of smoke and responded,
Humph, of course, I won't let you down.
Sanji's eyes revealed confidence and pride. His handsomeness is not only reflected in his appearance, but also in his temperament and actions. His golden hair shines brightly under the light of the virtual space, as if showing his unique charm to the world. Sanji has always been a gentleman in the Straw Hat Pirates. His kicking skills are not only powerful but also full of beauty. In this combination, he believes that he can cooperate perfectly with Luffy and show their powerful strength. The two of them stood together, one full of energy and fighting spirit, the other handsome and cool, exuding a strong aura. Luffy's energy was like a burning flame, able to ignite the fighting spirit in everyone's heart. His laughter is so infectious that people can't help but want to follow him on adventures. Sanji's handsomeness is like a breeze, bringing people a sense of comfort and peace of mind. The auras of the two of them blended together, forming a powerful force that seemed able to destroy all obstacles that blocked their progress. In this virtual space, the combination of Luffy and Sanji has become the focus of everyone's attention. Their strength and charm are full of expectations, and everyone can't wait to see their wonderful performance in the show. The two of them are also fully aware that they are carrying the expectations of the public, and they will use their actions to prove their strength and win honor for the Straw Hat Pirates. Zoro and Kuina stood side by side. Zoro crossed his arms, his strong body exuding a powerful aura. His eyes were looking firmly ahead, as if he was staring at his goal. He said,
Kuina, this time we will let them see our three-sword style.
Zoro's voice was low and powerful, full of determination and confidence. There was a sharp light flashing in his eyes, as if he could penetrate everything. Zoro has always been known for his strong strength and tenacious will, and he has extremely high requirements for his swordsmanship. In this grouping, he hopes to be able to work with Kuina to show the powerful power of their swordsmanship. Kuina nodded slightly, her eyes also full of determination. Her posture was upright, exuding the majesty of a female swordsman. She said,
Yes, we won't let them down.
Kuina's voice was clear and firm, full of confidence and determination. Zoro and Kuina stood side by side, their figures seemed like two unshakable mountains. Their auras echoed each other, forming a powerful force. Their eyes were filled with desire for battle and determination for victory. Nami and Chopper formed a group. Nami stood there, the breeze gently blew through her hair, she gently stroked her hair, the movement was elegant and natural. A confident smile bloomed on her face and wisdom gleamed in her eyes. She smiled and said to Chopper,
Chopper, we must work harder and not lose to them.
Nami's voice was clear and melodious, like a silver bell. Her words were full of encouragement and expectation, as if they were injecting endless motivation into their battle. Chopper skipped over to Nami, his small body full of energy. His eyes were bright and sparkling with excitement. He said loudly,
Don't worry, Nami, I will try my best.
Chopper's voice was full of innocence and enthusiasm, making people feel his cuteness and bravery. His furry body trembled slightly, as if he couldn't wait to join the battle. One of them was smart and clever, the other was cute and brave, which made people full of expectations. Nami, with her wisdom and calmness, can always come up with a plan at the critical moment, while Chopper, with his bravery and kindness, will protect his friends at all costs. Their combination is full of infinite possibilities, and people can't help but look forward to their wonderful performances in battle. Robin and Frankie also stood together. Robin stood there gracefully, her figure as beautiful as a blooming flower. There was always a faint smile on her face, and that smile contained a kind of calmness and composure. She smiled gracefully and said,
Frankie, let's show our strength together.
Robin's voice was gentle and pleasant, making people feel comfortable like a spring breeze. Her words were full of trust and expectation for Frankie, as if she was telling Frankie that they would definitely succeed. Frankie puffed out his chest, his strong body exuding a powerful aura. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he couldn't wait to show off his super invention. He shouted,
Hey, look at my super invention.
Chapter 249, Nami and Chopper. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, leaned forward slightly, and the flame of battle burned in his eyes, as if he had already seen himself shining in the display. Sanji gently exhaled a puff of smoke, his mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a confident smile, and his eyes revealed absolute confidence in his kicking skills. Zoro stood quietly with his arms folded across his chest, but his eyes were as sharp as a sword. He was silently thinking about how to demonstrate the powerful power of his three-sword style in the demonstration. Kuina held the sword tightly in her hand, her eyes firm and focused. She was eager to prove her strength in this display. Nami gently stroked the weather stick in her hand, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. She quickly thought of various tactics and strategies in her mind, ready to give full play to her intelligence in the display. Chopper jumped excitedly, his little eyes full of anticipation. He was eager to use his own strength to prove that he had become stronger. Robin stood gracefully, her eyes revealing calmness and composure. She was confident in her abilities and believed that she would be able to surprise everyone in her presentation. Frankie puffed out his chest with pride in his eyes. He couldn't wait to show off his super invention and let everyone see his creativity. After much discussion, the first group to be shown was Nami and Chopper. Nami and Chopper looked at each other and saw the determination and confidence in each other's eyes. They know this is their chance to showcase themselves and bring glory to the team. Nami stroked her hair gently, smiled, and said to Chopper,
Chopper, we have to work hard and not let everyone down.
Chopper nodded vigorously, with a brave light flashing in his little eyes, and said,
Don't worry, Nami, I will definitely work hard.
Lingtian looked at them, his eyes full of anticipation. He knew that Nami and Chopper were not the type who were good at fighting, but they also had their own unique abilities and values. Nami, who possesses extraordinary wisdom and a keen sense of weather, can skillfully use the weather stick to manipulate weather changes and create favorable conditions for the team in various difficult situations. Her wit and strategy often play an important role at critical moments, helping her partners escape danger. Chopper, although cute and petite in appearance, is brave and kind-hearted. As a doctor, He has superb medical skills and can provide timely and effective treatment to his companions when they are injured, so that they can recover their fighting ability as soon as possible. Moreover, Chopper can also transform during battle with his special abilities, exerting a power that cannot be underestimated. Lingtian took into consideration that Nami and Chopper were not the type who were good at fighting, so at the beginning Lingtian first mimicked two quasi-admiral characters for them. Lingtian knew very well that the purpose of this display was not only to test their fighting ability, but also to tap into their potential so that they could give full play to their advantages when facing powerful opponents. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his mind racing over how to set up a scenario for Nami and Chopper that would be both challenging and give them room to shine. After some consideration, he decided to mimic the characters of two quasi-generals. This way, they would not be too powerful so that they would not be able to fight back, but at the same time, it would bring a certain amount of pressure on them, prompting them to constantly break through themselves. As Lingtian's hands danced, light flickered in the virtual space. Lingtian's movements were graceful and smooth, like an artist creating a great work. His hands seemed to possess magical power, and every movement led the energy flow in the virtual space. Light bloomed from his fingertips, like bright stars scattered in the dark universe. The light became stronger and stronger, gradually filling the entire virtual space, making people feel as if they were in a dreamlike world. Two tall and mighty figures gradually emerged. Their appearance was like two mountains rising from the ground, giving people a strong sense of oppression. They were dressed in gorgeous military uniforms, the material of which gleamed with metallic luster under the light, as if they were made of the strongest alloy. The decorations on their uniforms were exquisite and complex, showing their noble status and powerful strength. Their eyes were cold, like two sharp swords that could penetrate people's hearts. There was no emotion in their eyes, only the desire to fight and the persistence to win. They exuded a powerful aura which was like surging waves, impacting the surrounding space wave after wave. It makes people feel as if they are standing on the edge of a cliff in a storm, and they may be swallowed up by this powerful aura at any time. Looking at the figure condensed by Lingtian, Nami and Chopper looked at each other with a firm look in their eyes. At this moment, it seemed as if time had frozen. Nami's beautiful eyes sparkled with wisdom and determination. She knew the challenge ahead was huge, but she never had the slightest thought of backing down. Chopper's small body seemed to contain endless courage. Although his eyes were small, they burst into a firm light at this moment, as if telling Nami that they would definitely be able to defeat this powerful enemy. Nami tightly grasped the weather stick in her hand, her slender fingers slightly whitened due to the force. The weather stick in her hand seemed to have become a sharp weapon, ready to open up a path to victory for their battle at any time. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes full of confidence, and said,
Chopper, let's go.
Chapter 250. Chopper bravely fights the Brigadier General. Nami shows off her power and the situatio. A Brigadier General saw Chopper rushing towards him and immediately raised his weapon, ready to fight. There was a hint of surprise in their eyes. They obviously didn't expect that this seemingly weak guy would have such courage and guts. The weapons in their hands flashed coldly under the light of the virtual space, exuding a powerful aura. A quasi-general held a long sword. The blade was slender and sharp, as if it could easily cut off everything. Another lieutenant general held a huge axe with a broad and heavy blade, giving people a heavy feeling of oppression. Chopper was not afraid. He waved his huge fist and started a fierce battle with the enemy. The flame of battle burned in his eyes, full of determination and courage. His fist was like a huge hammer, and every swing was accompanied by a whistling sound, as if it could destroy everything that stood in his way. Although his body was huge, his movements were very agile. He constantly dodged the attacks of the brigadier generals while looking for opportunities to launch counterattacks.
Hey, look at my fist!
Chopper yelled, punching one of the brigadier generals. His voice was full of power and confidence, as if announcing his determination to the enemy. His fist, with a powerful impact force, streaked through the air like a meteor and flew towards the brigadier general. The brigadier general felt the power of Chopper's fist and did not dare to underestimate it, so he quickly dodged sideways. His movements were very agile, like a nimble cheetah, and he avoided Chopper's attack in an instant. The general dodged sideways and immediately stabbed at Chopper with his sword. His sword was sharp and fast like lightning, making it difficult to dodge. The sword flashed with a cold light as if it could penetrate everything. Chopper was startled when he saw the brigadier general's attack, but he did not panic. He jumped away flexibly and attacked again. His body drew a graceful arc in the air, like a light flying bird. After he landed, he immediately rushed towards the brigadier general again, waving his fists and launching a new round of attacks. Although his movements were a little clumsy, they were full of strength and courage. Every time Chopper's huge body moved in battle, it was accompanied by heavy footsteps, as if the earth was shaking. Although his fists were not flexible enough and he sometimes lost his balance due to excessive force, each of his punches contained his deep protective feelings for his partners and his strong desire for victory. His eyes were firm and blazing, as if burning with a fire that would never go out. It was a kind of courage that showed that he would never back down even in the face of the most powerful enemy. Nami was using the weather stick to assist Chopper remotely from behind. Nami stood a little further away, staring intently at the situation on the battlefield. She held the weather stick tightly in her hand, and the magical stick seemed to be a magic wand that she used to control the weather. Her long hair fluttered gently in the wind, highlighting her beautiful and resolute face. Nami is well aware of the heavy responsibility she has. She must use her own strength to provide support to Chopper and work together to defeat the powerful enemy in front of them. Nami's eyes were focused as she waved the weather stick continuously, releasing various weather phenomena. Her movements were graceful and smooth, like a musician conducting the music of nature. The weather stick in her hand seemed to have life, releasing powerful energy as she danced. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom, and every move was a well-thought-out decision. She observed the actions of the brigadiers, looking for the best moment to launch an attack.
Dark clouds, lightning attack.
Nami shouted, and the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and lightning. Her voice was clear and powerful, like an order, making nature obey her command. As she shouted, dark clouds in the sky quickly gathered, covering the battlefield like a black ocean. Dazzling lightning flashed in the dark clouds, as if countless giant dragons were rolling in them. Lightning bolts slashed from the dark clouds like sharp swords, flying towards the generals with the power to destroy everything. Lightning streaked through the void, making bursts of roaring sounds. The powerful force made the ground tremble, and a strong electric smell filled the air. The quasi-admirals saw this sudden attack and quickly dodged it. There was a hint of surprise and vigilance in their eyes, and they obviously did not expect Nami's attack to be so powerful. However, lightning was extremely fast, and although they tried their best to dodge, they were still struck by some lightning. The body of the quasi-general who was struck shook slightly, and he felt the pain brought by the strong electric current. Nami's attack caused considerable trouble to the admirals. The brigadiers were not to be outdone. They dodged Chopper's attacks while resisting Nami's weather attacks. After all, these two lieutenant generals have powerful strength and rich combat experience, and their reactions are extremely quick. Under Chopper's violent fist attack, they moved their bodies flexibly, sometimes dodging sideways, sometimes blocking with weapons. Every move was just right, showing their superb fighting skills. At the same time, they did not panic at all in the face of Nami's continuous weather attacks. When the sky is covered with dark clouds and thunder and lightning are roaring, they remain vigilant at all times, keeping their eyes fixed on the lightning in the sky. Once lightning strikes towards them, they will react quickly. Sometimes, they would use their speed to dodge quickly and move away the moment the lightning was about to hit them. Sometimes, they would raise their weapons and use the powerful aura emanating from the weapons to resist the lightning attack. One of the quasi-generals swung his sword, sending out a powerful sword energy, attacking Nami. The quasi-general's eyes were cold, and the sword in his hand seemed to have life under his swing. The sword energy was like a white light, instantly cutting through the void and rushed towards Nami with a powerful force. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, making a sharp whistling sound. Nami dodged quickly, secretly surprised in her heart.
These guys are really powerful.